Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the 7th part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why do I have to clean up after UA? They had been gathered into a tiny room with everyone doing their last-minute preparations. Everyone, that is, except Endeavor. I'm a busy man. Endeavor had come fully prepared because, unlike the rest of these morons, he knew his job, defeating villains. So he was always equipped for his job and didn't need to prepare anything. Anything made up in the last seconds never worked anyway, so it wasn't like he was wasting his time by not doing anything. No, he was instead wasting his time by being stuck here, helping a bunch of failures with something they definitely did not need help with. Come on, don't be like that. Edshot was checking something on his costume as he spoke, barely sparing him a glance. You went to UA, too, didn't you? Yes, but back then it could handle its own affairs. Endeavor had been ready to go for 2 hours. Who knew how many patrols he was missing for? This, a rescue mission to cover face for a school that had no affiliation with him, made even worse by his role in this rescue mess. And why am I here if I'm not going to do anything? Are you deliberately wasting my time? Right now, we can't call any heroes away from UA. The man who some idiot had placed in charge of them spoke up. Detective Tsukanchi. He was a detective, not even a member of the special assault team. Why was someone useless like him here to get in the way? Who the hell planned this goddamn mess? Please look at the big picture. The big picture. HMPH. That got a snort out of him as Endeavor smiled with all the warmth of a snake before turning to All Might, the newest hero teacher at UA, who had somehow been called here. Yes, they couldn't call any heroes from UA. That explained why All Might was 2 hours late. They couldn't call him, so he must have just stumbled into this operation. If you could call this an operation, that is. The big picture was that the top brass was calling down everyone well-known and fancy so that UA looked better after their second F-up this year. There was himself, All Might, and Gang Orca, top-ranking heroes famous for their strength. Kamui Woods, a rising rookie with high mobility and good capturing ability, alongside Best Jeanist, the best hero in the industry with capturing abilities. However, their organization was a total mess. It's possible that this incident will become the impetus for the destruction of hero society. We must give it our all to make sure we resolve this successfully. Endeavor snorted at such filler words. What? Did that imply that they didn't give it their all for everything else? He certainly wasn't going to be giving it his all tonight because they had tacked with the most useless role of all. For roles, they had decided to stick the rising rookie with the job of rescuing the hostage, something you definitely wouldn't want some newbie effing up. Best Jeanist was, instead, going to capture some of those mindless Namu bastards, the same kind that Endeavor had killed by the dozens a few days ago. It wasn't just a waste of his talents, this was mismanagement of everyone here. Based on the tracking device set by one of the students, we believe there are multiple hideouts. Who was this detective explaining this information to? The two groups of heroes had already split up into 2 separate buildings miles apart, and it was painfully obvious that there were multiple hideouts. He knew because he had been clearly stationed at the wrong one. They should have sent both capturing heroes to deal with the League, since the League was supposed to be taken alive, and sent him to deal with the Nomus. He could burn down their entire hideout in 2 minutes without causing the fires to spread to nearby buildings, destroying it much more quickly and safely than a bunch of capturing heroes and effing Gang Orca, who did not have a single power that helped capture or kill anything. What was Gang Orca supposed to do? Send his little gang in for morale. From our investigations, we know where the kidnapped victim is located. Yes, to where Endeavor was going. Going off to go stand around while a child was rescued by a rookie. The number 1 hero, some random old man, and a effing ninja. What was Edshot going to do? Stab anyone who tried to resist. Endeavor didn't pay that much attention to UA. But even he could remember that whore who was somehow a teacher there and created knockout gas as a quirk. But no, they picked All Might instead of the useful one. We'll send the bulk of our forces there and prioritize getting the victim back. And that was the central issue, sending the bulk of their forces. Endeavor's job was not to help anyone. It was not to rescue some effing child who couldn't even run away correctly. It was to effing stand around with the police and watch from a distance in case every single hero managed to simultaneously F this up. Somehow, he could have single-handedly taken out the Namu facility, but Endeavor suspected that wouldn't look as good on paper. It would have shown the League for what they really were, a bunch of amateurs who were in over their heads. It would have shown UA like it really was, a joke that got beat by a bunch of amateurs, twice. But if a large group of heroes went to take care of the Namu facility, it'd show the public group cooperation and build up the League as a large threat, raising the public's views of heroes and other bullshit. Also, if he was shown to be standing back, it could be seen as him supporting this mess, that the League of Villains was so powerful that it required a hero just to be on standby and ready for if anything went wrong. and the number 2 hero no less. At the same time, we will gain control of the other location that we believe is their hideout, cutting off all paths of retreat to arrest them all at once. Cutting off paths of retreat. The 2 buildings were miles apart. Taking these 2 buildings had nothing to do with cutting off retreats. They had a teleporter, for God's sake. The only way any paths of retreat were going to be cut off was if that teleporter was taken down. But as Endeavor angrily looked around, all the other heroes were nodding along and buying into this bullshit. This barely had a thing to do with efficiency at this point. It was all just a pose for the cameras and look pretty. Endeavor glared down his rival, All Might, who was talking to some random old man. He should have known this would have been a waste of his time when they were both called into the same place. They filled the exact same role, so you only ever needed one. Instead, All Might was going to get all the glory and win back the praise of the public for UA. As a representative from that city school, All Might got the glory, the fame, the recognition, and Endeavor got to stand around with a thumb up his ass so that All Might in UA looked better. His scowl grew past what even he thought it could as this idiotic detective gave orders to 5 people who were way better at this than he could ever be, and that was being generous to these other comedians, pretending to be heroes. Don't let the villains get away with anything. At the press conference earlier, we had just the principal work with us to deceive the villains. The detective kept going on and on, explaining what was already plainly obvious. They already had their debriefing. Of course the UA principal worked with them. He did nothing but benefit from working with them. And don't say it like it was just the principal. Those are 2 heroes who were so bad at their job they couldn't even protect 40 kids were there too. I had him feign distress, as if he was going through a very hard time. Endeavor checked the time, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Did this guy ever shut up? He was saying complete bullshit from start to finish. The UA principal better be damn distressed, especially after the Sicho UA had been putting on. Getting back the boy wasn't going to solve all the problems. And if that principal was worth Sid, he damn well know it. After hearing those words, the villains won't think that we will rush in on the very same day. Glad he knows this is rushed, at least. Endeavor snorted with disdain, having been standing by the door ready for 10 minutes now. Sure, the League of Vandals wouldn't see it coming. But that wasn't because of the Hero Association or the police or whoever came up with this mess's master plan. The League wouldn't see it coming because they were a bunch of amateurs and weaklings who were stepping into the real world for the first time. And were stepping straight in front of a moving train. Let us retaliate. Come, it's time for our counterattack. Endeavor shook his head as everyone started to get some effing motion going. With the world's most generic and repetitive speech finally wrapping up. Let us overturn this flow of events, heroes. The other morons seemed excited by the speech, proving that everyone else had turned their brains off and wasn't paying attention to a single thing this ace detective said. Endeavor sighed as they all walked out, glaring at the back of All Might's skull the entire way for the same reason as always. Endeavor had been pulling in 10 times the amount of villains as All Might for over a year now, and that wasn't even counting all the villain-less crimes he stopped. Yet, once again, here they were. Once again, the Hero Association called out their golden boy to show him off and take all the credit while Endeavor got shoved to the back. The association's discrimination against him used to be a lot subtler. He already knew he was the least popular of the top 10 heroes. He was only number 2 because he got 5 times the amount of cases as the next best hero, who also wasn't All Might. Sure, All Might's quirk was better than Endeavor's. Endeavor could admit that, which made it more baffling what the F his rival was doing all day. All the time and effort he'd put in, the things done to set up for the future, and it was getting outdone by literally nothing. All Might barely patrolled for an hour anymore, but he was still top of the charts. Even when All Might did effing nothing, Endeavor was still stuck playing second fiddle to him. Now he was going to go babysit some grown men who couldn't even beat a Namo in a one-on-one fight under the pretenses that he was needed there, just so his rival could look better without trying. What a wonderful world professional heroism had become. Kurogiri sat in the back as the Sicho got underway, checking out his bottles. He had to make sure that most of his stuff was already moved to the next base, otherwise, he was going to go crazy. He didn't open a bar for the money, after all. It's so strange. Shigaraki turned off the television screen and faced their guest, smiling widely underneath his hand mask as he spoke. Why are the heroes being criticized? The way they were dealing with things was just a little off the mark. He had just enough Coca-Cola to make 3 more Long Island iced teas, and just enough time to chug all 3. Kurogiri shoved the last of his bottles in storage through a portal before coming back to barside to start making some, hoping to kill some of the incoming pain with the power of alcohol. He could barely taste anymore, but he could at least still get buzzed. Is it because their job is to protect? Shigaraki was still going off with his speech. Everyone was focused on Shigaraki and Bakugo, and no one noticed Kurogiri taking out a nice tall glass and his shakers to make the last drink of the bar. Everyone makes a mistake or two. Are they supposed to be perfect? He could make 1 drink every minute if he pulled back on the showmanship. But he was a classic villain and he wanted to enjoy himself. While Shigaraki was having fun with his dramatic words and metaphors, Kurogiri flipped his shakers through the air as he quietly enjoyed himself in the background. Modern heroes are so uptight. Don't you think so, Bakugo? Kurogiri stopped paying attention entirely as he poured out his drink, then added the cola at the end, taking a moment to appreciate his work. An edible masterpiece. The Long Island iced tea, Kurogiri's favorite tea. Since he couldn't taste much flavor, he'd always been a big tea fan. Since he couldn't taste alcohol's poor flavor, he liked it too. It was a shame there was no tea in this, but hey, it was the principle that mattered. He'd been healthy for a while. Today was his cheat day before he got his ass handed to him. He had his instructions and help from Master, but now all that mattered was to see the plan through to its end. This was where the real test started. With Master gone, the training wheels would be gone. Shigaraki would have no one to bail him out of his constant failings and would have to actually plan ahead for once. Holy shit, this tea was pretty good. What rum did he use this time again? Kurogiri checked the bottle before glancing over at the mess. Shigaraki's speech was just about wrapped up, and things were about to go wrong. We're planning on winning. You like winning, too, right? The boy, Bakugo, had a scowl that should have said it all. Kurogiri scooted half a step back in case the boy tried anything, sheltering his drink as he took a sip. Damn, this stuff was good, while Shigaraki addressed his coworkers. Dabai, release his restraints. ... Dabai glanced over, confused. This guy's gonna fight, you know. It's fine. We need to treat him like an equal since we're scouting him. While the method was flawed, Shigaraki showed that he had learned from their dealings with Sane. Sane had been treated like a lackey and punished Shigaraki for it, so now he was much more generous and patient with people he was trying to recruit. While this wouldn't work this time, it was a step in the right direction. Besides, you can tell if you'll win or not in this situation, right, UA? Student. Dabai took one look at Bakugo and immediately decided he didn't want to be the first person Bakugo hit when he got free. Twice, you do it? What, me? No way. Do it. ... Man ... Twice nervously trudged forward, mumbling to himself as he tried to figure out how the locks worked so he could open them. I do apologize for using such forceful methods, but please understand that we are not just a mob trying to commit crimes. Mr. Compress spoke up from the far wall, wisely keeping his distance while Kurogiri took a second to evaluate his position before taking another step back for safety's sake. We didn't kidnap you by accident. Shigaraki began to speak about how all of them had been restricted by society while Kurogiri checked his glass, picked up his shakers, and started working on the second iced tea, thinking about the future. He knew the rough outline of the plan, with the heroes attacking sometime tonight. They had done a news broadcast about how worried they were as some weak attempt at a smokescreen. But anyone worth their salt would be on the alert after UA specifically admitted they had practically no plans of what to do next. If UA really did have no plans, they'd make up some story as a cover or just not comment on it by saying they had no real leads. They basically admitted that they did have something and were trying to distract the league. Only an idiot would believe that broadcast at face value. And understanding such complications and ridiculous mind games was the first step to being a basic villain. Kaboom! And, to no one's surprise, Bakugo immediately attacked. Kurogiri tested his second drink, thinking through the ratios with barely a thought for what was actually happening in the room. He'd gone a little heavy on the rum this time, but he really liked this rum. He hoped he'd be able to get some more later. Bakugo started giving his own speech, made Kurogiri wonder how many people had speeches prepared tonight. All for one had one plan too, and thinking of that got him back on track as he ignored the world surrounding him. He knew that the heroes would attack tonight, as he said before, but he wasn't exactly sure what would happen once he passed out. Still, Master would be able to handle it. Master could cover for all of the league's weaknesses. And that was what allowed Kurogiri to be weak this time. Until the heroes attacked, Kurogiri could close his eyes, sit back, and relax. Metaphorically speaking, literally, he could open his eyes, test his shakers, and get effing plastered with his third and final Long Island iced tea. Still, the time to enjoy Long Island iced teas was growing short. Kurogiri leaned against the countertop as he drank his tea, feeling the large plastic sunglasses he picked up years ago pushing against his body as he moved. He had enjoyed these moments of levity, but they were only moments. They came and went, and they were already starting to go. Shigaraki wisely didn't waste time trying to reason with a child who wanted to fight, glancing back to the camera that their master was watching through. Few in the league knew who he was. Fewer still knew what he meant. Master, lend me your power. Master. Bakugo smiled as he leaned forward, hands smoking. You're not the boss around here. That's not funny. Kurogiri, compress, make him go to sleep again. Kurogiri suspected his name was only mentioned because he was usually Shigaraki's right-hand man. What did Shigaraki want him to do? Get the kid in a chokehold? I can't believe he's such a bad listener. I'm almost impressed. Mr. Compress shook his head as he calmly walked towards Bakugo. who had been standing in the corner not doing a thing since he first attacked. If you want me to listen, get on your knees and die. Kurogiri suspected his only purpose in being included was to remind Bakugo that, should he try to make any large explosions, Kurogiri could put them through a portal and have him blow up the wrong thing. Bakugo's eyes flicked across the room while Kurogiri started to make his final tea, then, knock, knock. Hello, this is Pizza La Camino store. Everyone stopped for a second as Kurogiri poured the last of the Long Island iced tea on the floor, catching it with a portal and teleporting it into his mouth. Looks like the pain train just rolled into the station, and this was his stop. Lucky him. Small Ash, All Might shouted as he punched through the wall, taking out of the villains without even trying. The villains were taken by complete surprise, with even the smoke villain caught with a drink in his hand. No one was ready for this counterattack. Kurogiri. Gate. The smoke villain placed down his glass and began to spread across the bar as Kamui Woods emerged onto the scene, swinging in through the hole and straight into an attack. Preemptive binding. The wood stretched faster than the smoke, grabbing each villain and binding them in place to stop any further attempts to attack. Lacquered chain prison. A tree. What the hell? One of the villains, the scarred one, started to create blue flames off his body but was cut off as a small shape cut through the air and kicked him once in the head, knocking him out. Don't be impatient, Gran Torino spoke as he jumped back from his own kick, keeping an eye on all the villains. It'd be in your best interests to stay put. Just what I expected from one of the most competent new heroes around, Kamui Woods, and the veteran faster than the eye can see, Gran Torino. All Might spelled it out for the League so they could understand what kind of situation they were in. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. Why? Gran Torino returned to the entrance of the hole, glaring over the crowd as Kamui Woods reasserted his footwork to make sure none of them could move. All Might stood upright, smiling from ear to ear to show off his confidence as he dominated the scene. Because we are here, right after the press conference. Don't tell me this was prearranged. Tree Man, stop pulling me, push, ... and oh. No, the collective group of villains all had various reactions as they realized what was going down. When one is on the offensive is when one neglects defenses the most. That shot slipped through the crack in the door before returning to 3D and opening the door for the rest of their forces, showing off the SAT members armed to the teeth standing on the other side. We're not the only ones here from the Pizza La Camino store. Outside, you're surrounded by skillful heroes, like Endeavor and the police. Endeavor glanced around, looking at any other skillful heroes as he was stuck on the ground floor. But it was him and police as far as the eye could see. Tsukachi, why does that American get to rush in while I'm out here holding the perimeter? In case we miss catching them in there, you've got a wider field of vision. Endeavor looked around at all the police that he definitely did not have a wider field of vision than, accepting that this bullshit wasn't going to get any better. Hopefully, they wouldn't stick around too long monologuing and would start arresting the dumbasses soon. Fine, I'm sure you were scared, but you did a good job bearing it. I'm sorry. All Might addresses the hostage, Bakugo. The young boy was free of his restraints already, and All Might could see the worry in his face, even if he wouldn't admit it. It's fine now, young man. I wasn't scared. Not even close, damn it. He was at least swearing still. A weird thing to think, but to be honest, All Might was going to be a lot more worried if Bakugo wasn't swearing and acting like his usual angry self. All Might flashed the kid a thumbs up before turning back to the villains. After I went through all that trouble to prepare this, why are you coming to me, you last boss? Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains, seemed a lot calmer than they had last met. He was thinking this through now, trying to work his way through this scenario, but it was pointless. Everything had been taken care of already, even if he didn't know it yet. ... It can't be helped. We're not the only ones here. The same goes for us. As expected, Shigaraki went for the Nomus. He was in for an unpleasant surprise. Kurogiri, bring as many as you can over. Nomus, I presume. That got a smile out of all the heroes gathered in the room. ... What's the matter, Kurogiri? Shigaraki was getting frustrated now as he turned and looked at the smoking villain whose eyes were wide. I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki. The Nomus that were supposed to be in a fixed location are not there. ... Ho. You are still green, Shigaraki. All Might put a comforting hand on Bakugo as he spoke to the villains, explaining the circumstances that they fell into to them. League of Villains, you underestimated everything too much. The soul of a young man, the diligent investigations of the police, and All Might locked eyes with Shigaraki to the best of his abilities. The hand on his face kind of got on the way, but All Might didn't let that deter him. Our anger, that's enough of childish pranks. This is the end. Tomurashigaki. All Might's full force of personality seemed to shake all of the villains. They weren't used to dealing with professionals, and facing the very best for their first time was rattling. The villains noticeable tensed up and scooted away at his statement. All the villains, that is, except one. ... The end, you say. Don't be ridiculous, I've only just begun. Shigaraki got his feet under him as he alone returned All Might's glare. matching and surpassing it with hatred alone. I'll destroy this garbage heap that you put a lid on with such vague ideas. It was for that purpose that I set All Might apart and started gathering people to my cause. Don't be ridiculous. This is the beginning, Kurogiri. Shigaraki called for his smoky friend to lend some assistance, but Edshot beat him to it, piercing the teleporter through the body and getting a few screams out of the villains. No, stop. I couldn't see anything. What, did you kill him? I played around with his insides and made him unconscious. He's not dead. Edshot spoke from his thin form before his head solidified and come into focus while the rest of his body was still thin as a needle. Ninpo, 1,000 sheet pierce. This man was always a nuisance. I'll have him sleep. Gran Torino shook his head at the villains, scowling. Didn't I tell you earlier that it'd be in your best interests to stay put? Kenji Hikiishi, otherwise known as Magni, Astuhiro Sako, or Mr. Compressed Shuichi Agachi, the one who called himself Spinner, Himiko Toga, also known as Still Toga, Jinbu Begawara, or the villain twice. With little information and time, the police officers worked through the night to determine your true identity. Gran Torino scoffed, shaking his head at the young kids. There's nowhere left for you to run. The villains were shaken, realizing that their real identities had been compromised. But only the true villain still standing remained unfazed. His hatred kept him straight and focused on All Might. Hey, Shigaraki, can I ask you where your boss is? Shigaraki's glare didn't lose focus by Gran Torino's comment. It hardened and zeroed in as he spoke, barely able to contain his rage any longer. This is unsatisfying. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Where is he right now? All Might repeated the question, but whatever Shigaraki was focusing on, it definitely wasn't the question. His body twitched as his breathing became sharp. His red eyes staring off into the distance, she slowly brought his attention back to the present. Go away. Disappear. His eyes locked once again with All Might's. Shigaraki. I hate you. Shigaraki leaned forward, straining against Kamui's grip and pushing everything away with an almost physical level of bloodlust right as the air began to tear itself apart and the monsters began to crawl through. He leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the camera with a smile plastered across his face. He was enjoying having eyes again. He could really take in the details as the heroes confidently sprung into his trap. He watched the heroes break into Kurogiri's bar, going full force for a grand total of 30 seconds before their laziness caught up to them and they sat back, starting to monologue. They gave grand speeches for some reason he couldn't comprehend. Only the winners had the right to give speeches, and the heroes didn't even have anyone in custody yet. But All Might, true to form, was proving how much of a moron he was as he ran his mouth. All for one turned down the volume of the preaching and picked through the papers left for him, idly flipping through the pages while the monologuing continued on in the background. He had 6 teleportation quirks throughout his career. 1 for Kurogiri, 1 for Yamato, and 4 for himself. Only one of the ones he kept had any decent range though, so he'd be stuck with that one. A shame it was the most limited of them. All for one walked from the computers and deeper into the basement and towards the Nomus he had selected to send to the heroes as a consolation prize. It had come close. Those heroes had come so very close to getting him. He could hear the crashing above as his decoys died. No one would even notice as they returned to mud or whatever twice his quirk made those duplicate Nomus from. The heroes had only gotten so far though because he wanted them to, for you could not slit a man's throat from a mile away. All for one worked through the quirks he selected in advance for this day. Only 7, but that wasn't counting repeats or enhancers that supplemented a quirk. He'd only need 7 main abilities today, and that was being generous. He locked onto the Nomus to send out in advance as the building shook from another attack. But it didn't matter. The Nomus all had their orders well in advance as All for one called for the elevator. Then took a minute to check himself out in the mirror. His face shifted back to the mashed form that All Might would remember, hiding his recovery. On top of his face he slid a large black mask with a vague skull design. The neckpiece coated in tubes to make him look more injured. He didn't want to give too much away, after all. He wore his best suit, checking it one last time as the elevator carried him up to the secret room to hide his entrance. It had been designed by best Jeanist himself for maximum defense and comfort. And he simply could not resist the irony of killing best Jeanist while wearing this. He was pretty sure Gang Orca was there too. And if he could have had Orca skin shoes he definitely would have, despite how childish that would be. Still, he couldn't cater to every SH muck he killed, so he was going for the classic businessman look. Black glossy shoes, custom fit suit, body armor that honestly looked good with everything, and a helmet so he didn't get sniped in the head mid-speech and look like a moron. Even a tank shell wouldn't kill him, but it definitely would hurt, and he wanted to really enjoy this next part. He wanted to savor it like a fine wine. He sealed the secret room behind him and moved forward into the mess that had once been the Nama storage facility's first floor with a confident power strut, walking past the ruined machinery and crushed walls like he owned the place. Technically, he did. And pretty soon he'd be owning all of Japan. Something to look forward to. Ugh, are these things alive? Mount Lady held up some of the duplicate nomas, apparently disgusted. She was an egotist and a moron. Her quirk just made her bigger. She was barely stronger than Gang Orca. No threat. Is it really okay for our job to be this easy, Jeanist? Alright, they got a laugh. Best Jeanist was standing diligently though while he wrapped up the Namu's pants, pretending to be helpful while every Namu there could probably break free easily. They were designed to break buildings for God's sake, and here he was trying to stop them with their own damn pants. This was pretty funny from his point of view. Maybe we should have gone with All Might. Don't think about difficulty and importance together, newcomer. Riot Squad, get the maidens ready. They still might be here. Please continue to give it your all. That last line was pretty useful, especially since Mount Lady, Gang Orca, and the man in the brown maid cat thing had already been distracted by other things. Ragdoll, answer me. Is that your teammate? Looks like she's still breathing. I'm glad. Gang Orca tried to offer a little comfort while they all stood around, not noticing the new figure emerging slowly from the wreckage. He was taking his time. Didn't want to get dirt on a Best Jeanist suit after all. But her condition. The brown cat thing held the girl who was wasting her quirk, the one with green hair. Seemed her name was Ragdoll. With how easily she was defeated, it was a fitting name. What did they do to you, Ragdoll? Sorry, she had such a good quirk. I couldn't help myself. The figure's steps cut clearly through the night, seeming to emit confidence from just his walk alone. She was so bad at handling it though, I felt the need to help it. Give that little quirk a better home. What was your name, again? The brown cat didn't answer, rudely, and instead peered into the darkness. Are you with the League? A light, someone. Stop. Don't move. Gang Orca held up his hand but didn't actually do a thing as the figure loomed forward, taking his time as he entered the scene and adjusted his tie, a gift from his first wife. Then Best Jeanist stopped all the inactivity and raised a hand, making all the fibers in the approaching figure's clothing tightening to try and restrain him. Some of the dumber people nearby, namely the one with the head the size of a car but still stuck with a brain the size of a pecan, questioned the hero's choice. Wait, Best Jeanist. What if he was an ordinary civilian? Think about the situation. That instant of hesitation could prove fatal in a fight. It seemed Best Jeanist had learned well over the years, especially the ass-whooping he got from the incident simply known in the top of the heroing world as the Wraith incident. Don't let the villains do anything. BZZZKABOOM. It was hard to tell what exactly happened. Everything was blurry and out of focus, ears were ringing, and everything and everyone had been sent flying. When their senses did return they could make out the sound of someone clapping and laughing, mixed in with that steady pace of footsteps, as expected of the number 4 hero. And here I thought I'd be bored. He moved forward with that unfettered confidence, not peterbed by this surprise, but enjoying every second of it. I thought I'd blow everyone away, but to notice my actions and be able to manipulate everyone's clothes and drag them to safety, all during your own speech. That quick decision-making and skill, you must have nerves of steel. The figure stepped off the ground and into the air, floating upwards gently as he overlooked the scene. The heroes had been scattered and Best Jeanist was laying on his back. It seemed though he made the attack miss its intended target, Best Jeanist had still taken a considerable chunk of damage, but he was still kicking. Impressive. Most impressive. You have my congratulations. This, man, Best Jeanist flashed back to something mentioned before the heroes went out, back in that first meeting before the heroes split up into 2 groups and went to the bar in this warehouse. The words of one of the Hero Association representatives about the League's members. The League likely, no, definitely has a brain behind it. His strength is comparable to All Might's, but despite that, he is crafty and cautious. If he doesn't feel like his safety is guaranteed, he will not show himself. The Hero Association board member described this villain with as little enthusiasm as possible, but none of the heroes present could figure out what villain he was talking about. There was no one in the records matching his description. This isn't what I was told. This villain they had been told about would be hiding in the shadows, wouldn't take risks, and yet, here he was, facing them down, ready to kill them all. But so what? If he was? Best Jeanist forced himself up with his fibers, pushing through the pain. A top hero doesn't use that as an excuse for failure. BZZZKABOOM. Yes, but they probably don't talk that much either. All for one lowered his hand and glanced around, taking in the sights and barely paying attention to the corpse he just made. Your quirk is very good, could be very useful. Material control is always nice, but this body can't take any more quirks, I'm afraid. Although, he said, tilting his head to the side as he started thinking a little harder about it, I suppose that taking the number 4 hero's quirk would weaken hero society as a whole. Decisions. Oh well, time for one of us to stick to the plan. Yes, the plan. There are few variables left, and it was time to cut them out too. He still had to secure the League's future for them and make sure All Might wouldn't miss their big appointment. All for one activated one of his teleporting quirks. homesickness and dropped his preselected nomas through while pulling the League of Villains to him for their own safety and brought Bakugo along as bait. If All Might had been dumb enough to chase the kid once, he'd probably do it twice and walk straight into the final trap. The League began to appear around him, fumbling and stagnating as they fell to the ground in confusion and disgust at the unpleasant sensation of being teleported. They were unfocused and useless. Still, they didn't need to be helpful for this next part, they just needed to get to safety. Damn it. The first one to his feet, to no one's surprise, was the only one who didn't need to be on his feet for the plan, Katsuki Bakugo. He was coughing and unstable, but he had managed to keep his feet under him and his attention sharp. All for One did consider taking his quirk, but Bakugo was so destructive that it was more likely that him becoming a professional hero would accelerate the destruction of hero society, so it was best to let Bakugo go and be free. It wasn't likely that Bakugo or Shigaraki would realize that, though, and All for One couldn't take any quirks anymore even if he wanted to. It was best to stick with the plan with as little deviation as possible until victory was secured. He looked over the League, who was putting themselves back together and making quite the ruckus. They were starting to take in their surroundings while they put everything together. It was time for him to offer a little help. You failed again, Tamura. All for One walked over to Kurogiri calmly, keeping his hands in his pockets to show just how pleasant and relaxed this evening was for him. If he still smoked, he might have lit one right about now for dramatic effect as he leaned down and checked up on Kurogiri. The cheap bastard wasn't even unconscious. He had activated the pain-canceling quirk and just played dead. What an ass. Master, Shigaraki focused on him, trying to figure out what was happening. Poor kid. He didn't have the time to explain, but he had so much to say to the boy. Don't worry, Tamura. He genuinely smiled down at Shigaraki as he stopped just in front of the boy. He could see the boy's potential, shining even now. Shigaraki had much to learn, but he was learning. You might not always succeed, my boy, but as long as you are willing to learn, you have not failed. You'll face many problems going forward, but if you're willing, you'll become so much stronger because of them. Hisashi Midoriya no. The original Shigaraki stooped down to the one he viewed as his son, offering him a hand up. You've grown so much already. I'm very proud of you, Tamura, and honored that you'd take my name. Thank you. Hey, who's this random guy? Where are we? Ugh, everything tastes so blah. The other villains didn't realize what was happening. They couldn't. Even Twice didn't understand the significance of the man he met yesterday. But one did, and it showed his growth. Master, why are you phrasing it like that? The elder Shigaraki grabbed the younger by the hand, lifting him up and staring into him. The younger Shigaraki's brain spun as he began to realize what was happening. No, my quirk can only bring people to me or to others I am familiar with, so it looks like you'll have to do the next part, Kurogiri. If Kurogiri wasn't pretending to be unconscious, he would have made some joke about overtime. But in his usual sass's absence, All for One used his third quirk, forced quirk activation. His fingers extended and impaled Kurogiri, making his body convulse for a moment before forming a portal that Kurogiri slipped through. Hey, don't act so in charge here, fancy pants. A villainess shouted at him. Magni, not understanding the situation. Explain what's going on. All for One ignored that, turning instead to look ahead. You better start trying to get Bakugo through that portal. I imagine it won't be long now. Bakugo took one look at the situation and was already running for the hills. Magni activated her quirk, pulling him straight towards her while he countered by raising both hands, firing an explosion to keep her back and build distance. Most of the villains joined the scuffle except for two, standing apart from it all. The one who knew what was to come, and the one who couldn't yet understand what was come. He refused to understand, but he'd have to. There was no other way forward. Are you going to leave me, master? The two Shigarakis stood slightly apart from the scuffle, one in confusion while the other in solemn commitment. Yes, instead of denying it, he focused ahead and adjusted his position. It was 5 kilometers from Kurogiri's bar to here if you skipped over the roads and buildings. All Might would be arriving soon. Why? Have I failed you? Why are you leaving me? Shigaraki's frame of mind was not large enough to understand the scope of what was happening here. Still, he could explain a little. Because a tree cannot grow beneath a tree, Tamura. All for One adjusted his helmet as he spoke cryptically, then adjusted his course. They didn't have much time left together, and he didn't want to leave the boy confused and disorientated in the world of wolves. You can only grow so much underneath me, Tamura. It is time for you to spread your wings, but I'm not ready and need you. No, you only think you need me. The eldest Shigaraki shook his head and turned back for just a moment, smiling at the boy he raised. They didn't share blood, but in some ways, they were the closest family the other had. Odd, since one of them had several families through the century while the other had never known a single one. You will have the League beside you, helping you if you help them, Tamura. That is the basics of business. While they had been musing, Bakugo had let himself get pulled in by Magni so he could Goomba stomp on her face before launching upwards. then creating massive explosions to fly straight up. With Dabai and Kurogiri unconscious and out of the picture, no one had the range to catch the flying fireball. Not that it stopped the Leaguers from trying, though. Magni grabbed Mr. Compress and Spinner and launched Compress into the air, trying to get him close enough to compress and catch Bakugo. But Bakugo easily avoided it by moving to the side as he started to rocket off into the distance. The League had, for lack of a better term, completely failed, having missed their goal and learned nothing. But that was to be expected. Now it was time for the curtain call and the last expected event. We don't have much time, Tamura, so I must make this quick. All for One checked his watch, raising what this scarred and scrapped face called an eyebrow. All Might was late. 2 months. I want to see what you can do in 2 months, and if you do well, there will be a reward. I've left an explanation for you at the hideout I'll be sending you to with more details. Something began to cross the city. He could tell. It was like a feeling in his bones. Maybe their quirks were linked or something, but he knew who was approaching. It was time to wrap this up, and there was no better way than to do it ironically. Master, you're going to fight him, but your body. Shigaraki figured out what was happening as the League of Villains barely paid attention, still moping about their failed capture of Bakugo in the background. It was time for them to go. All for One smiled as he looked towards the approaching fight, then lifted the Leaguers with a telekinetic quirk and pushed them into Kurogiri's portal. Most didn't resist. Most went through without a second thought, but one hung back, clinging to the past out of fear for the future. If that boy wanted to reach his full potential, he'd need to get rid of that fear. Remember, Tamura, you don't need to be afraid anymore. Master. Shigaraki tried to plant his feet and resist, but he couldn't. His master might be old, but he wasn't weak yet. He watched his heir be pushed through Kurogiri's portal, smiling in spite of the strange sense of loss that filled his chest. Even when he won, he still couldn't win everything. Why? Still, he had some parting words for the both of them. He gave Tamura Shigaraki one last smile before he slipped through the portal and put on his own biggest smile, for the boy he had been a hero to. Because I am here. And with those old and overused words, Kurogiri's portal closed and All Might arrived, shattering the scene with a shockwave as the final battle started. All Might fell through the air like a thunderbolt, shattering the ground and sending everything nearby flying backward with his first attack. The heroes, the rubble, everything flew backward, except for a single person, a lone figure who caught All Might's attack as if it was a ball. They were face to face and just inches apart for a moment before All for One activated telekinesis and super strength to launch All Might backward. A moment of silence as they locked gazes. No words, just stares as they felt each other out. It had been a long time coming for both of them. All Might had managed to hold onto the quirk for 40 years, longer than even the original One for All had managed. He had come to carry the hopes of this little island, and those hopes weren't light. That weight could be felt in his attacks, in his desperation that made him so dangerous. All for One had destroyed countless heroes like a mountain breaking the waves of an ocean. It seemed effortless, but he was becoming weathered with time and his body showed it, which was likely why he was hiding behind such a complicated mask. Still, not all of that strength was gone. Not yet. Their moment of silence then passed as they collided again. A moment, as long as it could feel, was there and gone in an instant, and their instant was gone. All Might closed the distance between them with short but quick steps, then dished out a barrage of punches while All for One built distance and sidestepped, forcing All Might to follow All for One's lead as they snaked through the debris of buildings and roads. All Might pushed himself faster and faster, but all he could do was get closer and closer without getting any purchase on the villain's frame. Echoes of their last fight rang through his head as he chased. It was like the carrot on the stick. Beating this one villain right now felt like the most important moment of his life after the thousands of crimes and wrongdoings he'd done. And it very well could be the most important moment if he could just get close enough. But he couldn't. He couldn't close the distance, he couldn't get the purchase, and he couldn't get the carrot that danced so nimbly between his fingers. All for One was, for the first time in one of his many fights with One for All, the one to break the silence first. All Might, time hasn't been treating you well. Shut up, villain. Where are the boy you kidnapped in the League? What have you done with them? All for One got a laugh out of that, slipping out from in front of All Might and completely out of sight. It wasn't until a hand gently pressed into the back of All Might's head with the casual air of old friends that his eyes widened as he realized what was about to happen. BCCZKABOOM. Impressive. That attack did your stomach out last time, so I thought I'd just go for the head to see if I could get you in one. All for One's hand now pointed to the sky instead of the back of All Might's skull. All Might had spun around, striking the arm and knocking it to the side while he went for All for One's body. All for One had, in turn, avoided the blow by using his own shot to move backward. All Might hadn't managed to get any good hits in, but he had managed to make All for One miss entirely. Instead of either blowing All Might's head to pieces or tearing apart the city, All for One had only punched a nice little hole in the clouds. Looked nice, but that wasn't what he was here to do. You're a lot weaker than last time. All for one. It seems time hasn't been kind to either of us. All Might pressed back on the attack, but he did notice a reaction to that one-liner. As much as All for One wouldn't say, his actions had spoken for him. All for One was definitely slower than the last time they fought, and his quirks were weaker. They both had become imitations of their former selves, just trying to scrape enough power up to stand proud and look good. This would be a fight to see who was closer to their former selves, who had scrapped enough power together to stand up more than the other guy. All Might grit his teeth before he dove in fully, immersing himself in another punch-out. All for One didn't even try to meet All Might's punches again and instead moved around like a leaf in the wind, weaving and ducking between the blows. For what it's worth, All Might, I think getting weaker might have made you a better fighter. You don't look like you're trying to break your thumbs with every punch anymore. Of course, I need to be in top condition when I beat you. Couldn't break a thumb before then. All Might and All for One sure looked impressive from the outside. A display of strength that would instantly kill most people it hit against a show of control and speed that could outpace practically every hero who ever walked. But for the insiders, even All for One acknowledged that this really wasn't a great performance, even from him. He was having to make wide, large dodges instead of his preferred close-quartered deflects and parries. All for One liked to fight one of two ways. Either as a blip in the distance you weren't even aware of, or so close he could see the exact moment his opponents realized all hope was gone. Now, though, he was being buffeted by the winds from All Might's punches and was being pushed back almost as much as he was retreating, showing this body's weaknesses. He had limited himself for this, but he still had limits. That was the problem with being human. There would always be walls, always be struggles, but he could overcome those limits. That was the great thing about being human. He'd overcome them before, and he didn't plan to stop now. They crashed again as the sea against lightning. Two very different kinds of pure power pitted against one another, destroying everything as they rapidly approached their limits. But instead of seeming to get more serious and immersed in their scuffle as they edged closer and closer to the knife's edge, they began to loosen up and started talking. Bakugo flew off a long time ago, and the League was removed to a safe location. You don't need to worry about them. This took All Might by surprise. All for One never helped him before, so why are you telling me this, All for One? Are you giving up already? You think I'm giving up just because of that? All for One this time pointed his attack straight down and blew everything away with the shockwave. His preparations were almost finished. He just needed that little insect in yellow to show up. Well, need was a strong word. He wanted that little buzzing bee here, but he needed to remember there was a difference between what was necessary and what was reasonable. I just wanted to get your mind focused. After all, you should be worrying about yourself. All Might didn't even try to dodge this wide area attack and just weathered through it, advancing through the heavy winds and going straight for All for One while the villain kept talking. I've done a lot of preparation for this moment, after all, and I really wanted to tell someone about it. And who better than you? I'm sure your cellmates would be delighted to hear it. All Might had to dodge again as All for One got more into it, actively attacking and taking back the initiative. I've fought so many One for All users, but you were special. All for One smirked as he jumped back, watching as the ground where he'd just been shattered like glass before All Might caught back up with him. You are definitely special, for being the weakest One for All user I've ever seen. What? That took All Might by surprise. Not anger, not rage, just pure confusion as to what on earth All for One was talking about. He wasn't a genius, but even he knew that he was the strongest hero in the world. He could lift tons with one arm, but he was the weakest One for All user. He'd seen Nana Shimura fight, and while she had been strong, he was definitely stronger than her. That was how the quirk worked. Every generation was stronger than the last. All for One noticed his confusion and laughed, raising both hands this time and offsetting his blasts, firing one then the other to increase his attack speed. Not in strength, All Might, in power. I've been killed by a lot of people and a lot of things, but you. All for One almost had to stop to breathe. It was so funny. You do know that Nana Shimura could use 3 quirks, right? Her body had to handle the stress of 8, but at her peak, she could use 3. You, on the other hand, could only ever use 1 and use it badly at that. You never wondered why. All Might was genuinely thinking about this because this wasn't just a goad. It was a real question that All for One had thought over for years, wondering why a quirk was failing to do its fundamental purpose. This was a big question for quirk science and could be a nuisance if it ever came up in his own nomus. While some of the later users didn't get all of the quirks hidden inside One for All, none of them had it as bad as All Might. But he had eventually come to his own answer. It's your quirk use. You are so bad with your one quirk that you in the 40 years you've had it never unlocked One for All's other quirks. There was no harm in telling All Might now because, in all honesty, there are only 3 good quirks All Might could unlock and he'd have no idea how to use them at first. Plus, this plan had been created accounting for if All Might suddenly unlocked the other 6 quirks and used all of them perfectly. Not only did you fail to use a single quirk you were given for free correctly, but you also did the worst job fighting me. The first one for all killed me 5 times. The second and third killed me 4. Every other user killed me once, except you. They weren't moving at high speed anymore as All for One drilled home how much of a F-up All Might really was. The only time you managed to kill me was when I deliberately baited you into it. Didn't you ever notice how weak I was the last time we fought? The weak quirks I brought. I had brought quirks along not to kill you. They were to fake my death so that no one would look for me and I could finish my business in secret. All for One got a laugh as All Might figured out that he was just a pawn in All for One's scheme. That look of confusion slipping into slow realization really was golden. Or maybe he was realizing something else, that this fight seemed to have a lot in common with that last fight. ... So then, what's your game? You're using the same quirks as the last time we fought. But I doubt you intend to fake your death after you just told me that. You seem to be coming clean with a lot of things today. Of course I am. This is just tying off the loose ends. This is goodbye, All Might. All for One laughed as he gestured around him. It's over, I've won. And the last thing I need to do is watch you figure it out in person. A lot of big talk from a guy who hasn't landed a single hit yet. All Might proved All for One right as he dove in going for a hit on the supervillain. But this time, something was different. All for One didn't dodge. He stood there, smiling as All Might rocketed forward. You still don't get it, All Might. Well, there was a crash that echoed across the entire city as All Might's fists finally made contact. His charging assault had been caught barehanded just a few feet before he could hit All for One, sliding to a stop just in front of the villain. Tashinori blinked, trying to process who or what he was looking at. His hands had both been caught by a tall woman with flowing black hair who had locked gazes with him, smiling confidently as she tested her strength against his. She wore a jumpsuit that he hadn't seen in a long, long time, and an expression that he thought he'd only get to see again in his memories. It was impossible. It was inconceivable. It was absurd. Master, Nana Shimura pummeled Tashinori as he tried to move forward, catching him off guard and sending him flying backward into the rubble and away from the villain, before finally rising to her full height triumphantly as All for One finished his sentence. I believe she'll be glad to help you figure things out. Right, Shimura? Nana Shimura didn't speak with words. She didn't need to. She stood confidently, the pillar that Tashinori had based his own image off of. She seemed to smile down at him despite their height difference as she got into a fighting pose. The 7th user of One for All faced the 8th with unspoken confidence, and Tashinori was shuddering. He almost dropped his hero form from shock as he tried to process what was going on in front of him. An illusion, a trick. What is this, some sort of duplicate or replica? It took quite a few tries to capture one of you, but this moment was worth it. All for One smiled, clapping with excitement like a businessman seeing his stock skyrocket. You should know I wouldn't settle for anything less than the real deal, and that this is definitely the original. Aye. Impossible. Tashinori pulled himself back together with rage, stepping in for a full-strength punch. But something inside him faltered as he looked at this ghastly image, as he tried to punch the person who taught him everything he knew. While his own arms failed him, the reflection from his past had no such hesitations and met his punch with her own, seeming to distort reality itself as the two forces clashed before launching them off in separate directions. They clashed again and again, but confusion turned to horror at the oddly familiar fighting style. The way she laughed as she exchanged punches with him. And worst of all, her smile. These were things that Tashinori believed to be irreplaceable and things that All for One could never replicate. But here they were. His own master smiled as she fought him, locking their feet in place and exchanging punches with earth-shattering force while All for One monologued on in the background. There had to be changes, of course. She was losing One for All just like you are now when I first acquired her. And that was years ago. Plus, in the strength category, you edged her out. Couldn't have that, now could I. You should get to see your dear old master in top form. Tashinori and Shimura slammed into each other again and again, and something had to give. Whether it was from fear, confusion, or from the new quirks put into her. Shimura pushed past Tashinori's blows and lobbed him into another building, much like he had once done to Anamu inside the USJ. He didn't come out of the rubble instantly, trying to process what was happening. His body might be quick, but his mind was still playing catch-up. What was happening was inconceivable, it was impossible, but it was still happening regardless. What did you do, All for One? Tashinori screamed as he hurtled from the building, going straight for the villain in question. Once again Shimura interposed herself, blocking his attempt before hitting him back and away while the villain continued to talk in the background. Great question, glad you asked. All for One was genuinely delighted now. It took a lot of work to repair the physical damages, but now Shimura should be back in top form. I've given her strength to rival yours, because let's be honest, she's the one who set you up to die. All for One got a little somber as he reflected on his memories and rage. She couldn't beat me, so she chose another person to die for another pointless war, just like he did. And just like you did with Mirio. All for one scoffed as Toshinori flared back to life at his provocation, trying for a third time but getting struck out. His charge was again intercepted by Shimura, smiling confidently just before they crashed into each other at full force. Did you think I wouldn't notice the boy? I've been planning this moment for half a century before you were even born. Nothing escapes me. Still, this entire concept was idiotic to begin with. All for one took a moment to drop the theatrics, sitting down on his own telekinesis as his darker tones continued. One for all could be powerful, if it wasn't filled with wasteful quirks and used by morons. Smokescreen, float. How many concussions did they have when they picked errors? All for one took quirks very seriously, and the way One for All wasted their quirks pissed him off. It was probably one of the big reasons he hated All Might so much and designed this exact moment for him. Those quirks could be powerful in the right hands, but when stuck with morons like you, they're also just incomplete versions of real quirks. Poison gas and flight, for example, aren't rare quirks. There's thousands of different poison gas quirks and probably even more methods of flight, and they chose the method so weak it barely counts. Shimura and Toshinori exchanged blows, not quite listening to the speech in the background. It made sense. One of them had their entire world crumbling around them by the second. Shimura stopped their exchange to grab Toshinori's arm and slam their heads together, creating a shockwave and forcing both a step back. Pathetic. How fitting for you. All for One's smile grew with every blow that landed on All Might. But it should be getting better. Do you hear that? A little yellow gnat buzzing about. Toshinori didn't get it at first, but it didn't take a second to realize. Something was coming forward, leaping through the rubble. A small figure clad in yellow and tan jumped forward. Toshinori, you dumbass. Stop standing around and attack. ... My god. Gran Torino arrived on the scene and stopped for a second to take in the chaos unfolding before him. Shimura and Toshinori exchanged looks in the moment of silence before Shimura bolted forward, going straight for Torino's neck. Now it was Toshinori's turn to interpose himself, grabbing Shimura by her cape and trying to pull her back. However, instead of getting the reaction he wanted, the cape tore off easily as she hurtled forward and slammed a fist into Torino, sending him flying like a baseball just before Toshinori could catch up and grab Shimura a step too late. Toshinori was torn, confused, and disorientated. His brain couldn't process anything that was happening. This all seemed like madness to him. It was going fast. It was going way too fast. As much as I hate whatever that guy's name was, I think this should proceed without interrupts, don't you? Toshinori raised a hand as the ground began to shake. Then the first Nomas tore through what was left of the road. Dozens of Nomas tore through the ground, screaming and raving as they began to attack everything in sight. While none attacked All for One, some even went for Shimura, but she brushed them off like flies. She smiled as her eyes locked onto Toshinori's, daring him to look in what had become of his master before they re-entered their chaotic dance. Rampant destruction filled the city. Heroes from everywhere were getting called in for what must have surely seemed like the apocalypse. Monsters tore through the night as havoc spread like wildfire. Buildings toppled and collapsed from the fighting. Screams filled the air to drown out the thunderous crashing of fists. And in the midst of it all, the devil sat, smiling beneath his mask as he watched the chaos. It was all coming together. Toshinori slid to a stop, then lurched to the side as Shimura plowed through where he'd just been standing with crushing force. The ground shattered beneath her as she rebounded up, jumping from the floor to what was left of a nearby wall before diving back at him for another attack. There was no guarding as they clashed. No defense, no clever tactics, just two juggernauts ramming into each other. Toshinori planted his feet and raised his fists while Shimura charged in recklessly, smiling as she slammed into him straight on. Toshinori was forced back a step as hand collided with hand, every punch with enough power to be an earth-shattering impact. Even the missed shots created massive gusts that swept across the scenery, throwing rubble into the wind. Toshinori was completely lost as Shimura smiled, bearing down on him from every direction with the very fighting style she had taught him. She seemed so alive as she bore down on him, forcing him back step by step. Master Toshinori took a deep breath as Shimura got a clean hit on his stomach and he slid backward, forced to reset his position. He replanted his feet as he clenched his jaw, staring down the figure before him. She had a casual smile as she approached, taking her time. She seemed very relaxed by her posture, but her eyes, they seemed dead, unfocused and hazy as if she was staring straight past him. All for one. He had crossed a line. All Might spit blood out and re-entered the brawl, throwing it all into his punches. All for one dared to do such dishonor to his master. In the name of All Might, for the honor and family of Nana Shimura, he could not let this be her legacy. He'd defeat her now. The news chopper flew overhead as the two titans clashed. Someone would undoubtedly eventually recognize Nana Shimura, further damaging Hero Society as the former number 5 hero came back from the dead and beat their new number 1 to death. She was wearing her Sunday best after all. But right now all anyone could make out was All Might exchanging blows with some villain while a man in a sharp suit watched over it all. Their punches were so strong they shook the helicopter flying well above them with the wind. All for One had been half tempted to shoot the chopper down for fun. But it sent a better message if the world could see what Nana Shimura and, by proxy, he was capable of. If she managed to kill All Might, she would likely still be retired after this fight. As powerful and useful as she had been, this was her purpose. She might get reused later, but this single fight was why she had been made. She had been designed from the ground up to mimic and crush All Might. But if she couldn't manage to kill All Might, All for One had accounted for that. And while his current quirks were more designed for watching and enjoying, he still could finish off All Might himself. Everything was accounted for. All Might and Shimura would weaken each other, and All for One could play with whoever was left. The Nomus built a curtain preventing any other heroes from coming in. It was a double-layered strategy as well. The Nomus prevented All Might and Nana from getting too far away, while All Might and Nana's full power didn't let the heroes get close. This was what was known as a backup plan, and if the Hero Association knew what one of those was, this whole incident would have been much harder to pull off. Still, All for One took in the sights with Ragdoll's quirk, Search. He monitored the Nomus, the heroes, and of course the position of the news chopper. This was his masterpiece, after all, and he wanted to make sure it looked stunning when people looked back centuries later to the start of the end of heroism. All Might grabbed Shimura by the arm and flipped her into the air to build momentum before slamming her into the ground, partially burying her in the trashed road. This helped negate her usual floaty style of fighting and made her an easy target as All Might unleashed a barrage of punches on his now trapped opponent. From within the crater in the ground, Shimura forced him back by kicking him with both legs in the stomach, launching All Might upwards and backward before breaking herself free of the ground, then tackling All Might out of the air. They flew through the sky before crashing into the ground again. Now All Might was pinned while Shimura attacked, smiling wide as she threw out punch after punch. All Might turtled up, blocking instead of dodging as the hits rained down. Shimura's hits were fast and hard to predict, making them hard to dodge. But they lacked weight. She tended to pull them back too quickly. And that was something All Might could exploit. All Might weathered through Shimura's barrage. Shimura laughed and laughed, showing off her confidence, but her hits began to slow down. Then, for a brief moment, they paused. Shimura had run out of breath and needed to take more air into her system, giving All Might a window to attack. Not that either of them understood any of this, but All Might didn't need to understand it to take advantage of it. He burst forward and countered her last attack, striking her once in the stomach with enough force to knock a man's skull clean off. Shimura's head was forced down as the air was forced out of her, launching her backward with this single solid hit. She flew through the air before her legs messily touched and dragged along the ground, sending her into a spin before she finally stopped by faceplanting into the ground, sliding along the asphalt for a few more feet before she stood, smiling as she let the blood drip off her face with her usual confidence. Toshinori hung back for a second as he stared at the bloody image of his master, haunted by ghosts he was seeing. His punches didn't feel right. This whole thing didn't feel right. It was tearing him apart inside to do this, but he had to. All Might grit his teeth and jumped forward, screaming as he let his fists do the talking. He wasn't sure if he could say anything to his master anymore. Not after this shameful display. Isn't it amazing, All Might? It only took 30 strength-enhancing quirks, and she's already as strong as you. All for One weighed in on this shameful display, making sure All Might couldn't regain his bearings. In fact, strength-enhancing quirks are the most common quirks in the world. It's a side effect of millions of other quirks these days. All for One floated above the conflict, deciding now was a great time to give All Might another target and distract him. He floated down and landed just beyond Shimura as he spoke. No matter how many generations you wait, no matter how long it takes, One for All will never grow faster than All for One. You will always be playing catch up to me, and nothing you do can ever change that. I can gain 100 quirks in a day. It took only 12 years to make Nana Shimura into this beauty. All for One stepped up his game on pissing off All Might, making sure that the moron would take the bait as he walked forward and touched some of Shimura's hair. Someone had used honey shampoo on her hair. Weird choice, hard to get these days, but ultimately irrelevant. How long did it take for One for All to get to this level? Again, All for OOONE. And once again, All Might proved he learned nothing as he tried to push past Shimura and hit All for One. Unlike All Might's attempt to stop Shimura from punching Gran Torino, Shimura interposed herself again and caught All Might by his arm instead of by his cape. She pulled him off course and lobbed him away, scoring another free hit while All for One took a step back to make sure nothing hit him. All for One isn't a measure of time. All Might, I asked how long it took for One for All to get to the level where I could beat you so effortlessly. All for One laughed as he stood up straight, putting a hand to his head as if to shield his eyes as he peered out. I could always beat One for All, but it's never been so easy before. Do you know why that is, All Might? All Might sprung from the ground and crashed into Shimura again, entering another exchange of punches. I guess even you don't know why. A shame, All Might. Hell, your entire career is a shame. Your master, who died to protect the world, is going to destroy the world as my right hand when she's done killing you. She already killed your mentor. Wait. All Might didn't hear that last part as All for One turned, completely confused as he used Ragdoll's search to lock onto one of the figures moving through the chaos with inhumane speed as he jumped through the air. He really was some kind of insect, probably a cockroach. How the F is that old bastard alive? Questions for later. All Might didn't notice a damn thing though as he and Shimura grabbed each other, slamming their heads together and locking eyes. He was completely captivated by the sight in front of him, and who could blame him? Shimura looked better than ever, and all it took was getting eviscerated from the inside out. Sure, it had been difficult piecing her body back together after he stuck his hand inside of her and fired off several fire, ice, and electric quirks all at full power, but this was worth the effort. She was smiling as widely as ever and was still fighting as good as ever, most likely because she wasn't a proper Namo. He had taken a great deal of effort to make sure something had been preserved. And preserving that had been what had taken 11 years. Her mind, Nana Shimura was fully thinking as she fought with All Might, planning in real time. She had orders, but she didn't need to be ordered on what to do. The first sentient Namu could only be one of his rivals. It was a matter of pride at this point. The revelation on how to do this had come with the creation of possessed items. By injecting a quirk into an inanimate object, you could avoid any mental strain. This normally meant you couldn't use anything currently alive. But Nana Shimura had been sliding between life and death in the time. Her body stuck just a moment from giving out and frozen in time by All for One's pause quirk. This was why she only had passive quirks. They had removed her brain and placed the quirks into her inanimate body, letting them reshape her. It was why she could hold about 50 quirks at once at the moment without a single drawback. 30 quirks focused on strength enhancing, 12 on defense, 6 on speed, and the remaining were miscellaneous improvements. He had used a few that made her body lighter to let her use her old fighting style, imitating float, just because he was running out of useful quirks to actually give her. He didn't want her to be stronger than All Might after all. This was supposed to be a close fight so he could kill either at a drop of the hat. And now, those 50-odd quirks shone. This new passive Namu model showed no sign of cognitive slowing. But to be fair, it wasn't exactly easy to tell. Shimura had always been barely brighter than All Might. One for All wasn't exactly a lineage filled with geniuses. Otherwise, they'd realize how pointless fighting him was. All for One watched the field test with pride. Shimura was proving to be a great success across the board. Now, though, it looked like they were coming to the end. All for One paid careful attention to the final moments of this experiment, excited. This was going to be fun to watch. All Might could feel his limits rapidly approaching as he exchanged punches. He normally wouldn't be running out of time. They'd only been fighting for about 14 minutes, but the constant battering he had been taking was draining his energy. This wasn't his time limit getting shorter, it was just a difference in scale from this fight compared to what he normally did in this form. He had to go full strength constantly just to keep up. And All Might suspected that was the point. All for One was aiming to drain then kill All Might as gruesomely as possible. Shimura smiled again with her dead eyes before stepping up and going toe-to-toe with him again. His arms felt heavy as she pressed down on him, battering him into the ground with a variety of strikes. His feet slid backward as he tried to hold his own, but he couldn't get his whole body into it. Something was holding him back from going all out. Shimura didn't have any such limitations as she twisted him suddenly to one side, flipping him off the ground before kicking him away. He rolled to a stop and glared up, staring down the monster that caused all of this. All for One was watching to the side now, smiling as he spoke. You know, All Might, I couldn't leave Japan until I saw the end of this. I just needed a little closure. Soon the removal of One for All will be complete. How thoughtful. I'm glad you care about me so much. All Might rushed to one side, dodging Shimura's next attack as she jumped down to try and crush him and countering with his own punch, striking her in the stomach and launching her straight up. He could feel the energy being sapped from his body as stood, beginning to give off steam as All for One spoke again with a much more ominous message. I do not just care you, All Might. Or did you forget? There were hints of mocking in All for One's tone as held a hand in front of where his mouth would be as if All Might's actions were appalling to him. I said One for All. And last I checked. You're not the only One for All user anymore, right? Toshinori took a breath in as the shock hit him, remembering something that All for One had said earlier. He had quickly forgotten in the confusion, but Mirio. All for One knew about Mirio. I'm going to remove all traces of One for All once you're dead. All Might. All for One leaned forward to taunt All Might, beckoning All Might to come closer. Shimura was in the air, unable to change her direction in time. There were no obstacles this time. All Might grit his teeth as he lunged straight at the villain, pulling back one hand for a massive punch straight into the villain's skull. All for One. He didn't see All for One finish charging his quirks, or notice as All for One pointed his arm straight at All Might. Goodbye, One for All. BZZZ copy OOOM. BZZZ copy OOOM. From a single shot from All for One, All Might was torn apart, launched backward as the last of his energy was torn from his crumpling form. His hero form was entirely dispelled in one single attack as he was launched backward, taking the shot with his entire body as he smashed through the remnants of the city before crashing to the ground. All Might. No, he wasn't All Might right now. Toshinori rolled to a stop, breathing slowly as he completely descended into his smaller, bonier form. Above him, the news chopper that he tried to protect zoomed back over to place its camera on him. As much as Toshinori tried to protect people, as he lay on the ground in immense pain, he really wished those idiots would get out of here before All for One decided to take a second shot. Toshinori breathed slowly, putting his arms underneath him as blood gushed from his mouth. His entire body coursed with pain, and he could really feel the impact of All for One's attack. All for One might have gotten weaker, but he just proved that it hardly mattered. While the shot wasn't strong enough to kill Toshinori, he was knocked out of his hero form, and he wasn't getting that back for a while if he could still assume hero form after this. Toshinori spat the last of the blood out as he switched from his elbows to his hands, forcing himself up a little more as he took the sights in. All for One stood back, clapping and laughing. Predictable, to the very end. So, very. All for One's clapping slowed as he leaned forward, chuckling. Predictable. Next to him, Nana Shimura stood. A pillar, everything he wanted to be, corrupted and tarnished by All for One. And there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. She hadn't even been given a clean ending, stuck somewhere between a Namu and death. All for One mentioned 30 strengthening quirks, and even All Might could tell that was way more than a normal person could handle. Her body would probably be breaking down rapidly. She had returned from death to suffer an even worse fate. And here he was, lying on the ground and bleeding like a pig, unable to do a thing. No, he wasn't done. Not yet. Toshinori forced his legs underneath of him, wiping his mouth on an arm and checking all the blood. Not a good sign as he crawled up to one knee and one leg. I'm glad I got to see this in person. You know, I had a lot to say and even more to do, but this. He could hear All for One snicker as the villain took the scene in. This was worth it. Toshinori got his other leg under him and spit one final time, wiping the last of the blood from his mouth. No more was coming out, at least, for better or for worse. Shimura walked forward with her usual unspoken confidence. She wanted him to carry on her dream once, but now she was just another puppet in All for One's hands. Would the same fate await him? Would it await Mirio? These thoughts helped All Might stand up fully, glaring them both down. I'm not dead yet, All for One. His voice wasn't as loud as before, but there was a quiet determination in his words. He wasn't just fighting for Nana Shimura's memory, or because he was the #1 hero. He was fighting because he needed to protect the world from All for One. That's why he was the #1 hero. So you aren't, All Might, so you aren't. Yet, Nana Shimura rushed him. He didn't have the strength to exchange barrages again. The few embers of One for All left in him couldn't stand another head-on assault like that, so he wouldn't try to meet her. As Shimura rushed forward to finish him off, All Might also rushed forward to meet her. He pumped the remaining power he could feel into his legs before tackling this insult to his master with his entire body, taking her with his shoulder and reversing her momentum as he shoved her along the ground, wrapping his arms around her to make sure she couldn't escape. While the energy in him couldn't take much more punishment, it was his own body that had this incredible durability after 40 years of training and fighting. His bones wouldn't break from something as weak as this. He had trained his body to deal with the shock of using One for All at almost full power. But his new weaker form couldn't handle One for All's full force. That was the kind of usage that cut his time short. But still, hardly anything even All for One could take on One for All's full strength. And he was betting Nana Shimura had the same problem, even if her strength was only proportional to One for All's. That's why he went for a tackle, a move that banked on his own durability. Shimura had never been as good at taking hits as him, and he was banking on the fact that she likely wasn't used to all the quirks in her body. If he could force her to overuse them, he could have her self-destruct just like he had. They crashed into the ground, dragging Shimura through the rubble before All Might broke off the tackle, and as Shimura tried to hit back, she counterattacked with a punch that Toshinori couldn't dodge, but he could negate. Her punch struck the #1 hero in the side as he jumped back, but it couldn't do any serious harm as he pulled away to negate some of the force. It instead pushed him back and helped him build better distance, giving him a chance to breathe and think. She was almost as strong as him now, yes, but not as strong as him at full power. She was either holding back or not made as strong as she should have been, and both played to his plan. After that single tackle, he let the power run through his body again, saving the power for an important occasion. How many more times could he do that? 12, maybe 15 times at best, if and only if he didn't take any bad hits. 15 more serious blows. He'd have to end a fight that already exchanged thousands of attacks in 15 hits to take down two of the strongest people in Japan. All Might smiled. It seemed impossible, but heroes were the ones who made the impossible possible. Nana Shimura got up, barely scratched from that attack and smiling, but now All Might met her smile. They exchanged glances, looking each other over for just a second before Shimura moved again. She moved in a straight line towards him, charging without a care for the consequences. It was the same fighting style he used, so he could at least tell what was coming even if his body couldn't react in time without the help of One for All. Shimura went in for a haymaker, throwing her right hand back to build up as much power as possible before stepping in, planting her feet to get a good base. It was this moment when she planted her feet that All Might was waiting for, because the moment she tried to throw her haymaker was the moment she had to stop moving. She put all her weight into the attack, throwing herself forward as her fist rocketed down. It was enough strength to crush a man flat if it hit, and even All Might's durability would struggle with it, so he avoided it. All Might didn't bother trying to take that attack and instead mimicked All for One of all people, stepping forward with Shimura and then ducking to the side as Shimura threw her haymaker. Shimura's haymaker tore through the air so fast it made a sonic boom, shattering the ground where he had been standing while blowing him back, but he wouldn't go back. Shimura looked up from her missed punch right as All Might countered with his own haymaker, taking advantage of the time she spent just standing around to land his own earth-shattering punch. His arm was fully beefed up as it connected with Shimura's skull. Shimura barely began to pull back as the punch connected, hammering into her face and launching her backward and into the ground, encasing her in rubble once again as All Might started to get his bearings. All Might backed away after damaging Nana Shimura, leaving her to swing wildly and miss everything. This was unexpected, which was funny, because it was happening right after All for One said all that stuff about how predictable All Might was. All Might's new fighting style was very un-All Might-ish. Instead of trying to get his own flow going, All Might was choosing to stop and start randomly to disrupt his opponent's flow, which was how All for One fought. All for One was really enjoying watching this fight. All Might forced to such a pitiful state, using a style he was completely unfamiliar with. Funnier still, it was working. All Might had, by complete accident, found Nana's weak point. Nana Shimura as a Namu got little to no mental feedback from her quirks since they were all passive. But the possessed weapons she was designed after had a weakness too. Energy. Shimura was slowly starting to wind down as she got tired, even if no one else noticed. Her body didn't have the energy to go forever at full blast, but she had been pushing herself to full power from the start. She was an experimental design after all, and All for One could retrieve the quirks from her corpse. No harm in testing the limits, especially if it wound up breaking her. Still, this sight was enjoyable even if unexpected. Unexpected didn't mean unpredicted, it meant unlikely. But All for One planned for all options. This just meant he'd be doing some fighting himself when they were done brawling, finishing off All Might with a few shots. All for One gave some more orders to the Nomus, giving a little extra attention to the pace that they were being killed at. It was fast, but it wasn't as fast as he had predicted. The heroes, for all their struggling, were falling behind. Even what All Might was doing now could only be considered struggling. He was just trying to last a little longer by spacing out his quirk usage, but it was far too late. Even if All Might took out the currently breaking Shimura, he'd then have to fight All for One, and All for One did a quick check over himself. Arms, legs, body, head. Nope, he was still in top condition. He actually regained all the energy spent firing the shots earlier, so he was at full power again. It was safe to say All Might's little struggling tactics wouldn't work twice. All for One was now confident in the outcome. Nana Shimura would implode. All Might would kill her in her moment of self-inflicted weakness. Then All for One would come in and sweep. Even now, All for One could kill both of them in a heartbeat. He was much faster than either one, and he made sure that Shimura was less durable so he could kill her in one shot. It was why she had so few durability quirks compared to her strength-enhancing ones. All Might had, by complete accident, stumbled into her designed weakness. She was designed to implode, created with a self-destruction button so that she'd clean up his mess for All for One. 30 quirks to enhance strength while only 12 to enhance durability. It wasn't even 2 to 1. Either she'd run out of energy and be his for the pickings, or she'd outright kill herself, going for a punch only to snap her own spine or something similar. He had designed this one with such a glaring weak point in case she got free. This way, even if she tried to turn against him, she couldn't. All for One had read the Evil Overlord's guide, and he was at least smart enough not to design a weapon stronger than him. Hasashi stopped focusing on the fight and instead asked a question through an earpiece in his helmet, talking again to his favorite pain in the ass and the world's worst actor. "How's the hospital?" "It's fine, sir. You're not that close to Musutafu." Kurajiri spoke to him through the intercom, unafraid anyone would find this channel. "It's 10 minutes away by the nearest train, and they're not even closing the trains there so they can continue evacuations. Your Nomus aren't even close, sir. Let your worries rest. Excellent. Asashi's final worry was very unfounded. But he wanted to make sure he had nothing to worry about. Just one more thing to check off, just in case. He couldn't forgive himself if he let something terrible happen like this. Midoriya should be waking up soon. Maybe he was already awake. Asashi glanced up at the news chopper that Midoriya might have been watching him through. He wondered how they'd deal with each other in the future. It was hard to think about, both because of how difficult the question was and because now wasn't the time. All for One shook his head as he looked back at the exchange of blows between All Might and Shimura. Shimura and All Might were both getting worse, but at very different rates. All Might's was controlled but fast, while Shimura was a slow slide into ruin, just as planned. Thank you, Kurogiri. I'll talk to you once this is over. I'm sure hell, I might be talking to you right now. The thought made him chuckle. Indeed you are, sir. Good luck. Disabling comms now. The connection broke off now, since letting it run too long might give away important details. It definitely couldn't be tapped in time, but it might give away the location of the League, a problem in itself. All for One shook his head. All of the problems were sorting themselves out. And now it looked like his last problems were about to follow suit. All for One was never one for trust though, and began to charge one more attack, pointing his arm forward just in case. The high-speed chase had entirely come to a close as they evaluated each other. All Might wasn't even sure if Shimura could talk anymore, but since she could laugh it was probably possible. He couldn't get a word out of her though, so there they were, silently staring each other down. All Might had 10 to 8 hits left, and this limitation was really helping him see the benefit of this kind of fighting style. While his body couldn't go full speed anymore, he could still plan ahead and then act. Shimura would then act, and if he correctly guessed what she was going to do, he'd counter and win. His own speed became irrelevant when he knew what was coming. He usually had to use his reflexes to avoid danger the second he saw it, but with this style, he could react before he saw the danger. There were just two problems with this fighting style. 1. It relied on him guessing what the opponent was doing, which was a gambit. 2. All Might was really bad at it. Shimura stopped standing around and started to move around him to get a better angle, showing off the benefits of being able to use your full body with your quirk, but All Might was starting to get used to her style. It was like she had gotten slower as the fight dragged on. He could start to react and predict what she was going to do. However, this latest attack showed him that it was only like she had gotten slower. Shimura circled him before diving in, forcing him to stumble forward to narrowly dodge before she stepped in, intending to go at him with a barrage of punches, which was a barrage of problems for the already wounded hero. If he got sucked into an exchange like that, it would use the last of his energy. All Might sacrificed another usage of One for All to jump backward, mimicking All for One's evasive steps to build distance, but Shimura just kept following him. This really showed why All for One used this style, and why the current All Might was so bad at it. All for One could retreat as much as he liked because he could maintain his high speed for a long time and punish anyone who tried to chase him. Meanwhile, All Might could barely dodge one attack at a time, let alone punish anyone chasing him. Shimura was prepared to overtake him as All Might stopped his retreat and braced on the ground, gritting his teeth as he accepted the exchange of punches. He couldn't get out of it, so he'd have to double down into it. Nana Shimura landed a strong punch as she ran into him, causing another lapse of blood spitting. All Might spit the blood directly into her face and roared as he threw his own punch, putting his power into his arm and smashing her in the face while stepping to the side, both of them flying backward from that one exchange. I wanted to say, before we all disappeared, that I have left something for a few special people. All for One spoke calmly to the idiotic news helicopter, detached from his words. He no longer needed to think about what he was saying. He had this speech prepared for a while. It was a final statement to the world and the ones who'd carry his torch. More nomas had died. The pace was picking up now, much faster now than before, or the rate he expected, with one dying almost every 10 seconds. But it hardly mattered now. Still, the evacuations would be going well. More people were probably going to survive because those nomas died. But a lot of people had probably died already. It was 20-odd minutes into this brawl or so, he couldn't be sure. For some reason, when he was designing his murder mask, he didn't think to include a clock. How inconsiderate of him. To my heir and rival and my nemesis. He continued his speech with the words he prepared in advance, having recited it a dozen or so times in advance for this moment. Short, brief, and it had a lot of meanings. Everyone could have a fun time figuring them out later. He glanced around the surroundings while keeping an arm trained on All Might and Shimura. Shimura rushed All Might in the same style that All Might usually rushed All for One, and All Might got to learn firsthand how annoying that was to deal with. They did wind up exchanging blows, and it looked rather painful. Delightful. To each of you, I leave great power to use as you see fit. That line referred specifically to the individuals. He had sent each of them a parting gift, a present to each one. The city wasn't that badly destroyed if you got a little ways away from the two morons fighting below. The nomas had been told to cause havoc and kill, not demolish buildings after all. Still, there was definitely an intense fight going on as more heroes arrived at the city, and they were probably going to come here. It was time to wrap this little experiment up. I will return to Japan, and I will reward you as you have used your talents. So go, spread yourselves out, become stronger. Soon, All for One focused briefly on the pathetic visage in front of him, smiling as All Might bumbled to his feet for some sort of final exchange. The end will be here. In a single move, All Might had gone from probably 10 uses to definitely 5. 1 for his legs, 1 for the punch, then 3 lost for the single heavy punch he'd taken. All Might reeled backward, coughing uncontrollably as his legs shook. He took uncertain breaths as he tried to get his legs under him, focusing through the pain. He paused for a moment to calm down and refocus, taking in Nana Shimura's image. She was standing as tall as ever, but there was a trickle of red coming through her smile. She was hurt. He had managed to get a serious hit in. He could beat her. But could he beat her with only 5 moves left? Especially when he only got that one by trading 5 uses for a single blow. All Might couldn't be sure. He spat the last of the blood out and gripped harder, feeling the last few embers of One for All burning in him. This was it. This was his last chance. He had to pull through, he had to overcome the odds. And he had to beat Nana Shimura. All Might locked eyes with her, gritting his teeth as the last of the blood dripped out. His body felt like a used towel, wrung out and wet. He couldn't keep going. But he would. He had to. All Might shouted to crush the fear in his stomach as he put on a smile and charged in, determined even to death. They charged at each other, locking gazes. Shimura's twisted mockery of her former smile met All Might's beaming smile. Shimura went for a rush again. She could probably tell that the barrage of punches had gone in her favor last time, so she'd repeat it to win. All Might laughed as the blood poured from his mouth, trampling the sadness from seeing his master in such a state. He couldn't match her in a barrage, so he'd have to get out of it. Shimura pressed the attack as All Might filled his legs with energy again, pulling back as if he was going to run away again. Shimura quickened the pace as All Might shifted slightly, leaning towards instead of away from the attack, and jumped. All Might's entire body plowed into Shimura's, putting the weight of her own charge against her. Shimura's own superhuman strength hit her like a truck, combined with All Might's might, and sent her reeling backward and building distance between them again. Above all for One hovered like the specter of death. Once he had laid Shimura to rest, he was next. All Might couldn't move quickly right now, so he slowly walked forward with eyes trained on Shimura, his jaw set. This would, either way, be the end. Shimura rose from the ground, putting her jaw back into place. That hit had done real damage. Just a few more hits like that and she would be done for good. They took just a second of rest before they collided again, the sea against a thunderbolt. Shimura rushed straight at him, using her speed to quickly gain distance on him. He had 4 uses left. All Might stepped down, feeling the power fill his legs before he dashed forward. As Shimura stepped past him, smiling as she turned, she had adapted to his plan. And this time, he was going to be the one getting countered. He didn't know if he'd have any uses of One for All after this, or if he could keep going after this hit. Still, he'd try. All Might grit his teeth and braced as Nana Shimura planted her feet, just to the left of where All Might had aimed for his attack. Her hand trailed back as set up for her haymaker. Her body tensed. She leaned into it as her fist began to rocket forward. FSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSH bam. Right as something cut her off mid-strike, hitting her in the body, knocking her back half a step and making her hesitate for just a moment. A split second before she powered through and swung her fist for what should have been her winning counter-strike. Her strike missed because of that tiny offset, though, making her attack just a touch late and letting All Might escape unharmed as he built distance. What? All for One stopped for a second, looking into the distance in complete confusion. Using Ragdoll's search quirk, he could sense a large river of dead Nomas, all in a line, coming straight here. Out of the hundreds he'd sent, someone had butchered scores of just to get here. Which hero was it? All for One focused his eyes beneath the helmet, returning his sight for a moment as he tried to figure out what was happening. No, that's impossible. How the F are you here? A small figure walked through the abandoned and broken streets, aiming down the sights of a stolen rifle. It had been a long time since he checked it out, but the gun had never been used since he first picked it up inside the Metro raid. Still, this wasn't a bad test run. He pressed the sights back against his face and the broken remains of what had once been a painter's breathing mask as he walked forward, quickly aiming before taking another shot into the villainess he'd seen on television. She's going to rush soon, probably when we reload. Be ready and remain calm. The once harsh voice guided his actions as he readied another shot, taking aim at the woman in the distance. The whole gun was a little dirty, but hey, so was everything he wore. He just had time to clean the gun's internals after digging it all up. He was just grateful the thing was working right now. Got it, take this nice and easy. His breathing was slow and steady as he remembered Mao's words and pulled the trigger, taking another shot at the villainess in the distance and missing entirely. That didn't matter, stay calm. Stay steady. Focus. He adjusted his grip on the rifle, his arm guards glinting in the night light. Both guards had been shattered long ago, but it was better than nothing like the baggy sweatpants he wore and the crappy shin guards he had painted black a year ago. The Undying guided his rifle, smiling as the figure started to grow in their sights. She's coming. Her funeral. The lone warrior gritted his teeth as he fired the third shot and struck their rapidly approaching guest in the body. Mao had said that while headshots were pretty and nice, you should always aim for the biggest target. An exploded heart and an exploded brain were equally lethal. After all, how in God's name are you here? You're not supposed to be here. All for One was in a total panic, trying and failing in every conceivable way to process what his eyes were telling him. This was impossible. This was actually impossible. This was moronic. This is bullshit. ... Who? Now there was a face he hadn't seen in a long time in the distance. The pathetic skeletal form of All Might was in the distance. He looked like Sid. Look out. She's coming. Wait to take the next shot until she's closer. Then fire at the last second to offset her next attack so we can dodge while she flinches. Try for a headshot if you're feeling confident. She zoomed forward with uncanny speed and a strange smile, jumping through the air as she prepared to throw a haymaker. Her hand went back. Her defense went down. And only when she was close enough spit on did that wandering warrior pull the trigger, sending another round straight into her chest before his grip changed on the rifle. His counterfire hit the villainous center messing up her momentum but not stopping her. She still slammed her feet down and threw the punch, powering through their attack. But they had planned for this. He slipped to one side and used the rifle to deflect her punch, throwing himself backward while the rifle took most of the force and folded in half like cardboard in a single hit, showing off what would happen if she got her hands on him. The Walking Dead man launched them backward, keeping their feet underneath them as he reached for the piece of garbage they pretended was a katana, as if he was going to seriously go head-to-head with this villainess. She leaned forward, ready to exchange blows. Joker-style Form 4. Pocket sand. He had the good sense to throw the sand in the middle of his sentence before he mentioned what he was actually doing. Saying pocket sand would probably have given the attack away, and this way she was confused and blinded. This, combined with this villain's tendency to charge forward, could be manipulated. Shimura lost sight of her target as sand hit her face, but she could still hear him saying pocket sand. She didn't need to try and find him if she already knew where he was. Shimura charged blindly, throwing punches wildly at where she had heard the evasive ghost just a moment before. But he wouldn't be a ghost if he could be touched. The little monkey slipped out from underneath her attack, using his lackluster size as he moved towards the dead man walking that was once the almighty hero. All Might. It's all right, sir. Help is on the way. He spoke in a confident tone as he rapidly approached All Might, the noise of his voice blotted out by the sound of deafening punches behind him to ensure she wouldn't find him yet, especially as she charged in the wrong direction. Combine that with his own speed and he had plenty of legroom to The sound of punches behind him stopped. She's approaching. That meant he should check her reactions. The slippery samurai spun on his heel and lobbed two objects in quick succession at the rapidly approaching figure. Shimura barreled through everything with a confident smile, barely paying mind to them. Ba-ang piing. So she didn't notice that one object was a flashbang, and took it straight to the face. While she barely did a thing in response to being shot or getting hit in the face with a rock, she had a vivid reaction to the flashbang. As she grabbed her face and grunted in pain, her face contorting as her entire charge fell apart. She tripped over her own feet and crashed to the ground at the sudden light and noise in the otherwise very dark and comparatively quiet night. She seemed to have enhanced senses that enhanced the effects of the flashbang. Lucky her. They slid to a stop in front of All Might. Grabbing the piece of garbage at their hips they were pretending was some sort of real weapon, unsheathing it and showing off the already broken blade. They stood confidently against the screaming figure in front of them, who they had seen matching and surpassing All Might from the hospital television. They had to somehow fight that. Lucky them. Don't worry. Stay calm. Help is on the way. This was more to himself than the corpse he was guarding. He glanced back and addressed the deadweight. You, if you can't fight, get out of my way and get clear. Who are you? Why are you doing this? You can't take her on. Run. All Might made some great points, but unfortunately, the one who had once been called Wraith had made a promise. Why am I doing this? That's a great question. He adjusted his stance to Joker for the mobility as he spoke, glancing at All Might as he tried to think of a suitable answer before that flailing idiot in front of them recovered and went on the offensive again. He remembered the words or thoughts or whatever he exchanged on the way here. I don't think I can accept you yet. They stared out into the distance as they rode atop a train car into the apocalypse. No one was supposed to be allowed on the train as it hurtled towards the city at top speed to try and help move civilians. But they were criminals. That kind of stuff didn't apply to them. Unfortunate. Wraith had chuckled as they rode in the darkness, checking up on the old weapons they never thought they'd use again. This was madness. No logical sense in going here to fight yet again. but they had their will now. He could respect that, even if they were still weak. But, to do this, I'll need your strength. I can't do it without you. Can you do that for me? Lend me your power again. Wraith had been taken aback by the young hero's honesty, then smiled as he leaned forward. He could feel a bit of energy returning as the Wraith came back to life, dead no more. Revenant smiled at All Might, fully prepared to do everything in his power to win the upcoming fight. This would not be a pointless struggle, not with him taking control. Why am I doing this? Revenant rose to his full height, as short as that was, and put on a smile as they faced forward. It was time to get serious. Probably because I saw your annoying face and couldn't stay put. Looking up at this renegade warrior reminded All Might of a sight from some time ago, of a child who carved his visage into All Might's memory through his actions in just a single minute. A boy who was willing to face what seemed certain defeat and forced himself to achieve victory, even when it seemed impossible and dangerous, as that boy ran into danger to save someone else. He said something that stuck with All Might, because of how reckless or stupid or cheesy it sounded. All Might couldn't remember, but he felt like he had double vision as he gazed at this strange warrior standing in front of him and imagined a child standing against a massive creature at least twice his size, prying with all of his strength even if it killed him to save just one person. He could still hear the echoes of that kid's cheesy words. Izuku Midoriya laughed as he leaned into the attack and towards the charging figure who had finally lost her smile, letting his combative instincts guide him into the final fight as he spoke some old words. He didn't even remember saying them. It was just what happened. When he'd seen Bakugo in the Sledge Villain, when he caught a glimpse of Koda terrified by Muscular, and now when he saw All Might's visage on a crappy hospital monitor as he woke up. It was that face they made that made his body move without hesitation. That expression they made. Because you looked like you were asking for help. The weary hero tried to piece together what was happening. The Revenant's locked eyes, and above it all, a single man screamed the name of someone who had somehow managed to F up 12 years of planning in a single night, even if no one could understand what he was saying. Getting here had been a journey in itself. Waking up in a hospital, trying to figure out where he was, feeling the memories seeping back into him. The forest, the camp, the kids, feeling the pain seeping back into him. The ambush, Koda, his own death, but it seemed he couldn't even die right. Lucky him. Then there was that commotion that had woken him up. He'd been bad at sleeping. The strange phantom scars as he could still feel the burning sensation overtaking him were a great alarm clock. The television that the patients gathered around. The whisperings among the doctors, the worried looks, the sensation of dread, that expression of fear. They only saw a single scene on that television. All Might looking scared as he was backed into a corner by some villain, but they heard a lot of things. A place, the death tolls, the panic. It finally got a reaction out of the kid. It was a disaster as the city fell to ruin. It scared everyone as all available heroes were called in. And it pissed him off. Out a window, down the streets, across the woods he ran, to a valley between two hills with a stream running down the middle, with a log laying between the hills, to a tree, to the large box he tore out of the ground with his bare hands. He ripped open the gun cases he once buried, putting every weapon he had put behind him into a duffel bag before getting to the final thing in that box. An old tattered uniform, made by some middle schooler punk in a few minutes, a broken painter's mask, an ill-fitting Kevlar vest, some old sweats, large bulky shoes and sports guards badly painted black. And of course, it always came down to this jacket. The jacket fluttered in the wind as they moved across the train station's roof, above the crowds who had fled the imploding city. The people were confused, worried, and crying. The jacket still had rips and tears from their past fights. He moved to the train, watching as it started to move out of the station. The train was completely automated, with no one left on it as it went back to the battle to rescue more people. That was his ticket into that hellhole. So many jackets had been designed through the year, but it always came down to this one in the end. Maybe it was destiny or something. He ran along the roof parallel to the train as it built up speed, then hopped off the roof and onto the body of the train, grasping onto the roof and latching onto one of the rails up there as the train began to go faster and faster. He adjusted his grip, locking himself in with a belt so he could have his hands free as he got ready. Through the year. That's right. This was just over their 1-year anniversary. Only a single year of doing this, and how far they had come. He took the weapons out of his duffel bag and began to shove them into various spots on his body. The ammunition, his vest, the guns, his jacket, the canab, under his coattails. They had made so many weapons through the years, but they kept those weapons at their hideout within Ishiyama High School, and if he wanted to get there in a reasonable amount of time he'd have to take a train. Unfortunately, Ishiyama High School was in the wrong direction. It would take another 10 minutes to get there if a train was leaving the station the second they arrived. And then another 15 to get from the school to the correct district's train station. That still wasn't even counting getting from the station to the fight. Finally, the last thing in the bag. the thing at the very bottom. A piece of sit that only a drunk could have called a sword. He unsheathed it slowly, checking the dull blade. It had been made from cheap wood and a pipe and could hardly carry an edge. But it was the only sword he still had. Muramasa and Stain's original sword were at the school too. The only sword left. Yamato. They hadn't thought much about Yamato since they woke up. It had been shattered by their carelessness. Right after they told Kaminari about taking care of their swords, too. Ironic. Yamato was gone. A rough thought as he stared at the piece of garbage he was stuck with instead. Would this do anything? Could he even really use it? They had sticks for weapons and cloth for armor. Their own sloppy seconds. Whoosh. He fumbled with the sword as the winds above the speeding train picked up and he nearly dropped the thing. He quickly sheathed it to make sure he didn't repeat his mistakes, then focused ahead. The train began to slow as the station came into view, and with the station came crowds of people. The screams and cries were so loud they could hear it from there. Their gear was garbage, sure, but that was normal. Now, it was time to stop making excuses. This was the hard part. Izuku let go of the train and slid off, rolling out of his fall then breaking into a running. Noma screamed as a shadow slipped through them, tearing them apart. Needles descended from the sky like rain. Gunshots split the night. The screams of the innocent were matched, then surpassed by the screams of the Nomus as an undying ghost crossed the city. A few people ran out of a building and across the street before a large monster smashed through the wall after them, roaring as its teeth gnashed and its eyes spun around, trying to focus on its prey. It locked back onto the civilians running and screams, its twisted smile growing as it lurched forward. Revenant didn't even bat an eye at that thing as he burst from the alley, snaking from his direct route for a quick detour. The Namu didn't even notice him as a needle pierced the side of its head, giving it just a second to blink and turn right as Revenant plowed into it. His pace didn't even drop as they crashed into each other with Revenant kicking the needle into the Nomus brain. Izuku pushed off the new corpse, pushing himself forward even faster and towards the heart of this catastrophe. He could still hear the resonating crashes as All Might and that villainess he'd seen earlier crashed into each other, their blows echoing across the city. Made it much easier to find them. Revenant stepped past a charging Namu, spinning on his heel and planting a spare knife into the side of its skull. He barely slowed for even that, continuing to run towards the epicenter as the Namu stuttered on for a few hundred feet before teetering out and crashing into the ground. He maintained that steady pace, slicing through everything in his way like a surgeon as he made his way over. Izuku used a variety of weapons from the classic needles he forged to the guns and knives he'd stolen through the year during a variety of gang fights. He didn't count how many they tore through by the time he got to the big fight itself. Revenant let the hero take in the information, his specialty, before Revenant did his. All Might had been reduced to his skeletal form and was moving slowly while the female villainess seemed to be at almost full pace. Almost. She was slower than All Might usually was in his buff form and was definitely slower than she had been on television. Sloppy moves, sluggish reactions, bad decisions. He knew exactly what was happening because it had happened during dozens of patrols to him. The villainess was starting to run out of energy. With that in mind, Revenant slowed down from their breakneck run and selected the only rifle they ever bothered to pick up, checking a clip before loading it in. It was time to get to work. Revenant kept eyes trained on his target while picking his next tool. They weren't doing a lot of damage so far, even with a rifle, so they'd try to tire her out for now instead of wasting time trying to go for big damage. It was time to stall while the skeleton made tracks. Speaking of which, I told you once, All Might, if you can't fight, get moving. I don't have time to babysit anyone. I can still fight. ... Who are you, again? Irrelevant. Revenant didn't waste time as the villainess recovered from the flashbang and charged back in. She was going for them, so it was time for that footwork they spent so long practicing. Shimura lunged off the ground, jumping into the air to build momentum then slamming both fists into the ground, trying to flatten this new person while Izuku calmly moved forward into and underneath her attack, moving in a straight line under her while she jumped. Her own attack created a shockwave that helped him dodge, pushing him further away from her and maintaining a good distance between them. Izuku kept his feet under him and drew a pistol, firing potshots to continue harassing and drawing Shimura's attention. She tanked the bullets like insect bites, smiling once again as she turned and charged straight at him to deliver a barrage of punches. Revenant emptied the clip and threw the entire pistol at her face, nailing her in the eye right as she tried to throw her first punch. The gun hardly mattered. They had probably almost 100 pistols at this point, but they needed to stay alive to use them. That meant they had to squash her barrage. Shimura stepped down and started throwing punches wildly, blinking after taking an entire gun to the face to regain vision, but it hardly mattered. Her force was enough to hurt All Might with just her wild flailing, if you could even call that a barrage, so this wasn't going to be easy. Revenant grabbed his sword with both hands and stepped into his own parry, slamming his sword into the side of her arm to divert it while weaving his entire body to the same side. putting all of his weight into deflecting a single strike. He kept this weaving motion going, using the momentum to parry the next hit as he stepped back and forced her to try and chase him. When Shimura stepped forward, Izuku also stepped forward, minimizing the distance between them to mere inches. It was in this deadly distance that his light footwork really shined through, moving with Shimura's punches to negate any and every attack. Shimura would punch with her right hand and Izuku would move to her right side, moving past and outside of her punch while smacking her with his metal stick. Shimura would retract her right arm and he'd move in with her right arm, advancing while she retreated and moving around her body. Shimura's punches seemed to come out in an instant, but she couldn't react in an instant. He forced her to think about her attacks, making her body slow down to match the speed of her mind, while his body was speeding up to try and keep up with his mind. That was why he needed to ruin her first punches. But she was confident she wouldn't try to think about her punches, meaning she'd be going full speed. If he got hit by one of those, it was over, so he needed to break her confidence in those punches. So far she'd tried it 3 times and failed every single one, and he intended to keep it that way. If he didn't, Revenant felt the shockwave in gusts. As this villainess's attacks punched through the air like bullets, only missing his body by a few inches, those strikes would, at best, be a nice clean death for him. Her attacks were so strong that he'd prefer they killed him instantly, because if he survived the initial hit, it'd be a painful way to go, fading to black twice. But Revenant had no intention of dying twice. Revenant wasn't just surviving, he was going to live. He wasn't just going to endure this moron's barrage, he was going to fight back. Izuku lunged forward, tackling the woman to buy a second while dropping something on the ground. While the tackle didn't do shit except making his shoulder hurt, the villainess did take a step back to try and build distance, since he was too close to hit with a good punch. If she could get 2 or 3 feet between them, she had much better odds of actually landing a real punch since she wasn't giving up the barrage yet. Izuku stuck close though, advancing with her and keeping her attention fixed on him. He brought his head down, covered his ears, and performed another weak shoulder check as they moved back, keeping as close as possible while preparing for the blast. Shimura kept trying to build distance and punch him while he kept sliding underneath in between her attacks. Frustrated, and paying no mind to the thing he dropped, Shimura pulled back and readied a big punch to force the annoyance to either die or move backward. Kiyavaying. Right as that thing he had dropped, another flashbang went off. His stalling tactics paid off, ending the barrage as Shimura grabbed her face again. Because she had been looking straight at him, she had almost a perfect view when the flash part went off. The bang was still as effective as ever, especially at such close distance. Izuku, alternatively, was facing the opposite direction so he couldn't see the flash and had the good sense to bring earplugs. He was using guns. After all, he didn't want to deafen himself. In addition to those earplugs, he had covered his ears with his hands, banking on how close he was to avoid any punches. Now that she was blinded again, she was probably going to start swinging wildly again. Revenant cut backward and took out a submachine gun, calmly sliding a clip in and emptying the entire thing into her before circling to the side. Shimura once again flailed, her enhanced senses betraying her and doing more damage than all of Izuku and Revenant's counters so far. She could at least feel the bullets and moved in the direction they came from, but she couldn't judge the distance correctly. He had moved back 20 feet then leaped to his left, but she only charged forward 10 and then started throwing everything she had into turning her surroundings into rubble. They weren't strong enough to beat this villainess. Hell, they couldn't even damage her. But she was strong and stupid enough to do both. And if they played this right, Shimura regained her senses, blinking and turning to look around. She dropped her guard as she tried to find her opponent, confused but confident that he wouldn't be able to hurt her, which is why it was so easy to throw sand in her eyes, blinding her once again and sending her back into a confused frenzy. Izuku weaved towards Shimura, stepping around and staying behind her with his Parker before latching onto her back and emptying another magazine into the base of her skull. Shimura screamed and flailed, trying to use her arms to dislodge him instead of slamming her back into the ground. The bullets might not pierce her skin, but they still had a lot of force, like a forceful flick to the head. It didn't do physical damage, but it was a great tactic for annoying someone. If he was lucky, she might get a concussion from all the hits she was taking to her head. However, after his career, he really wasn't banking on luck. Shimura spun this way and that, eventually throwing her assailant off like a bucking bronco. He landed by rolling to diffuse the force and build distance, then got his feet underneath himself, sliding to a stop. They were once again a good distance from each other as Shimura wiped her eyes again, smiling weakly. It looked fake, almost as if it was painted on. "All might, you said you could still fight. Why aren't you doing anything?" Revenant glanced at their second big issue, the skeleton who seemed to stick around just to spite them. "A hero can't run from conflict. You can't seriously think you're a hero right now." Revenant shook his head, standing up fully as he pretended to abandon all defense. This would lure the villain in and give them a chance for another counter. You've got to save yourself before you can save others to be a hero, dumbass. And you think you can beat her? She'll kill you in one hit. All Might made great points as the woman of the hour dived towards him. She was going for a grab this time, which was no good. Her grip strength could probably crush their head like a grape. Shimura moved forward with arms extended as if she was going to try and hug them. And with her strength, she probably could kill them with that. Still, the slippery snake didn't think death from over-hugging was how he was going to go out. Shimura covered the distance between them rapidly, closing her arms together in a brutish attempt to try and hit him. Revenant also moved towards her, charging with a distinctive sway as they moved towards each other. At the last moment before impact, Revenant purposely let his feet slide out from under him and slipped underneath of the villainess's charge. Revenant spun back to his feet, grabbing his sword and dashing after the still charging villainess. Before she even had time to realize that she missed, Revenant's sword began to hammer the back of her skull, leading the assault with a thunderclap and bolt. He went full force on the attack while Shimura was unfocused, throwing dozens of swings into her head while she barely noticed. Like rain against a wildfire, something so tiny facing against something too vast to understand. But he wasn't trying to understand her. He wanted to win. Revenant paid careful attention to her legs as they swung their sword in every direction, hammering away at a single point like madmen. All fighting required a base, and most people's base started at the legs. He could predict her by her legs, by seeing what she wanted to do. Shimura squatted to give herself room to move, building up for a big attack as she tensed up. Her arms weren't tensed, so she was probably going for another tackle. He couldn't deflect those, so he'd be dodging. If he moved backward, he'd just get run over a split second later. That left the obvious and obscure answer. Shimura lurched backward, spinning and turning midair to try and catch the speedy bug who had been pestering her. But he wasn't a bug for nothing. Instead of diving to the side to avoid her, the rational and obvious choice, Izuku pressed even closer as she jumped and flipped over her, keeping his eyes and a gun trained on her as he jumped off. As she hurtled past him, Revenant took more potshots. When he was this close, he could afford to aim for the head. At least, he justified that he could. Besides, a few more rounds to the dome from an SMG never hurt her, it seemed. Because Revenant was focused on shooting her in the face, Izuku kind of F'd up his landing, hitting the ground roughly and being forced to abandon the SMG to quickly correct his posture. He at least had a little time to get into position before Shimura came back, thanks to her own terrible attacking method. And well, he had time. All Might. You said you could fight, so why are you doing nothing? Switch forms already in help. I can only throw 3 more punches. I don't have the energy to do my full body anymore. Then why aren't you running away, god damn it? Revenant took the piece of garbage back out, drawing the sit sword in an instant. In the same time it took him to draw his sword, that big beach came right back for another attack. What the F? When was she gonna run out of energy? He couldn't complain though, he didn't have the time. Shimura went in for a clothesline, purposely stopping early so he couldn't get his parry off. She threw her arm forward, creating an enormous gust that threw him into the air and perfectly set up her next attack. Revenant couldn't touch the ground now, so he had no way to dodge her next attack. Revenant spun through the air for a moment before gravity took control again. This villainess was starting to think, and it only took a whole minute. Now this was getting dicey. Shimura lined up her next attack. That haymaker again. She got underneath him, ready to intercept his falling body and turn him into a red splatter. He hurtled through the air, spinning as he positioned himself for the last second. Shimura's fist hurtled forward as Izuku straightened his entire body out, both of his feet kicking her in the face before her fist could pulverize him. This one little attack, while doing practically no damage, moved Izuku out of the way of her punch and instead just launched him back up, riding the huge gales her punch created. As Izuku flew upward again, he decided to exchange gifts. She gave him this free air ride, so he'd give her something in return. He reached into a pocket and lobbed something at Shimura's feet as he flew backward and upwards. Shimura was at least ready for a flashbang this time. She wouldn't let him keep getting them off so easily. Instead, taking a fully defensive measure, she moved backward, away from him, and covered her face so she wouldn't get blinded by another flashbang. However, the random thing Izuku had thrown didn't do sit. It wasn't a grenade. After all, it was a rock. He couldn't just throw flashbangs all day. He'd run out of them in 5 minutes, so he picked up a few other things like that to serve as mix-ups and keep her guessing. If she hadn't fallen for it, though, this would have been a lot harder. As much as it hurt to admit, they didn't have any good aerial options. They were at their weakest when they were in the air, so they had been trying to keep her away. Still, it was unlikely to work twice, so they'd need to think of a new plan going forward. Izuku rolled out of his fall, taking the landing a little rough but getting his feet on the ground and his sword at the ready pretty quickly. He could have kept shooting her with guns. Hell, he had more SMGs to replace the one he just lost, but the bullets weren't doing anything. It was better to use the sword and keep deflecting attacks than waste ammunition to try and draw the aggro he already had. That was the exact reason this fight was so annoying. Izuku couldn't do any damage. He was just wasting time and letting Shimura tire herself out. But even if he couldn't do any damage to that musclehead, there was one person who could. Shimura snaked forward, moving in a serpentine pattern towards him. She zigzagged back and forth as she built momentum, ending in front of him with a leg raised as she tried to perform a sweeping kick and take his head off. Master! All Might screamed as he barreled forward with all the subtlety of a train wreck. Shimura completely abandoned her kick the second All Might began to move, even before he ruined his own surprise attack by shouting, and moved into position at top speed. All Might threw a haymaker into the villainess's side, launching her backward, but it didn't land right. Her defenses came up before to block some of the attack, and while it did throw her a few hundred feet back, she landed safely with her feet underneath her, smiling through it all. Damn, it wasn't enough. All Might was stating the obvious, but that was a real worry here. All Might's hits were the only thing Izuku had that could do real damage to her, but All Might was quickly running out of those kinds of attacks. Would Shimura run out of energy before they did? No sit. What was with that shouting? Even I could have reacted to that. Revenant nitpicked, but it was clear that Shimura had been reserving her full power until now. Shimura had reacted before All Might started shouting, meaning that she was already keeping an eye on All Might at all times. It was like she was only fighting Revenant and Izuku at 50%, while All Might got to deal with 100%. Well, something like that. Izuku also noticed that she might have been taking so long to recover from attacks because she was keeping an eye on All Might. If All Might attacked her while she wasn't ready, she'd take a serious amount of damage. She was dumb, but she wasn't brain dead. She was aware of who could hurt her and would react accordingly. Sorry, shouting is not helping. You've got 2 punches left. Izuku loosened up, taking this moment to make sure he was in top condition while getting his kit ready again, moving ammunition around so it was easy to grab since he had some open slots in his first position, swapping grenades around. Minor stuff while Shimura dramatically rose, wasting time and giving them some wiggle room to plan. Thank God that, while she wasn't brain dead, she was definitely pretty dumb. Yes, but that didn't feel good. I don't think I can take her down with only 2 more. Now All Might was giving useful feedback. It took a little patience, but the old guy got around to it eventually. Revenant did suspect that they'd run into this problem. It was why he wasn't relying on All Might. Maybe he should just have All Might throw his last 2 punches just to waste more of her energy before Izuku took control, but that might make things even harder. If All Might wasted any energy, like missing the punch or getting hit, this was going to get a lot harder. Things would be much easier if Revenant did the weakening and All Might did the finishing. Great. I'll try to keep her attention and weaken her. Stay ready. Izuku beating Shimura alone was like trying to chop a tree down with your bare hands, or a mosquito going against a lion. It could be done, it could theoretically be done, but it was nearly impossible. A better option was for the mosquito to tire the lion out, then let another lion kill the first. That was the plan Revenant had come up with. But that did mean he'd eventually have to rely on All Might, and that he'd be the one protecting All Might until then, protecting him from the city-destroying woman who was still laughing maniacally. So the plan wasn't exactly perfect. Shimura laughed as she stood up, shaking her arm and checking it for any signs of injury. While she still wasn't saying any actual words, this did imply she was at least somewhat self-aware. She was making sure she could keep using the arm he had. She blocked your attack with her arms and jumped backward, negating most of the force, and landed correctly. Next time you punch, try to hit her from. Izuku laid out a plan for All Might but was cut off as a thunderbolt crossed the distance in a flash, laughing as she went straight for All Might. Shit, All Might couldn't get hit. That dumbass could barely stand right now. Revenant got as close as he could, but he was still too slow to get between All Might and the villainess. If he could have, he would have stood between them to force her to go around him, buying another half a second and letting him start to divert her attention. Instead, he had to get her to stop without directly stopping her. Revenant didn't even have time to scowl as he grabbed something off his belt and chucked it at All Might, hitting the big oaf in the chest. He couldn't hit Shimura at full speed, but he could hit where she was going to go even if he did a little friendly fire. Run, now. All Might got the message as he took a dive backward, away from the object Revenant threw. Shimura seemed to appear out of thin air going for another haymaker, which was looking like her favorite punch. It was the one she always led with, no matter the situation, like when her target was already diving out of the way and the punch had no chance of actually landing. Her first big swing missed because All Might dived backward, forcing her to continue advancing to chase him. Because she was chasing him, Shimura didn't notice the object Revenant had thrown and walked right over it to continue punching. So the fragmentation grenade that she walked over got to hit her almost dead center, blowing up from underneath her with a loud bang and throwing her off her game. The fragments themselves were barely noticeable, doing no more damage than the bullets from before. The explosive did, however, take her by complete surprise, using Shimura's body as a meat shield to protect All Might from the blast. It disrupted her momentum and gave her another thing to be overly dramatic about while Izuku got into position and picked a new weapon to annoy her with. See, now he had a reason to keep Wast SMG magazines. Before it was just something he did to test her defenses and harass her, testing her patience. Now, it could be used to get her attention away from Japan's #1 skeleton. When they first arrived, Shimura had All Might on the ropes and was probably about to finish the fight, but she had definitely stopped fighting All Might entirely the moment she got shot by him. If she continued, she would have won, but instead, she turned all her attention to him after just one attack that barely did any damage. Now, Shimura turned on her heel as the bullets pecked at her back, smiling eerily before charging in to do the same attack as before and focus on Izuku, the one who was pestering her with his SMG. She went in for the same haymaker that she'd just thrown at All Might, showing her inhumanity and rigidity. I thought you were thinking, but it looks like I was wrong. Revenant pulled out one of the toys he made a long time ago, scattering them on the ground in front of himself just to deter her. He didn't use a ton of them since he'd also be walking around here, but for someone stupid enough to charge in straight lines they could, in theory, be useful. In practice, however, Shimura crushed his caltrops underfoot with as big a smile as ever, lining up that haymaker she loved so much with his face. ... Hey, at least it was worth trying the caltrops. Izuku threw the SMG at her face instead of trying to reload the thing, blocking her line of sight and jumping behind her as she swung her fist down. It descended like a thunderbolt, so powerful that the winds it created lifted up all the caltrops and launched them into the distance, probably to accidentally get stepped on by the first responders. Yeah, those caltrops really weren't pulling their weight. Izuku drew his sword quickly, taking a few shots at the back of Shimura's head to keep her attention while he monologued specifically to All Might, trying to bring the big oaf up to speed on this villain. She might have been a Namu, actually, just a very humanoid one. She was certainly dumb enough to be one. You just attack the last thing that hit you without thinking. You look really scary, but that's only in one-on-one fights. If there are other people here, we'd mop the floor with your dumb ass, Revenant taunted, paying careful attention to her face to try and find any traces of a reaction. Just because they thought she wasn't sentient didn't mean she wasn't sentient. They had thought she was sentient until just a few seconds ago, after all. A pretty exploitable weakness, I think. Is that why you haven't been attacking us, flying guy? Revenant turned to the final big mystery of this thing, the one who'd been watching the entire time. All for One. Of course, he didn't say All for One's real villain name. He didn't want to prove that they knew each other. He'd admit it if he had to, but no reason to complicate things right now. Shimura was making this plenty complicated already. I've seen your attack. A lot of power and a big range, but you'd hit the girl if you attacked. I think she'd even attack you if you hit her, and after that, there's no reason we'd fight her. Hell, we might team up to take you down. It truly made no sense why All for One didn't just shoot the lot of them and be done with it. Therefore, something was holding him back, and unless it was some outside reason that they couldn't see from here, it was most likely to be that female Namu. The other options were All Might, the person All for One had been trying to kill, and Revenant, who was currently doing what could be considered a massive betrayal as he attempted to stop All for One's plans. Yes, thinking it through, there had to be something about the female Namu that was stopping All for One. How rushed your training of her must have been if she'd even attack you. How many exploits do you really have, Namu? Revenant grinned as he pressed as close as possible to the Namu, dancing on the knife's edge as he stuck as close as possible now. Punches split the night like thunder, but Izuku's minute form slipped through every crack as he really tore into Shimura. He had analyzed hundreds of quirks before, and this was no different. It was time to see what made this defective clock tick. High strength, high energy consumption, slow reaction speed, bad tactics. Hell, it's just like fighting All Might. Revenant casually threw the #1 hero under the bus with a smile as he dodged and countered another swing with his blade, getting to proper grips with her abilities. Shimura laughed as she tanked every hit, letting him try his best and fail spectacularly. Revenant might talk big, but there was one last problem. Her defense wasn't great, sure, but it was good enough as his weak sword strikes bounced off her skin like facing a wall with a fly swatter. To really beat her, he'd need to create an opening for All Might to get in and really do some big damage. To create that opening, he'd need to keep her attention set. She was going to grab. Evade. Evade. Revenant caught onto her switch in style very quickly and went full force to try and evade it. The problem with their style of dodging her barrage, being a few inches apart, was shown in full force by going so close to her. They had difficulty with almost any other type of attack. They were so close it was hard to see other attacks coming. And Revenant only saw this attack coming the second she started it. He couldn't start dodging before she attacked. This was purely a competition of speed. Luckily, he was Izuku Midoriya. He managed to hold onto All Might's leg even as the #1 hero was jumping through the city. Being hard to get rid of was basically his thing. And if you didn't believe that, just ask Bakugo about that quirkless sit he knew in middle school. Izuku countered Shimura's attempts to grab him by grabbing her first. So the plan wasn't exactly genius, but hey. Izuku grabbed Shimura from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. This put him at a very awkward angle for her to try and grab, turning Shimura's body against her. Next up was the hard part though. From behind her, Izuku leaned back and straightened his legs, lifting her off the ground like he'd done a few times in judo class when he learned some illegal moves in class, specifically from Koichi. That punk had been his first real teacher back in judo class, even if he was just messing around at the start. Now, Koichi's dominating style was saving Izuku's ass. How the tables turned. Just like Koichi had done to Izuku and even taught the young vigilante to do. Izuku lifted Shimura up by her waist and then turned her midair so her shoulder was pointing to the ground, adjusting his grip to hold her by one leg and her neck for the best impact. This move, while being pretty effective at beating a normal person, was also totally illegal in real judo. It was made by Koichi after all. After turning her sideways midair but before she could start flailing around and hit him, Revenant took a deep breath and slammed Shimura into his knee, pushing her down faster than gravity would pull her for maximum impact. This was the same move the monster had used to break that little rabbit way back when. How far they had come. Still, there were a few differences to the move the monster used. Instead of hitting the female Namu in her back and risk breaking his leg, his knee dug in underneath her ribs. Instead of putting bone against bone, it became bone against soft flesh, bone against flesh. With this Namu, even her skin was as hard as stone, but it had the intended effect. Shimura hadn't been ready for it and hadn't tensed her body, meaning he actually got to wind her by the sudden and unexpected impact. Sure, it didn't do any lasting damage, but it wasn't supposed to. It was set up for the next part. And from Koichi's guard break, Shino's throw, Revenant dropped the female Namu to set up for the next attack, taking a step back as he grabbed her by the back of her head with his right arm and her left arm with his own left. He used his legs to guide her into position, forcing her to stand up so he could get better momentum for Shino's throw. Shino had demonstrated this throw a few times for them back when they were in the judo club, a move against a standing opponent for self-defense. It could be done from the front or the back, but supposedly, it was very dangerous. It was so dangerous Shino didn't let anyone in the club actually practice the move on a living person, but against a monster like Shimura, it was perfect. Revenant hooked his right leg in front of both of the female Namus and pulled, sweeping her legs out from under her while leaning forward and shoving her head forward. They tilted forward and began to fall towards the ground, Revenant putting all of his weight into Shimura's skull as he slammed her face first into the ground. All of their combined weight and momentum as they fell crashed at once into Shimura's face. With her body swept back, she couldn't catch herself and had to take the entire blow with just her face, even for someone without super strength. This attack had a lot of force behind it. A normal person probably would have had their skull split when they crashed into hard ground like that. And even the monster they were fighting was stunned for a second as she grabbed her face, doing something between a scream and a snarl from the pain. Shino might not have made that attack. He definitely wasn't the first person to perform it, but it really was a move that reflected him. Shino, the vice president of the Ishiyama Judo Club, had a high level of control and could grab almost anything. Grabbing someone by their head was easy for him, and he had enough skill to not kill whoever he hit with this no matter the situation. Alternatively, Koichi, the biggest delinquent in the judo club, created a move that could be used in almost any situation from behind your opponent. Hell, Koichi was so good at it he could pull it off from any angle. Their two different styles of fighting both had their benefits and drawbacks to make them great moves, but when put together. But that wasn't all they had. Revenant stepped around the female Namu and gave her a soccer kick to the side of the head, flipping her over and sending her back a good few feet. They have learned from dozens, no, hundreds of people. Every criminal they ever beat contributed to their style. Izuku pulled out another pistol, since they had a few seconds before she got up, and started taking more shots at Shimura's head. Most of the rounds found some purchase even if they didn't actually break the skin, and it seemed to slow her down while drawing her attention. Gave him some time to go back and think over the plan. Namely, to try and figure out an ending to this city plan. Create an opening for All Might to do a big punch and get the win. Get the opening by keeping her attention. But how would he get her attention in the first place though, let alone keep it when All Might got involved? Shimura had always been watching All Might, and it was why her movements were so slow right now. It seemed like she was always focused on All Might, ready in case he approached, so he needed to take that attention away from All Might. Did that mean he just needed to big damage like All Might? Her operating system wasn't entirely clear, and that was a problem. Izuku gritted his teeth as he slammed another clip into the pistol and kept pouring the bullets into her dome. He needed to be a bigger threat than All Might, which was frankly impossible. There had to be some other way to get her attention. But how? All Might, I missed the first minutes of this fight. How did you two first engage? Revenant pried for details as he ditched the 4th magazine, dropping it and punting it out of the air with a soccer kick and whacking Shimura in the arm with it. Damn, he was good. All for One brought her out with the other Nomis. She caught my attack against that villainous scum, and then we started fighting. She caught an attack. Revenant did a double take. This female Namu hadn't caught a single attack so far, and she had only blocked once. She had no defense to speak of, but she'd defend someone else. Maybe there was more than one way to get her to fight seriously. Shimura rose, shaking it off as she powered through the tears. Crying was a natural reaction to getting hit in the nose, and that throw had done a bit of damage to her nose. How rude. Shimura then smiled through it as she faced her attacker, ready to go again. Revenant raised his gun towards All for One and pressed down on the attack, emptying the clip in seconds by using both hands, instead of squeezing the trigger with his right hand. The hand gripping the gun and the one normally used to fire, he put his left index in the trigger guard and moved as quickly as possible to quickly but inaccurately shoot all the bullets at once. Shimura's reaction was instantaneous, breaking her heroic pose to quickly slide between Izuku and All for One and body block the bullets. Bullets that, as far as everyone present knew, wouldn't do sit to the world's #1 villain. Revenant smiled as he dropped the clip, leaning forward slightly with enthusiasm as he slipped another clip in. Gotcha. No one realized the ramifications of what Izuku had just done, specifically because All for One already knew it was a weak point for Shimura and had been waiting to see if anyone would notice. Shimura had orders to block any attack that would hit him when he didn't dodge, and even he wasn't fast enough to dodge gunfire. She had accidentally taken this as the signal to move and block the attacks. That order, combined with her order to hit anyone who attacked her, made sure that she'd fight anyone who attacked All for One or her. It did, however, have a few flaws. They were intentional since, after all, All Might would never or could never exploit them. The problem, or on the other hand what made this interesting, was that this development didn't change anything. Knowing that Shimura would block any attack didn't change the situation because he was still 50 feet in the air, firmly out of reach of All Might because he wasn't stupid. This meant that only Izuku could attack him and get Shimura's attention, but Shimura couldn't avoid his normal attacks anyway. Attacking All for One did the same thing as attacking Shimura directly but with more steps and fewer results. On top of that, Izuku still couldn't do enough damage to actually hurt Shimura, so attacking All for One or Shimura didn't seem to make a difference. So why was Izuku so happy about this development? All for One checked his list again. Everything was done, and there was nothing more to do. He could leave, but there was also literally no harm in sticking around. The camera he had brought would be recording this so he could watch it later, regardless of if he went down or not. Still, this could be interesting. He leaned back in the air, as if he was sitting in his favorite armchair, and watched to see how this all played out. Instead of pressing down on this exploit and using it again, Izuku took in the information and started thinking of a route through this mess, planning through her currently known weak points, his strengths, and the current situation to bring it all together and turn this mess into a victory. They had a lot of work ahead, a lot of very, very hard work ahead, but they could probably do it. They could definitely do it. He figured it out. Oh. Revenant already knew the plan. He was technically the same person as the one who thought of it, but he absolutely hated it. You really are insane, aren't you? The voice talking in my head thinks I'm crazy. Sheesh. Next the rain is gonna start thinking it's cloudy. Izuku laughed, thinking it through and cementing the plan as Shimura stopped overacting and started charging forward again, ready to try and turn them into paste. You with me? Revenant sighed, shaking his head as he thought through this mess. Unfortunately, let's do this. A leaf in a hurricane, that's what it was like. It had been bugging Izuku's mind for a while, but that was definitely what this was like. Revenant used another pistol on the monster, snaking and weaving around Shimura's to avoid awesome blows that would tear him apart in a single hit. Shimura kept advancing while Izuku kept retreating and pouring bullets into her, as little as it was doing. It didn't matter how pathetic it seemed. He needed to get the setup done for later. As much as that female Namu could kill them in a single hit, she couldn't get that single hit. A leaf in a hurricane was surrounded by forces that could tear buildings apart but remain fine by floating through the chaos. Their attacks had been done before. A barrage of punches against weaving steps, countered by a stream of bullets being completely ignored. If one was a leaf in a hurricane, the other was a forest against the breeze. By simply existing, the female Namu crushed the breeze without even trying. It was this dynamic that created the current mess they were stuck in. While it was completely obvious that Izuku couldn't do a thing to Shimura and that he'd need All Might to finish off Shimura, and it had been stated a dozen times that the problem with this was getting All Might to land that punch, Shimura had her eyes on All Might, and if he got close, her attention would shift to him instead of Izuku. All Might was, after all, a real threat while all Izuku could do was mildly annoy Shimura. And all of them knew that. Izuku had to get Shimura's attention, which was easy enough. He'd already got her attention, judging by the hook Shimura just threw that almost launched his head like a baseball. That was the easy part, though. Next, he had to find some way to keep her attention while All Might approached, and that meant he'd have to understand what got her full attention. That full attention was the first big problem. Revenant stepped in, grabbing her by the cape to lift her off-center, then throwing a spinning back kick her way, breaking up the exchange of punches and bullets by building some distance while setting up some new attacks for both of them. Shimura wasn't hurt by the kick, she wasn't even fazed. But she took this opportunity to build distance, and the important thing, she wasn't looking at Izuku. Every time Shimura was knocked back or down, she did the same thing. Shimura's attention was fixed instead on All Might, showing that she was aware of who was the real threat here. She was content to play with the boy, but she was here for the hero. But there wasn't just one hero here. Revenant took advantage of her attention being diverted to experiment with their style, throwing the first smoke grenade of the fight. It bounced along the ground as Revenant slowly advanced, breaking the line of sight and changing the situation. There were a few other problems with this terrible plan. This location was set. The monster's attention switched onto the smoke that blocked her vision, scanning for only a second before trying to solve the problem. With a single swing of her arm, the female Namu cleared the smoke away and began to advance back towards where she thought Revenant was. But instead of seeing her opponent in front of her, all she saw was a small gray object with the pin tossed carelessly beside it. Piggying, the hidden flashbang went off without a hitch, but Izuku was starting to run out of them. He was starting to run out of a lot of things, and he really blamed this location. They were fighting in a huge crater of what had once been a city, with no real cover or defense. His Parker was pointless in such a vast open place, forcing him to fight in a straightforward manner that didn't suit how weak he was. His mobility and attacking pattern came from his environment, but here, he'd just have to make a better environment himself. That monster grabbed her face, completely unprepared once again and completely blindsided. This was one of the ideal situations for All Might to come in and attack her, if it wasn't for the flailing. After being struck by the grenade, Shimura flailed, moving around quickly as she tried to destroy everything nearby. This erratic movement was great for tiring her out, but it basically sealed the deal on All Might's inability to help. So, instead of trying to use it offensively, Izuku was using his weapons and attacks defensively. He watched her attack and flail from his position, beyond where the smoke grenade had ever been. If she was focused on him, she would have seen that. Instead of being inside the smoke, he had chosen to walk around it to the opposite side of All Might. Because her attention was on All Might in the smoke, however, she had missed such an obvious detail as a guy casually walking beside her. Because he started so close to her, Shimura's rampage completely missed him as she assumed that Izuku was somewhere in the smoke or ahead of her, buying him time to keep planning in his head while Shimura demonstrated exactly how many ways she'd kill him if and when she finally got a hit off on him. Another shuffle and restock of his items, noting the worrying number of flashbangs and the overabundance of worthless smoke bombs. He was also worried about his now dwindling stock of SMG magazines, since that was the guns he'd been using the most. He at least had a lot of pistols and pistol ammo, but he was more worried about running out of his most effective tools. Izuku took what must have been the 50th time to rethink the plan. Get Shimura's attention, keep Shimura's attention, and then, the third step, All Might's big punch. Victory was a 3-step plan, a plan that he went over and over so much he was digging a metaphorical trench. However, so far, he only went into the first 2 steps because that second step was a massive problem. However, there was a third step, and that also had a huge problem. The crater they were fighting in wasn't made by a meteor or something, it was made by All Might, all for one, and Shimura going full force. To boost this, Izuku had been a fan of All Might for a long time and had seen a fair share of All Might's big punches. If All Might went for a full force punch while Izuku was standing nearby, that leaf in the hurricane was going to become a leaf crashing into the sun. So, as Shimura's eyes were focused and she took in the scenery, Izuku summarized the plan. He had to get Shimura's attention and focus so that Shimura didn't attack and finish off All Might. He had to keep Shimura's attention and focus so that All Might could approach and throw his big punch. Lastly, and most importantly, the punch itself. Izuku had to make sure he survived the thing by getting out of the way. Yes, he had to hold Shimura's attention, making sure that she was focused on him. While he got far enough away to survive All Might's punch, Izuku had to attack Shimura and get all of her attention, while he also had to stay far away from her so he didn't get launched into orbit. With guns that could have been toys, with a sword that was as effective as a plastic bat, he had to do all of this. So, the plan was pretty simple and straightforward. What could possibly go wrong when everything was already going wrong? Shimura was done recovering in the time it took Izuku to really realize just how impossible his goal was, and both were ready to keep on going for better or for worse. When Shimura's sight began to return, her tirade slowed down as she took in the world around her. She regained sight of All Might, saw that he wasn't attacking her, then moved on to Izuku. Revenant came out swinging, taking the initiative as Izuku finished his planning and detail work. Izuku was good at thinking things through, yes, but Revenant was born for combat, logic backed by emotion, not abandoning emotion or being led by it. Revenant brought the garbage sword in from every angle imaginable, for once taking the initiative and putting Shimura on the back foot as he whipped his weapon around as if it was a real blade. As he advanced, the sharpened and shattered point glittered in the moonlight with every swing, the blade dancing from every angle to press on the attack. Shimura was pushed to her feet by a stinging strike that took her upside the head, disorientating her. It felt more like a slap than a real attack, merely knocking her back. She took a step back, ready to go on the attack, and took another strike to the face. The broken blade scratched across her face, flying towards her eye as the vigilante now confidently walked forward. As sheer bravado pressed her back with utter confidence as he got used to the reach of his blade, taking control as he both disrupted her rhythm and started to hammer out his own. Shimura was ready for the third strike, taking it to the side of the head like it wasn't there. She got her feet underneath her, smiling through the attack as it bounced off her skull. In an instant, Revenant's leg came up, shooting up like a rifle as he kicked her in the jaw. His foot rose to 5.5 feet off the ground in a second, knocking the female Namu slightly into the air and back another half step, disrupting her stance and sending her stumbling. If Shimura used her super strength, she could easily escape the situation, fleeing with a single jump. She kept an eye on All Might, who still wasn't approaching, and instead endured the barrage. She'd save her energy for him, so instead, she just had to endure these weak hits. But she wasn't just a punching bag, she'd hit back. Revenant saw a punch coming and walked into her, grabbing her face with his left arm and hooking her legs with his left leg. His leg pulled, his arm pushed, and Shimura's punch was disrupted as she was thrown off center. She still did the punch, blowing the vigilante back, but she knocked herself deeper into the ground. This wasn't good. All Might could attack her, so Shimura immediately rose off the ground with a large leap and took to the air, floating there while she kept an eye on All Might. All Might still hadn't approached, so she was still fine. She'd just wait until All Might attacked and finished this quickly, stopping him from doing any real damage and securing her own victory. Shimura quickly checked herself and yup, for as dramatic as the vigilante had been, she was still completely unharmed. A little confused, but still uninjured. It was like fighting a baby. She had to be careful not to break him. Shimura smiled as she began to descend, ready to wrap this all up as the vigilante began to take a few more potshots at her. Izuku used the SMG because he had 2 magazines left, so he might as well get it over with and run out of ammunition while he still remembered that he only had 2 clips. He had a lot of things to remember and 2 little clips weren't very high on his priority list tonight. Still, when you were mag dumping in Uzi, 2 clips went pretty fast. 8 seconds in total counting the reload, shooting at a human balloon that was slowly drifting down in the breeze. Just to end it all, Izuku lobbed the Uzi at Shimura too, because at this point it really didn't matter. The gun bounced off her leg, doing as much as everything else hard so far. Are you even feeling any of this? Izuku patted himself down, keeping an eye on Shimura as he took out a pistol and continued to fire shots at the villainess. Shimura, feeling a little generous, smiled as she raised a single hand and held her index and thumb just a tad apart. Great, so she was sentient. And a comedian at that. Just what they needed. Glad we're both enjoying this. Izuku shook his head as he dropped the clip, punting it in the vague direction of Shimura and missing by a mile. Least he tried. Shimura launched herself the rest of the way through the air straight at him like she was swimming through it, combining float with super strength. And they collided once more time, re-entering the seemingly never-ending fight. He was stuck in a midway, bouncing aimlessly with no good start. How did one start? How did one person get into the flow of the finale? They were having plenty of time just bouncing off each other, but it was aimless actions. Neither was really making headway on winning or losing. Instead, just bouncing off each other. A ball bouncing off a wall. The wall didn't scuff the ball, and the ball couldn't budge the wall. But by this point they had made the week had made so many little comparisons so far but so little progress. He didn't need any more comparisons and metaphors. They needed to get moving. Izuku took out one last breath out, weaving through Shimura's punches with grace and ease to get behind her. Shimura spun to turn around and face her speedy opponent, but he was waiting for her. Shimura turned, already punching, but it was sidestepped as the Ronin slipped the punch and grabbed her, lifting her with the momentum from her own punch and flipping her, then sending her rolling backward with a kick for spacing. All Might, once you see an opening, go for it. Shimura's attention snapped up as now she sprung into a defensive posture instead of her previous method with long dramatic pauses between getting hit and standing up, somersaulting backward and assuming a real guard. I understand. And no pussyfooting this time. Revenant selected the final items. This was gonna hurt. I want you to go full force. I'll worry about me. But you're the only one who can take this villainous down. Understand? All Might didn't answer immediately, showing that he really was thinking about this and understanding it. This was difficult for him, something that couldn't be done at the drop of a hat. Still, the number one hero smiled through as he refocused and regained his bearings. Don't worry, sir. Give me the opportunity and I'll take the win. Sir, why's everyone think I'm older than them? Is it the sass? Ronin made some more useless commentary as he got into the winning combination. First up, acquiring that sentient wall's attention. Simple enough, and there were a variety of ways to do it, but Ronin wanted to control her position. He wanted to set up in a free attack, and that meant exploiting Shimura's bad programming. And like most exploits, it took an indirect approach. Ronin turned his gunfire away from the wall that wasn't taking a lick of damage for all his effort and instead pointed a pistol at All for One and let him have it. Ronin fired 8 shots in quick succession with a tight focus, aiming center mass at the villain. Shimura's bad programming showed now. If she was smarter, she'd know that normal gunfire wouldn't do sit to the number one villain and there was no need to intervene. However, if she was smarter, she wouldn't have been fighting for this long, so, naturally, she stopped trying to attack Ronin and switched priority, going full force as she placed herself in the path between the bullets and All for One. She didn't see the attack coming when Ronin pointed the gun at All for One. She only reacted once he fired. Once an attack actually started. If she was thinking and actively protecting All for One, she'd go full force and stop Ronin from ever pointing the gun at All for One. Instead, she went full force and moved hundreds of feet in an instant to stop the bullets with her body. She moved to a predictable path, standing in a line between Ronin and All for One as she tanked the 8 shots with ease. The bullets were still doing no damage, but instead of getting her attention, they now served as setup and area control to force Shimura to move. Ronin ran straight in, dropping the pistol to the side as he grabbed something on his hip and something from his jacket, ditching the pin in advance. The city sword might have been a dull piece of garbage, but he'd put all of his faith in it. In a nameless blade, dull and broken, thunder-breathing, Shimura finished overacting, smiling dramatically as she stared at All Might. She didn't even pay attention to him. Still, for all his effort, for all his planning and combinations, Shimura barely registered him. He couldn't take her down, and they both knew it, even if he did everything perfectly. He was still so far from victory on his own. First form, Ronin's steps were quick as moved, swinging his right arm to build up momentum while his left held fast to the city sheath. It was still bumpy, just a piece of wood he found. He barely laminated the thing, showing just how inexperienced he'd been, how inexperienced he was. To charge in with complete faith and a piece of sit. How childish. Thunder. Shimura's eyes slid from All Might to the little gnat, buzzing towards her. He had been running for 3 seconds, covering over 100 feet in that time. How cute. Clap. Shimura seemed to flicker as she automatically attacked back, moved the rest of the distance between them in an instant. She was going for another barrage of punches. Perfect. And the pin in the grenade had already been pulled for an early detonation as Ronin lobbed the flashbang ahead in a straight line, where he'd known Shimura was going to go to attack him. She moved in a straight, predictable line towards him, so he knew where to aim to hit her. Pivoting. The flashbang bounced once before going off just underneath Ronin, rattling his ears as the vigilante didn't even try to evade it. Both Ronin and Shimura flinched slightly from the nuisance, but powered through for their respective attacks. They were both running full tilt for this final exchange. It'd be quite difficult to dodge at this point. Shimura planted her legs, smiling as she pulled back both arms to go in for the attack. Ronin wasn't sure if she'd go full force or not, but it hardly mattered. Getting hit by 30% of a truck would probably kill him just as well as the full 100. Ronin, however, kept with his unexpected streak and continued to keep his feet unplanted, completely abandoning traditional style as he literally ran into her, jumping off the ground and running up her, pressing off her leg and jumping off her shoulder to entirely evade the barrage by switching to an unorthodox angle. He kicked off her body and hung above her, using her as a diving board to get 4 extra feet into the air. Ronin's left hand tore the sheath of his sword backward, lobbing it behind him as he completely abandoned it to focus entirely on this single strike. His right hand yanked the blade out and up, using his shoulders to pull sheath and sword apart before raising the sword as high as it could go for his big attack. Shimura's reaction to this development was slow. While both Ronin and Shimura got blasted by the flashbang, only Shimura got to see the flash part, slowing her reaction just a touch. Shimura soaked in what Ronin had done, barely thinking. She had no plan of changing her plan, readjusting for her barrage to hit him once he came down. He'd hit her, she'd hit him, then she'd win. Simple. Ronin floated above Shimura for just a moment, suspended midair before giving in to gravity and coming back down to crash into her. He breathed in slowly as his arms swung, bringing the sword down to hammer into Shimura. Shimura, in turn, stepped back slightly and pulled back an arm, ready to counter with a punch. Ronin dropped his entire body onto Shimura, using her as grounding while he brought the sword down into the side to parry Shimura's first punch. Blade met arm as Ronin put every muscle and force he could muster into properly blocking a single attack, trying his very damnedest to just win a single one of these confrontations. The already broken sword chipped off a bit more metal as it struggled against Shimura's arm, creating a shower of sparks as if steel met steel. Her skin and muscles were too hard to be beaten with the sword, no matter what angle he came in from. Even with his fancy Parker and tricks to get this close, his sword just couldn't find purchase on her body, but there was a body part that few defenses could protect adequately. Ronin's cheap blade barely diverted Shimura's arm, diffusing the punch with all of his efforts, left him overextended. Ronin was standing atop his opponent, arms fully splayed down with his sword pressed against a limb, a not vital area, while Shimura was lining up her next punch because she had two arms and didn't really need to worry about overextending. Ronin finished breathing in as he began to reel final attack, taking in his position. He was atop Shimura with no defenses between him and his opponent both ways. Even Shimura, for all her super speed, couldn't dodge the next attack at this distance. He couldn't maneuver if he had nothing to push off of. The next attack was bound to land, but whose attack it would be remained to be seen. Ronin's left arm snapped forward as Shimura's right arm began to rocket towards him, Ronin grabbing Shimura by the head to help him aim his final attack. His right arm kept hold of the sword, pointing the shattered and sharpened tip straight towards the only part of Shimura's body he could guarantee a good hit on. The two arms moved towards their targets, Shimura's pure speed and power against Ronin's sword and tactics. Ronin pulled himself forward to her as he put his body behind the final strike. Shimura moved completely by instinct, still having trouble seeing what was happening. This was only 2 seconds after the flashbang went off, and so everything was a hazy blur. She saw a vague shape above her, attacked it once, and missed. She brought her second arm up for another punch, completely unaware of the sharp fragment of metal before her until it pierced the soft flesh of her left eye. Ronin breathed out as he put everything he had into a single sword stroke, going for the kill as he rammed the shard of metal into Shimura's skull, stopping her attack dead with his own power. Shimura stumbled backward for a moment in real pain, screaming. Then their eyes met. There were no more smiles from the Namu as it glared at him, blinded by the pain and the flashbang. It could barely think before but after the pain. A trick of blood ran down Shimura's face as she locked onto him before she got serious. Throwing a single serious full-forced punch, she could only hear the ringing of her own ears as her fist tore through the air before it slammed into the opponent. The gnat used his legs to jump off of her, trying to block the attack with his left arm, but it punched through such weak attempts like tissue paper and hammering into him. Her ears only heard ringing. Her eye was blurry from the flash, but she could still see his face as the mask fell away. Izuku Midoriya smiled as death rocketed towards him. He had been conscious for only an hour since his left dance with the devil, but he was still smiling as the punch rocketed towards him. No one could hear him. Hell, he couldn't even hear him, but he still said it. He was feeling egotistical. Got you. He had dealt a single blow to her. For all of her power, for all of what All Might couldn't do, he hurt her. A single injury across her face, just one tiny blow he had dealt to a god. It made him smile even wider before her punch effing launched him. Ronin jumped back and put up his left arm, but at this point all he could do was try to cushion the blow as Shimura snarled, stepping into the punch and hammering him with the might of her real strength. His measly defenses could barely be accounted for as she powered through everything, snapping his left arm like a twig before sending him flying down the street, skipping him across the ground like a stone across a lake with a single punch. But something felt wrong. It was like she couldn't put her full force into the punch, like she was holding herself back. But why would she hold herself back? Oh, Shimura launched him with a single punch. It was as if his body was on fire as his ribs caved in as his body spun. But he still got to see that last glorious moment before he crashed. The flashbang hadn't just been to blur Shimura's eyes. It had also been to take out her hearing, since some oaf couldn't help screaming every time he punched. Shimura, because of bad programming, pain, or infuriation, had entirely focused on Ronin and completely missed the second figure behind him, a lanky blonde man rushing in. All Might used one usage of his power on his legs to rapidly close the distance, keeping in his heart the words of his unknown name. It was those words that made All Might look past the hero who had come to his aid, who had prepared himself to take the full brunt of Nana Shimura's no, of this Namu's punch, just to give All Might an opening. He couldn't squander this. His master's words echoed in his head as he moved in, planting feet as his arm buffed up and he stepped into the final attack. The hero was launched into the distance behind him, giving All Might the opening he needed as his own fist began to rocket towards this insult to his master's face. United, All Might's foot hit the ground with enough force to shatter even more of it as he leaned into the punch. States of All Might screamed his lungs out as his body pivoted on his hips, his shoulders twisting as his right swung forward with enough force to decimate buildings, turning the force of this Namu's last punch against itself. Even the sacrifice of that lone hero would be put into the final punch of All Might's career. Nana blinked, her eyes trying to refocus. Where was she? What was happening? Tashinori. The impact of the punch alone created a tornado around the area as his strike reversed all of the Namu's momentum and hammered her into the ground, devastating the nearby surroundings with massive gusts that made the punches of earlier look like slaps. Buildings were torn from the ground, streetlights were ripped up like grass, cars were crushed and scattered like toys by the force of a single almighty punch that traveled with the force of 9 heroes. And then it struck the ground, burying the female Namu in the ground and blasting everything with the force of an earthquake, creating a new crater in the midst of the city as the roads were shattered. The foundations of buildings imploded, the ground and heavens shook, and then all was silent. A moment of peace as All Might. No, Tashinori stood alone, the only thing left standing from the fight. He couldn't feel one for all anymore. He used it all for a single attack, to take down her. Tashinori rose to his full height, looking down at the female Namu who was stuck, embedded inside the ground beneath him. She was still breathing but seemed unconscious by her eyes, open but seeing nothing. Well, maybe one was seeing something, but her left eye definitely wasn't. That nameless hero got her good. All Might couldn't tell what happened to that man from his position. He could only hope that hero made it out safely, having survived a full-strength punch from the Namu. It wasn't likely, but he could still hope. Not bad, yes, not bad at all. Someone was clapping. Tashinori froze as if blood had turned to ice. He had been hoping that All for One had gotten caught in the final attack and injured, that they both had gone down, but All for One was no longer flying, instead calmly standing in his best suit amidst the crater. He really did get the worst of the attack since he had been flying, having rubble and debris slam into him while the winds buffeted him about, but he was still the most durable person here. The injuries might have made him approach his limits, but he wasn't done yet. All for One instead applauded the efforts of All Might. He could detect status and saw that Shimura's limiter had kicked in, preventing her from going full force and turning Midoriya into a splatter amidst the tornado. Otherwise he'd go full force and kill everyone here right now. But he could respect the work of his son. Midoriya worked very hard to get this far, and to undo that now would be rude. He had lost nothing from this. Nanamu was supposed to die anyway, so her loss was expected. All Might had lost one for all and was so bad at using it that his guidance would probably make the next user even worse. So again, no harm in keeping him alive. Even now, with all his plans diverted, he won. His son had grown so much. It was amazing. That boy no. That vigilante was the one All for One applauded now with genuine respect, not the bumbling idiot who stood before him, having used all of his power to take down the mini-boss. It also proved that, for all the time One for All had wasted trying to gain power, it had been for nothing. If All Might couldn't even beat some Namu All for One slapped together while testing a new design, One for All could probably never be a real threat to them. Still, All for One was finished, so it was time to go. He was now confident that no hero in Japan could pose a real threat to him no matter how many showed up, but he had fulfilled his every desire with this place. What more could he want to do? Well, there is one thing. It's truly amazing. I don't think I've ever seen Nana Shimura win a fight. All for One had a great time pissing off All Might one last time, laughing as he clapped. She lost to me. She tied you. She lost to whoever interrupted this, and then she rematched and lost to you. How on earth was anyone stupid enough to give her one for all? All for One. All Might snarled as he turned, but he had no more power and they both damn well knew it. He was stuck watching as All for One began to float into the air, still smiling. He'd exit through the air. Flying quirks were rare, but this body had been equipped with some of the best for his exit. To be honest, he was surprised he needed to leave. He'd thought this body would have been destroyed in All Might's final attack, negating the need to leave, but it had just a bit more than All Might had managed to give out. He was teetering at the edge though. All for One would have used the teleportation quirk from earlier that he used to bring the League to him, homesickness, but its range was too short and he couldn't teleport himself through it. That was its biggest flaw, in the number one villain's opinion, but it still had its uses. You did a good job, All Might, but pang, 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 pang. All for One was cut off by a flurry of bullets that flew past him, every single shot missing by a mile. Both All for One and All Might turned, looking in the direction of whoever fired this despite both knowing who it probably was but still surprised. So his left arm was effing broken. That was a fun start. His fingers were dislocated and snapped like twigs, pointing in multiple directions as his arm hung limply by his side. Even the motion of the wind made his fingers hurt. His forearm, the spot where he was hit, was twisted and snapped around the middle with bones puncturing through the flesh. His elbow was definitely dislocated to boot because at this point, Why not? Then his shoulder. On top of all that, his shoulder. Dislocated and broken to boot, just like forearm and hand. Still, his bicep was pretty fine. It seemed instead of breaking, it just pulled his shoulder out of place and damaged at least one of the other bones in its place. Lucky him. Still, Ronin powered through all of that, dropping the clip on the ground and messily reloading by slamming the gun into the top of a clip, then pressing it against his body to fully wedge the clip in there. He took more shots as he trudged forward, powering through the injuries. When you got enough of them, the pain sort of started canceling itself out. Plus, he was used to this. He had lived like this for 10 years, and this used to be his normal. Those years of constant injury forced him to grit his teeth and bear with it, and he wasn't done gritting his teeth yet. Oh, they were cut off by the rising bile and blood in their throat, but Ronin just turned and spit out and continued on. All for one. Should you really be moving in that state? All for one took in their shattered form and gestured to them with his shooting arm while stating the obvious. They probably should give up now. It'd be so easy to stop trying to think and pass out. But heroes didn't make easy decisions, so Ronin forced himself to remain conscious a little longer. His gaze naturally flicked to All Might, who still needed help, before returning to All for One with renewed vigor beyond his body. I should keep moving until I'm done. Revenant analyzed the scenario and gave the orders. If Ronin willed it, Revenant would see them through. What were a few more injuries at this point anyway? Ronin lurched forward unsteadily into a quivering charge, ditching the pistol entirely as he grabbed his next weapon from underneath his coat. It was a lot larger than a pistol but harder to load, so he didn't want to use it in the long drawn-out fight against Shimura. But here, he wasn't going to last long enough to reload it, so F it. Ronin tried to raise his new weapon as his right leg gave out from underneath him, his ankle creating a loud snap as he tumbled to the ground. He rolled twice and screamed, not from pain but to keep himself focused as he forced his rolling to stop and dragged his next weapon up. A shotgun, a weapon that was very good if it could hit. He wasn't sure if the pellets would even pierce Shimura's skin. But at this point, he didn't have a reason not to try against All for One. His eyes shuddered as he squeezed the trigger, being thrown up and back slightly by the kickback as he got a leg underneath of himself, dragging himself up before taking a second shot at All for One. All for One barely moved, raising a hand to catch the bullets easily with telekinesis. Ronin couldn't see the number one criminal's face behind a large strange mask, but he could see that All Might still wasn't running. Until everyone was safe, until he was done, Ronin would not stop. That was the kind of hero he wanted to be, as illogical as it seemed. The kind of hero who would have saved him. That was why he could not stop. The Ronin staggered back up, firing another shot as he leaned forward. He staggered like an undying wraith, continuing to press the attack without a shred of hesitation. You've done enough. Not yet, I haven't. The Lone Ranger moseyed forward, messily starting to finally try and aim his shots instead of just praying they hit his target. He didn't have the muscle to use a shotgun properly one-handed, but he could at least line up the sights on All for One while continuing to advance with psychotic commitment. Blood dripped down his mouth as Ronin fired the sixth and seventh shot, but he was too focused to notice. Gravel stuck to his body and head, plus his face was definitely visible. His mask and left leg guard were gone, and he didn't have a effing clue where they went or even when he lost them. What a fun night. Not until everyone's safe. Revenant rolled his ankle, getting a feel for it before continuing to hobble forward, coughing off to the side and spraying more blood on their city little coat. All Might was still there. All Might didn't seem to have any power left, so he couldn't stop All for One. Revenant didn't care so much about that, but All Might couldn't protect himself anymore. So, if All Might wouldn't save himself, they would. Their bulletproof vest had broken, sort of. The plates inside the vest that actually made it bulletproof had shattered, so now it was just a fancy anti-life jacket that weighed them down, putting more weight on their bad ankle. Ronin continued swaying forward with animalistic conviction, locked entirely on All for One as he took 2 more shots but only fired 1. He was out of ammo. Sit. Now they were pretty close. All for One waved a hand and dropped the bullets, showing the large gap between them. All for One could literally dismiss Ronin's attacks with a wave of his hand. And what could Ronin do? You're not going to give up. All for One seemed conflicted as he stood there floated there watching Ronin. Yeah, this scene really was pathetic. Ronin could barely keep moving anymore. The world was spinning and shifting. Ronin glared up as he felt 2 final items in his coat, ditching the shotgun too and grabbing one, flicking the pin out with a thumb. He hadn't just been planning to take down Shimura. After all, he had to take down both Shimura and All for One to make sure everyone was safe. If he gave up, All Might would die. If he gave up, the society he hated would collapse but cause untold amounts of damage. If he gave up, what was the point in dragging himself out of that hospital? Never. Ronin lobbed his first item at All for One while putting himself between the number 1 villain and All Might as he finished what he started. A smoke grenade. All for One was definitely smarter than Shimura. That much was given, but he managed to recognize the grenade type almost instantly as he caught it and redirected it with telekinesis. However, that was the beauty of a smoke grenade. It was almost impossible to redirect. All for One caught the grenade itself and moved it away, but the smoke still came out. The smoke itself, being a gas, was much harder to control and capture with telekinesis. A wind manipulation quirk might have been able to get it out of the way, controlling it easier than telekinesis. But All for One didn't bring any wind quirks that'd actually help with this. He instead made a general pushing motion to move the smoke back as something cut through the smokescreen. A large Bowie knife, flipping end over end as it flew to try and impale him a second time. All for One remembered that knife from a long time ago, when he first met Ronin, from before Ronin even had his own name. When they first met, when they first faced down, Ronin didn't hesitate back then either, admitting he was going to throw a knife at All for One the second he got the chance. He even had the balls to follow through with it after saying that. All for One could catch the Bowie knife before it even left the smoke. It wouldn't take much effort. Telekinesis would have an easy enough time stopping the blade. Or just his bare hand if he was feeling showy. Hell, he could even take the blade and throw it at All Might, killing him while avoiding hitting Ronin. Hisashi Shigaraki looked at Izuku Midoriya. His arm was mangled and twisted, hanging off of him limply. His leg was battered and dragging behind him. But his eyes, he wasn't done yet. Izuku Midoriya was already ready for his third attack if the Bowie knife didn't work, taking out a revolver for a few more shots. Just how many guns did this kid have? Hisashi's attention shifted back to the knife. He didn't really care about One for All right now. He sort of just proved that One for All could never be a real threat to him here tonight. He wasn't worried about the heroes either. They were leagues worse than All Might. But so was Izuku. Yet he was still here and putting everything into this. Izuku's eyes were red. He was tired, and he looked like he was crying a bit. Made sense after all the pain he'd been through. He was Inko's son, after all. All for One could keep going for his image. Or Hisashi could stop here for his son. Now, that wasn't much of a question, was it? The knife caught All for One in the shoulder through the smoke, making him take a step back from the impact. To be honest, Ronin was surprised the knife could even pierce All for One's skin, but maybe he didn't bring any defense quirks. It was stupid, but it would explain why he was dodging so much. After all that, after a tornado punch and 3 buildings in a row hitting me, a little knife outdoes my durability. All for One stood tall, plucking the knife out without a single concern for first aid. He inspected the knife before tossing it at Ronin nonchalantly. Ironic. All for One. Ronin panted as he tried to focus, but he was losing a lot of blood and losing consciousness even faster. That's me, yes, All for One smirked as he retorted cheesily, nodding along. You did a good job, my little blacksmith. Ronin didn't try to respond anymore, instead just raising a revolver with the strength he didn't have. He had been running on fumes, but those fumes were running dry. But he still had to buy a little more time. He still needed just a few more seconds. They're here, you know. You did it. All for One leaned in to whisper that, gesturing around them. Ronin glanced around blearily, taking in the scenery. Across the crater, dozens of heroes had finally arrived. It seemed the Nomus had finally been subdued, and now, everyone had come. Endeavor shouted angrily at All Might. Some old guy jumped around and quickly made his way to All Might. Gang Orca, Kamui Woods, even Mount Lady was there for some reason, with dozens more that he was too tired to name. He'd done it. He survived long enough. It was great to fight you, Ronin. Ronin snickered at that. He hardly had been fighting, and even he wasn't dumb enough to think All for One lost. You've got another trick, don't you? You could have dodged that knife. I could have, but I felt you deserved this. All for One nodded, placing a hand on on Midoriya's shoulder, helping him to stand. All for One's hand had started to darken and had the texture of wet clay, his fingers beginning to stick together. You surprised me. You were too reckless. The gun was stuck between them, as dangerous as a paper airplane. Neither one was stupid enough to think that a revolver could really do anything to the number one villain, especially at this point. All for One's form had begun to melt, but he was seeming to hold himself together through sheer power of will. What were a few bullets against a man like that? A flesh-to-mud quirk. Sit. I don't have anything to counter that. Izuku Midoriya squinted, leaning against his opponent for support as his legs lost their strength. Language. All for One snorted, shaking his head. You were reckless, but you did enough. You did well. What, that's impossible. The surrounding heroes had started to get closer and were shouting, but they weren't making sense as they ran in with quirks running at full power. Cheese. This All for One is a twice clone. It's been a pleasure, but all things must end eventually. The twice clone of All for One gave Midoriya a gentle push backward, stepping back himself and turning to face the oncoming professional heroes. Goodbye, hero. Midoriya wasn't sure what came next as he stumbled backward, crashing to the ground as the pain ebbed away into nothingness. This time, however, it wasn't so cold. Midoriya's legs gave out from underneath him despite his best efforts, his eyes going blank as he tipped backward. The twice clone of All For One didn't even raise a hand to catch the boy, using telekinesis to discreetly lower his son to the floor. He knew with Ragdoll's search quirk that Izuku, while he definitely wasn't alright with his mangled arm and ribs which Izuku hadn't even noticed, would survive. All things would be fine, so he didn't have to worry anymore. Not that you'd know it by looking around this ruined city. The street had become a crater in the ground, with buildings and roads alike smashed to rubble. The Nomas had been rampaging for over half an hour, but were now all captured, dead, or in hiding. And those morons calling themselves heroes. Those morons rushed at him from every direction, preparing a monumental amount of attacks to try and kill an already dying man. His form had already been compromised and he'd melt away in roughly 1 minute. But he had some time till then. The twice clone of Hisashi rose into the air, opening his mouth and beginning to sing in his final moments. Just one final thing to piss off All Might and to give the heroes something to think about. He wasn't a great singer, but he had a strong and confident voice. He wasn't worried. He had literally nothing to lose anymore. Hisashi ditched the helmet, punting it off into the distance with a big smile that all his work was done. He looked at the crumpled form of All Might. Crushed, battered, the number one hero was completely broken. And by God, it was beautiful. Nana Shimura had been dragged from the ground and being placed in handcuffs. It looked like she survived this little dance, surprisingly enough. The worst teacher getting a second crack at ruining a one-for-all user. It seriously was hilarious. The hero's quirks began to come close to All For One as he activated his telekinesis and wind quirks to defend himself, pretending to put up a fight as his voice echoed across the wreckage. He caught a glance at the news chopper flying overhead and gave them his best smile. He couldn't stop smiling as he raised both hands, firing off weaker shots in every direction. His power had been greatly reduced so he didn't blow his arms up as he became weaker with every second, but he still sent the heroes packing as they were launched backward. Damn, he was good. Heroes took All Might, Shimura, and Midoriya to the first responders and police. All For One gave them a little sarcastic wave goodbye as they left the crater, flying higher and higher as he sang with unbridled enthusiasm. Endeavor was leading the charge, sending out bouts of flame while the other heroes tried to get close enough to attack him. All For One's ever-increasing height made hitting him, needless to say, difficult. All For One threw his arms back, laughing as he sang while his quirks, one by one, began to wear off. This duplicate had lost the ability to use his quirks, but even as he plummeted to the ground, he continued to sing. The air roared in his ears as he fell, laughing all the way. He spun through the skies, spreading what was left of his arms as they turned to brown mud and slipped away. His flesh and his cares were long gone as he dropped through the air. For just a moment as he spun, he caught a glance from All Might. All Might stared at All For One last time. But it wasn't the last time. Even as the rubble and ground rushed up to meet him, All For One sang with a full heart, knowing that this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Splat. From the screen, they could see One For All's final dance and were watching with amazement, eyes fixed on the only television inside the warehouse, though it was littered with things for them. The heroes that the League had been running from went flying with just a flick of his wrist. And Twice as duplicates only had a fraction of the real person's power. Who is that guy? Twice was most confused of all. He made that duplicate after all. But he was undoubtedly the one who understood what he was seeing the least. This duplicate knew it was a fake, but it had no concerns about it. No worries as his form began to melt. How did he do it? Shigaraki stood back from the group, looking at the screen with an open mouth before standing upright with a large smile. The song, his master's words. He understood the message. Master, he really did. He is my master, the number one villain in the world. Shimura took out something from one of the packages labeled for him, lifting the hand gingerly with a smile. All For One. Shigaraki put the hand on his face and walked forward into the group, confidence reassured. His master had faith and confidence in him, so he should too. He didn't save us for a television special, though. This is a continue point. And the real game's opening up. The League of Villains looked at Shigaraki as he spoke, who in turn was staring at the confident visage of his master on the screen. Even now, surrounded by heroes and as a dying clone, he was beating them single-handedly. That man told Shimura to no longer be afraid and to go forward. Even now, he was out there somewhere, waiting to see what Shigaraki would do. What would he do? That was simple. He'd exceeded All For One's every expectation. It's time to get started. The medical team hurried the 3 injured parties to their respective vehicles. Shimura was lifted first, followed by All Might. Then the unconscious hero All Might didn't recognize. Shimura was placed in as many security measures as they had. Her arms and legs were stuck together. Then her entire body was placed in a cylinder to seal off any movement. She was then taken away by a truck to a secure location, to be handed off the choppers once they were clear of All For One's final grandstanding. All Might took one last glance back at All For One as the rescued teams moved the other hero up to the rescue vehicle, locking eyes for just a moment as the villain fell from the air. No, as the duplicate of the villain fell through the air. This hadn't even been the real All for One. The real one was at least as strong as this one had been, but was likely much stronger. This one hadn't even used the quirk All for One to steal anyone else's quirks, which could have greatly upset the small balance that they fought on, as unstable as that was. Nana Shimura turned into a Namu. All Might turned from the sight of All for One crashing into the ground messily to watch Shimura be lifted and bolted into the truck. The greatest hero in his eyes was being given the treatment they had prepared for All for One, the worst villain in his eyes. This was the power of All for One. Not to take quirks, but to destroy everything. With a wave of his hand, he had destroyed property, All Might, and Nana Shimura's legacy in under an hour. Years of work gone in minutes. And the strength of this Namu. It sickened him to realize how powerless he was going to be going forward when he looked at the future of Nomus. They were becoming stronger, yes, but they were becoming more human. Anyone and everyone could be caught in this war between All for One and One for All. The number one villain made that clear when he destroyed All Might's Bastion of Hope, then tried to destroy All Might as a bastion of hope. Nana Shimura had been incredibly strong, but even the Namu at the USJ could give the current. No, the former All Might a run for his money. Forget All for One. One for All was having trouble keeping pace with just the Nomus. But they couldn't stop there. Mirio no, all of heroism would have to push past the Nomus if they wanted to win this war. It had been All Might's last fight, but as he watched the doors shut on Shimura's unconscious form before she was taken away, he swore that he'd see this war through till the end. He was down, but One for All wasn't done yet. All Might one last thing as a professional hero. As the camera swept over to him, he pointed right back at it, standing up to the best of his abilities with the last of his strength, and spoke, both to the next generation of both heroism and One for All. Next. It is your turn. The news channel went to advertisements, but he'd seen enough. He rose from his chair and crossed the room, turning off the television and plunging the room into darkness. He stood there for a moment, digesting his thoughts. The news had shown what was likely to be the last fight of All Might's career, and it had shocked him. He wouldn't call himself an All Might fanboy, but it was hard to deny that few recognized All Might's mentor other than him. He recognized Nana Shimura as the hero that All Might had apprenticed himself to back before he started to attend UA high school. All Might had been her sidekick for 2 years, from before he entered UA, until partway into his second year, when Nana Shimura vanished. Well, she had returned now. While they couldn't understand the words they had been saying through the entire fight, it was clear to his eyes that it really was Shimura. Shimura's fighting style was heavily similar to All Might's, so it made sense that they were at least close at one point. However, her fighting style had a rigidity, as if mechanical. It wasn't natural, or if it was heavily restrained. It was forced. His years fighting tooth and nail gave him good eyes for things like that. Her fighting wasn't her own, not anymore. It was likely to have something to do with the figure who started flying towards the end, shooting everything while singing. His quirk must have been quite strange to fly and shoot things, some advanced air quirk most likely. Maybe that person had brainwashed and tortured Nana Shimura. Maybe he had someone else do it. But All Might definitely blamed him for what had happened to Nana Shimura. He walked across the dim apartment, eyes casually passing over the knives he left everywhere in case of an attack as he thought things through. It didn't matter how, though, since that strange figure had died at the end of the fight. It was a painful way to go, crashing into the ground like that under fire of multiple quirks. But the figure didn't seem to care. That villain was completely relaxed as he died, so maybe there was some trick to it. It was too early to tell. He crossed the apartment to look out the window, the spear he'd stolen vaguely in his line of sight. It was too early to tell what had happened, but it wasn't too early to tell what was going to happen. With All Might most likely retiring after that hard fight, crime and scum would rise. Fake heroes would take over the industry. His work would increase even more. Stain subconsciously licked his lips as he leaned out the window, staring into the night. Things were changing, for better or for worse, and he'd be along for the ride. Nezu had no intentions of leaving the school that day. He was incapable of helping in a direct fight. And by offering his advice for the attack, no matter how little they had taken, he believed he had done his part. At least, he had no intentions of leaving before he saw a familiar figure rushing headfirst into certain danger, wearing a coat that he hadn't seen in the better part of a year. And all of a sudden he couldn't get to the fight fast enough. He had gotten there before the end of the fight and was one of the people standing on the lip of the crater as they pulled up Shimura, Toshinori, and Ronin. Most of the medical staff and all of the reporters focused on All Might as he gave a big dramatic line, leaving Nezu some time to talk to the medical staff and plan out what was going to happen to the other hero. He's bad, but he's not doomed. Broken bones in the arm. We've got a messy fracture. Gonna need some wrap on that. His ribs are busted too, but we won't know the full extent of the damages until we get him into the hospital. The medical attendant over Ronin adjusted the straps holding him down, nodding. Ronin's arm was twisted and snapped, with white bones sticking out of black and blue flesh and fingers splayed in multiple directions. His face was bruised and beaten, and he lay on a stretcher, splayed out like a discarded ragdoll. His clug. Ronin suddenly resisted the straps, trying to force himself upright with the little strength he had and spitting blood. His body became like steel once more as his eyes locked onto and pierced through Nezu's. As broken and beaten as Ronin looked, those eyes were still alive like emerald flames. Is he safe? Yes. Nezu's response wasn't as loud as usual as he gently patted the young hero on the head. He's safe. You can rest now. Good. Midoriya's fragile frame returned as he limply lay down, his borrowed strength gone. Midoriya wore a gentle smile as his eyes closed again, his breathing becoming quiet. Nezu watched the boy go into an uncertain sleep, unsure of how conscious he really was or had been. This seemed more like a determination thing than a really well thought out thing. Not quite his area of expertise. Cleaning up, however, was. While he wasn't supposed to help vigilantes, he didn't think many people would have gripes with helping someone who saved the #1 hero's life. He doubted Midoriya had a cover story for his new arm and ribs. Nezu smiled as he stepped back and did his own part, speaking briefly to the medical staff on site who was in charge of Midoriya before Hero and Principal Light climbed into an ambulance. Even if the fight was over, the paperwork had just begun, and Nezu intended to help out in every way he could. He'd make sure Ronin didn't become just one more name on the 4 o'clock news. A stray Namu walked through the sewers, mistaking the quiet for safety as it stopped for a moment to breathe. In an instant, a large creature bolted through the pipes, pinning it down with one of its arms and crushing it against the pipes. It was dead in just half a second. The large once-snake Namu took a step back before diving in and beginning to eat this new meal, already feeling its body begin to adapt and change. It hadn't been eating as much until now from scarcity of food, but suddenly there was a burst of activity and it was feasting like a king. Truly, this was a great time. The snake Namu's body cracked and snapped as it lost more of the excessive mass, shifting and changing while molting the parts it no longer needed. New scales, harder than steel, teeth like swords to tear into prey as it ate them, huge wings for flight, horns for ramming into things, and long arms and legs for moving. It liked its arms and legs. They were fun to use and very different from their original body. Its tail whipped back and forth as it finished eating, stepping back on 2 legs. These meals were barely smarter than the animals it usually found in the sewers, but they had useful abilities. The gluttonous monster froze as it heard something moving, its head slowly pivoting as it turned and began to charge its body up, becoming tight and compact like a spring. A stray Namu walked through the sewers, mistaking the quiet for safety as it stopped for a moment to breathe. Aiko and Mrs. Voorhees watched the new reporter, smiling as they saw the end of the footage. All Might was standing tall and confident beside the captured villainess, with the news reporter talking over the still frame. It was a late night, but it was basically impossible that school would start on time. School was supposed to start in 2 days, but it was probably going to get delayed a bit by this. Who would have slept through something like this? All Might's final fight. Even if Aiko wasn't into scary stuff like heroes and fighting, she at least knew who All Might was and what was happening on the screen. She had watched through her fingers the entire fight and was cheering right beside her mom when All Might managed that final big hit. She didn't get heroism, but even she knew it was a good thing that the weird guy with the scary helmet lost. The news reporters talking in a lot of circles about it, but nobody was saying much new stuff. Aiko, you better get to bed soon. Mom turned off the television and got up. It won't do for you to stay up too late watching stuff like that. All right. Aiko yawned as her body and mind sided with Mom. That stuff looked pretty scary, and she didn't want to think about it. Maybe she'd hear more tomorrow and she could talk to Midoriya about it. They hadn't talked in a while, but they did send text messages for a while. Until a week ago, that is, when Midoriya said he wasn't going to be able to get in contact for a while. Then Dad told her that Midoriya had been in an accident and was at the hospital. It was pretty complicated. Still, once he was better she was going to go see him. Aiko pushed away thoughts of the mess that had happened tonight and focused instead on what they were going to do tomorrow, smiling all the way as she went to sleep. You woke up in a hospital unexpectedly once. You'd done it a million times. Midoriya's body was riddled with dull aches and pains as he returned to consciousness, not entirely sure if he was inside a new room or the same room that he last woke up in. The one from after the forest training camp thing, but before he rushed headfirst into danger and death. The whole place looked the exact same, with the exception of all the soot they stuck on him. His body was coated with tubes and wires monitoring everything at least twice, or so it seemed to him. Midoriya slowly sat up, feeling first his shoulder then his arm. They were sore still, but they definitely weren't broken anymore, so things were looking up. He had a new scar on the side of his forearm where the bone had been H-leg. Just the thought of it made him want to puke. He might have been fighting for a long time, but he still wasn't used to those kinds of injuries. He hoped he never became used to them. Oh, how long have you been there? The whole time. But I only started paying attention when you were checking out your arm. Mao laughed as he sat on the windowsill, arms folded while he leaned back. He was wearing a leather jacket and his dreadlocks were tied back to show off that big hammy smile. He rolled up one of the jacket's sleeves as he spoke and held his arm up, showing off the scars from their first fight. Guess we be matchin' now, sucka. Guess we are. Midoriya smiled and nodded, leaning up. Did the big man send you? Yup, he figured you got some questions. And I'm the safest person to tell you stuff. But that was at da first hospital. Nobody expected you dumbass to run into that big mess. Mao rolled down his jacket sleeve and walked forward, kicking a chair over to the bed and sitting down in it, leaning far back and crossing his arms behind his head. You did some serious shit, dude. Thanks, I think. Midoriya laughed it off, then looked around. Well, my first question is where my mom is. I really thought she'd be in here. She knows, right? Mao nodded. To answer da big questions you got. Your mom's on a call right now. It's been 3 days, and I got ya digs. Mao's head flicked up and back to a camera on the ceiling, letting Midoriya know that they were being watched without words. Seriously, for a dumbass, Mao was pretty smart sometimes. Thanks. So, what happened? Campin' accident. Mao leaned even further back, checking out the ceiling. You hurt your hand and face, then got sent to a hospital. Hospital sent you to a diff hospital when sheet went down. Da car got hit by a Namu, and now, here I am. Thanks for the catch-up. Anything else I should know? 3 days. School should have started last night, but he'd be surprised if school started on time with that huge accident. They were probably having a huge memorial for All Might last night. 1 day to set it up, 1 day to pull it off, so school should be restarting right now. School starts next week. They didn't want to start it with just 2 days. And it ain't like anyone at your place gives 2 sheets. Oh sheet, your mom. Mao suddenly tried to snap upright but instead only succeeded in losing all balance, his chair tipping back a little too far and sending him toppling to the floor as a doctor and Inko Midoriya came in. Seriously, for such a smart guy, Mao was pretty dumb sometimes. Mr. Voorhees, we're trying to help people get better, not make them worse. Please, no horseplay in the patient's room. The doctor on hand chewed Mao out while Inko moved past that and straight to Midoriya. Are you alright? How are you feeling? She grabbed his hand, clearly worried. Izuku gave her a calm smile, nodding. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine now. Why? What happened? Izuku played the role of an innocent soul who didn't even know a thing. He had, supposedly, been unconscious when All for One and All Might threw down, so he wouldn't know about All Might's probable retirement. How, that was still mostly true. For all he knew, All Might was still up and heroing right now. All Might was dumb enough to do that. Oh, my poor baby. He wasn't ready for the sudden head grab, but he definitely should have been. He was pretty sure she was crying, but he wasn't sure if he was or not. Ma'am, please refrain from any sudden moves with the patient. He's still recovering, and we don't know his condition yet. The doctor on hand kept a tight leash on Inko Midoriya and reined her in the second things seemed to even go in the direction of trouble. As for you, Izuku Midoriya, I will once again ask how you're feeling. Any pains? Well, Izuku glanced at his mom, knowing she'd worry if he said anything, but did admit a few. My side and arm still hurt a little bit. Good. The doctor made some notes on an electronic tablet, nodding along. We were worried about damaged nerves, but you seem to be doing fine. Really well, in fact. I see you've had a broken arm before. Midoriya just nodded while his mom cried in the background. The doctor did some more work on the tablet before turning to face both mother and son at once. You should see a full recovery very soon and possibly leave the hospital today, but we're gonna have to run some tests first. Is that all right? This really was a formality. Who in their right mind would turn down some basic medical tests to make sure you weren't gonna die? Still, they agreed quickly enough, and his mom left with a doctor to do the paperwork while the old one stayed with him and Mao to check the machines one last time. Midoriya took this as a chance to ask a few more questions to the big guy, just sorting out a few little details along the way. Hey, Mao, when do you think I can get my camping stuff? Anytime good. Whenever you're free, dude. Mao stood up and stretched, rubbing the back of his head. I want Cha to know I may get chewed out now for your fancy tricks though. Let that weigh on your conspicuous. That doesn't sound right. Close enough. Midoriya leaned back, asking just one final question. And what happened to the clothes I was wearing? Mao shrugged. Both knew that Midoriya had brought a ton of weapons into the fight against All for One, but neither one seemed to know where they all went. Did that mean he finally got rid of that old jacket? Well, I may split now. I only came cause I was told you dumbass would be whacking up today, and Doc was right on da money. Mao put the chair back and clapped the doctor on the back. You're doing da good sheet here, Doc. Later Centipiter. They waved goodbye before Mao dipped out, giving him a moment of quiet. The doctor then left to attend to other patients, giving Midoriya a moment of silence with just his thoughts. He had thought about his past a lot recently, where he came from, what he had done, why he did things. But he'd already done that. He could do it again, but that'd be retreading ground. Where did he come from? Best not to talk about it. Where did he come from figuratively? Probably best not to talk or think about it, but that was a little more open-ended. He came from bloody knees and bruised faces, from rough nights and idolized idiots. But that was where he came from, and to come from something meant to leave the past behind and move on. He had become stronger, much stronger than before. Albeit not literally, he probably could use a lot of work at literally getting stronger, but he felt more stable. Even with his current mental issues, he felt like he had a much better grounding than before. Why he did things, he still didn't know, to be honest. He had given a weak answer of wanting to be a hero. But what did that mean? Would he charge in to save anyone? Who did he save? Should he make money off of it? ... And just after I said I wouldn't think about the past again. Now here I am, retreading old ground. Midoriya snickered at that and turned his head, looking out the window at the sunset. He had thought about his past loads, but now, it was time to move on. It was time to start looking ahead and figuring out what he was going to do. What he wanted to do. This was an ending, but didn't someone say all endings were just something else's beginning? Maybe. He didn't remember. And to be honest, he didn't really care that much. Things to do. Oh God. Repairs. His regular outfit probably took so much damage from his big attack back in the training camp. When he finally got free of this hospital, he was probably going to spend all his free time fixing that stuff. School. He had schoolwork, or at least, he was supposed to. But Midoriya had finished all his schoolwork for the year and was now doing a kind of free-flow thing. He kept studying for finals, sure, but he usually spent his time in the classroom planning other things out. Maybe he'd spend his time picking some new stuff to learn. Fighting. He had been fighting for a while, but if fighting that muscular guy taught him anything, he still wasn't anywhere close to a master yet. He only beat Stain by having a weapon that hard-countered Stain, then by breaking orthodox fighting patterns, and finally pulled out a victory by fighting 2v1. Talk about a cheap victory. So, he was going to get some sword lessons finally. About damn time too. He really had gone too long without knowing any real kendo. And maybe some other styles. Fencing, staff fighting. Maybe he could join a dojo. Nah, who was he kidding? ... Was he kidding? Maybe he would go to a dojo. He didn't have any concrete plans right now. He was just some dopey-looking guy sitting on a bed with broccoli hair. ... And he wasn't even thinking about making more weapons. He still had weapons to craft, but he forgot about them way back whenever he was thinking about repairs. He really was all over the place. Midoriya leaned back in the bed, smiling as he thought through all the possibilities. He had so much to do. All right, Midoriya, we're gonna run you through your physicals soon. With a little luck, you might be going home tonight. Midoriya nodded and went to get up, putting his weight on his left hand as he went to get up and immediately regretting it. It looked like the first thing he was going to do was go home and rest. I'm not really sure what to say, but if you follow my train wreck of a writing style from the beginning, that's no surprise. I was first thinking of taking this chapter as a sort of retrospective, a chance to review my story and share some of the work behind the screen so you could get into the head of the madman who created this flaming garbage. I was gonna show off the date this story started, say some vague things about what I was doing at the time, and maybe I will. F it, I will. On July 9th, 2019, I was bored as F and decided I was going to waste my time by making a brief fanfic in the Hero Aka world. A little story focusing on throwing some martial arts into the world of Hero Aka, with Midoriya staring as our POV and protagonist as he delved into a world of heroes and villains way out of his depth. He'd learn, he'd grow, he'd win some, he'd lose some, but he was going to change and the world would change with him. That was the idea behind that first fanfic. That fanfic, as you might have guessed, is not Ronin. The dates are wrong. This is a year before Ronin got started. That is a fanfic I made while stuck at someone's house over the summer, bored out of my marbles cause it was too hot to do anything, and it never saw the light of day. It was going to focus on Midoriya with a sound quirk, remix, and using it sort of like Soundwave from the Prime series to attack and fight, using his quirk to supplement traditional martial arts. That series, which never got a name since it was all made on crappy documents by a bored guy on his summer trip, will probably never see the light of day. Midoriya's fighting style was going to be quirk-aiding martial arts. He'd use a hollow pipe as a weapon, and it's way too close to Ronin to ever be done now. I won't be doing that series now because Ronin cropped a lot of ideas from it, and if I did, there would be a very noticeable repeat of old ideas. Still, that was my first delve into fanfics, and it was the first time I really sat down and wrote for fun. It was total sit, I didn't show it to anyone, and I only wrote 10 chapters. I have no clue what happened to the original documents anymore, and I'd be amazed if I could find all 10 chapters still. But this unnamed project wasn't my only try at making a fanfic. That's right, I'm talking about the original JoJo plus Hero a Calf fanfic. What? No one cares. Yeah, we'll skip to the real sit. Long story short, I wrote a JoJo plus Hero a Calf fanfic, never published it, then accidentally deleted it before anyone ever saw the thing. Big sad, but it was for the best. Now, with a whopping 2 ups under my belt and an AO3 account I wasn't doing anything with, I got bored again. Something I rant about a lot is fanfics not updating quickly, and you can probably tell where this is going. The 2 fanfics I will specifically throw this time under the bus are Cobalt Star, a JoJo plus Hero a Calf fanfic that inspired me and actually changed my views on writing, and Pro Hero Metal Bat, which so far has taken 3 years to release 18 of what the author believed to be 85 chapters. If Pro Hero MB continues its current release schedule, it will take 13 years to finish. Well, at least we've already dealt with 3 of those years, so we've only got to wait for 10 more. I'd say I'm kidding, but I am naturally pessimistic, a huge D, and love taking the piss out of other people to make myself feel better. I had so much fun just stopping from writing this to go check dates for Pro Hero MB, doing some quick math, and making fun of it. I had more fun doing that than I've had writing this fanfic in months. But I'm getting ahead of myself. To get back on track and not apologize because I'm not sorry since I'm a D-head, I was sick of waiting for 2 fanfics that have only updated 3 and 4 times since I started writing Ronin 9 months ago. I have always been a D-head in my heart of hearts and said to myself, hey, bozo, you wrote 2 fanfics. You should write a fanfic to see why they're taking so long. That's right, the story that you're reading now was just made to one-up some other fanfic writers, cause that's the kind of D I am. This is also why I can never compliment myself, cause I look back at this moment and realize that I'm definitely the bad guy here. Still, I decided to write a fanfic to figure out what was taking the stories I was reading so long. And if you've checked the chapter count of this fanfic compared to either of them, you realize that I completely missed the point. Sort of, but more on that later. Boom, bet you didn't expect setup and payoff in the effing author's notes. Damn, I definitely have a problem. So, enough tangents. We're gonna go on a quick trip to the events leading up to Chapter 1. Bob Stevens, the bored dumbass he was, got sick of waiting around for Sit to update. He decided to write his own unoriginal story, and I, the nameless narrator, do mean unoriginal. Bob didn't create it immediately though, because his boredom got sidejacked again with school starting. School starting meant Bob didn't have enough free time to actually sit down and write. But he did have enough time to plan. At least, he didn't have enough free time at first. Eventually, on November 17, 2020, Bob Stevens stopped paying attention during class and, instead, wrote a city little chapter to serve as the opening for his new fanfic. For real this time it's actually Ronin. And let me tell you, nameless narrator to reader, that first chapter's Sit. I have genuinely no effing clue how anyone gets past the first 5 chapters. But hey, maybe it was because, later on in the same day, also November 17th, the second chapter got released. Then still the same day, still November 17th, the 3rd chapter came out. Then the 4th and 5th. Needless to say, when D&D got cancelled that day, Bob Stevens got to work. Yes, this entire series got kicked off because of a cancelled D&D session. How the F did this get popular again? From there, chapters were published consistently every day for 2 weeks with 1 to 2 chapters a day, right up until the mid-30s to 40s I think. I honestly couldn't tell you when, but eventually, Bob Stevens slowed to a more manageable 1 chapter a day. Eventually, this continued to slow down until we hit our current pace today, and our current end right now. There are a few outside stories that affect Ronin, but most of them will remain unnamed. Shout out to Gubby Gub Goo though, a friend of mine who agreed at gunpoint to help fix this mess, reviewing from chapters 1-70. Then helped by editing chapters 71-96. He did a lot to help this fanfic when he was here and did a lot of work to make it better. He's the reason the first 10 chapters are actually legible now. That was right around the time that my enthusiasm started to really run out. As people who have gone back and read the comments, notes will probably know, I really didn't like the Beast arc. It wasn't great, but this was the start of the downward spiral foreshadowed earlier. Plot twist, I, the nameless narrator, was Bob Stevens the whole time. You've been bamboozled, I know, but the real twist is that I am no longer enjoying writing Ronin. Ronin was, at first, a fun passion project, just something to do while in class to kill time. It took like 3 hours to write a chapter, tops. Maybe it comes down to the fact that I'm thinking and editing my chapters more these days. Maybe it's because they're getting longer, but chapters are starting to take a pretty long time to write. At first I thought I might just be getting slow, but then I stopped for 3 days to take a break and write a quick chapter for my other fanfic. I wrote a chapter in 4 hours, and 2 more chapters over the next 2 days. Clearly, it was not just me slowing down that was making this take so long. A different someone once said that the middle of the story is the hardest to write. In the beginning, you have enthusiasm, energy, and excitement to push through since you just started. In the end, you have the fulfillment and satisfaction of almost being done. In the middle, though, you only have your own determination to keep pushing you along. Yeah. And I wish this someone was as right as the last one. The beginning was great, the middle was rough, and the ending was almost literally painful. Pretty much every chapter I had to force myself to sit down, focus, and write. Hell, even now I keep tabbing out to do other things. And this is literally it. I physically can't get closer to the ending. Yet I still don't want to write a thing. And this brings me back around to the beginning. I know this final mess has been rough, but I'm trying to keep it real with y'all and keep myself honest. So these are my mostly unfiltered thoughts. This entire chapter is optional anyway and might get deleted anyways. So I'm playing fast and loose here. I want to go back and mention the 3 things that I wrote Ronin for, cause I've mentioned 2 of the reasons before. First, like I mentioned at the start of this story but haven't in a while, Ronin was written as an experiment. As mentioned above, Ronin was my first real story that I was putting into the real world. I was a little antsy at first, worried that it would be a total flop and I'd go down in history as the world's biggest loser. Then I realized no one would ever figure out that my real name is totally Robert Stevenson because I put a fake name down, Bob Stevens. Besides, it wasn't like Ronin was going to get big, just a small little story to practice my writing chops with. In the initial draft when I started writing everything like a madman, I discarded the odd plan of going all the way to AFO and settled instead for a shorter 50 chapters. I could totally end a fanfic in 50 chapters. That was easy. It might take like a year to get to 50, but I thought I could do it. This also plays into what I said above when I was rambling about fanfics that haven't updated in forever. I didn't understand why they took so long to come out and I wanted to try out some of the things I saw. And hopefully I'd figure out why my favorite authors took so long to write new chapters by writing some myself. Yeah, I still am not sure why, but now at least I have a few guesses. We'll get into them for the third reason, but no more skipping. The second reason I wrote Ronin was that I had a story I wanted to tell. A third someone said that everyone has a story to tell. Since the first was right and the second was wrong in my eyes, it's only fitting that I have no clue if this advice is true. I don't know if I have anything to say, but I'm still gonna talk. That's the beauty of rambling. Words are never far away. I think I have some message to say, so I'll try to slip it in between flashy fights. If nothing else, I'll get some practice writing action. Writing Ronin really changed my perspective on canon hero Aka. It changed my perspective on a lot of things. But let's keep this focused. I got a better understanding of what Horikoshi was doing when he wrote some of the arcs. I finally figured out that Horikoshi isn't a perfect author and makes mistakes, which is good, because if Hero Aka was perfect, the fanfics would kind of be pointless. After all, where do you go from perfect? Ronin might be way worse than Hero Aka, but I hope I can be pretentious and pretend there was some bigger message in it that I wanted to tell. But there was one big thing I wanted to do with Ronin. Third and last, I wanted to finish something. Yup, that's it. If you go back up, I had 2 fanfics that never got finished. I made stories before that, stories that never saw the light of day, but I decided that I'd change. I'd write a story all the way through. I could go the distance, I would go the distance. I'd see it through, no matter how hard it got. To be a bit of a D to all of you, it wasn't the readers that made me finish this mess. It was a line of frustrations at myself, at my laziness, and my bad writing. That's why I only started once I knew where I wanted to end it. That's why I finished this, and that's why I wrote Ronin. To prove I could, even if I didn't think so. And on the other hand, if no one read this mess, I definitely would have just ended it at 50 chapters and called it a day. I'd say I did what I set out to do, pack my bags, and I might not have kept writing. It was people responding that gave me the confidence to keep going, so thanks. Now you're an accomplice to my arson when I made this dumpster fire. Even if I ended Ronin because I told myself I would, I continued Ronin because of people like you. Reading this fanfic even if all you did was make the hit counter go up one more number. Commenting, talking about the stuff I wrote, making fan art. Sorry I haven't commented on it. It's that laziness coming through again. Might be. So, the practically obligatory thank yous. Thanks for coming by and spending some time with a deranged penguin writing just to spite people, writing just because his D&D got cancelled, and writing just to prove to himself that he could. Thank you for coming by and reading this work, commenting on it, and being here. Congrats on making it this far, too. You just read 158 chapters. That's way more than some regular stories. Mark that off on your calendars or whatever. Thank you to the people who made fan art for this. I'm honored that people looked at my mess of pettiness, spite, and lack of D&D and made some amazing stuff. I've gotten several pieces through the year, and so this time, I'm gonna be a D to you guys. Sorry, I've done a few jokes on this fanfic before, and I've got one left. Those with a good memory will remember that I celebrated reaching 50 and 100 chapters with my own art. but I haven't done that with 150 yet. Chapter 160 of Ronin is planned to go up in 1 week, on Sept 1st. It is going to be a chapter of just fan art, just for fun. I'll be posting my own art in case no one wants to show up in the cringe and trying to get permission in the meantime. If you have any art you want to include, feel free to drop a link below. And with that, you can probably tell this is coming to an end. You don't send people to the comments when you've got a lot left, after all, and the story's already over technically. At the time of writing, chapter 158 is already done. I'm just sitting on it while I make this mess. Yes, I'm using this song. Yes, I'm a D. So let's finish this, clean and concise. No more beating around the bush. Ronin's going on hiatus if you couldn't tell by all the "it's not over" sit last chapter. Seriously, how many different ways did I wind up saying it? Now that was corny. I don't want it to be over, but I guess I wouldn't have done my job if I don't end it. Man, I say I hate drama, but here I am hamming it up. I'm such a hypocrite. Well, Ronin's going on hiatus for 1 month at least. If the plans change, I'll post that, but I already put that in the notes. Now I'm just wasting time. I'm definitely not going to do something like this for my next fanfic or even the next hiatus if we get that far. But I wanted to put it somewhere. That's the power of being a D-head writer, I guess. The room was dimly lit with the windows shut, a little light leaking through the curtains he installed. He didn't want anyone accidentally peeking in right now, with classes still going on outside, but this club room served as his workshop. He had to get to work and get this over with before Aiko showed up after school ended. A shame half of the lights in the classroom weren't working. Again, on the table, beside him, a phone buzzed out reports of a certain huge event that took place 4 days ago. He had been out of commission for a while and he needed to catch up quickly, so the best way he could think of was to listen in while he worked. Casualties were kept low through the efforts of our professional heroes. While dozens of nomas have been captured or killed, there still are some left unaccounted for. Keep an eye out for any suspicious activity and please, don't stay out too late. Always remember to contact heroes in case of emergencies. They picked up their jacket first, admiring the mess it had become. What was this, their 5th coat? Only one had ever managed to survive its first fight. It had been torn, some parts were downright shredded. They moved across the mess of leather with eyes and fingers, noting the many damages. It's most likely unfixable. It's definitely not worth the effort of repairing. Its voice was emotionless and cold as it removed one of the bulletproof plates from the inner lining of the jacket, pouring the plate out more so than pulling it. The plate had been broken through and thoroughly shattered most of the way through, making it more bulletproof dust than plate. No confirmation on the identity of the male villain still. Scientists are saying that DNA testing from what has become his corpse is inconclusive at best. But his body has been fully captured and sent to the maximum security prison Tartarus just in case. Still, it's not unsalvageable. He removed the rest of the plates from the coat then held it up, checking how much of the material was still in one major piece. We can use it to create more designs going forward, to modify other jackets if I'm careful enough. Good, resourceful, and efficient. They folded up what had once been their jacket, moving on to the bodysuit. Its injuries were virtually identical to the jacket's. Its more humanoid shape reminded him of the other layer of injuries, the ones that wrapped his own body. He could see the white line running across his left fingers, the scar from where his fingers had been severed. He leaned forward suddenly, taking deep breaths. That was a little painful to think about. If he thought about stuff like that, his mind naturally wandered to other things, like the hot pain as his own bones punctured his arm, how the dirt became wet and sticky when it mixed with his blood, or how his world had slowly gone cold and dark. The whole country is in mourning for the former #1 American and Japanese hero. All Might has now released an official statement that he will be entering retirement after the large fight we saw in Yokohama, Japan, against the 2 large villains. Neither villain has been identified after their monumental fight against the hero, and if you have any information, please contact your local police branch. In addition, the second hero to show up at the scene still remains anonymous and unidentified. Once again, if you have any information about any of these people, please contact your local police branch. The noise of his phone pulled him back into reality. The vigilante smirked as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, throwing his green hair back and rising. This wasn't a time to sit back in his thought and stew. This was a time for action. Reluctance was how most of his problems got started. And even if he never learned a damn thing, he'd at least pretend he did. He pushed the coat to the side and reached into the bag Aiko had brought to school today, filled with his equipment from a summer camp that wasn't even for him. He pushed through the cold chill that ran down his spine as he drew out the next item, a broken and partially shattered black oar. Some of the wires from what once been his mask stuck out, swaying slightly as he fiddled with the helmet. A couple of attempts to turn it on before he got a small reaction, laughing out loud to himself as he slipped it on and checked what still worked. Well, I mean, just the clock isn't terrible. At least I know the time now. It said 6 p.m. Lunch was 30 minutes ago. Give it up. The thing's scrap, hey. The night vision still worked. All right, the thing was mostly scrap. He removed the helmet, compacting it up as far as its crushed and cracked form could go, and set it atop the jacket. He moved to the next item as quickly as he went through the last one, pulling out a gauntlet. Then a second gauntlet. Major changes to the top 10 lineup. With All Might's retirement, it seems for the first time in 10 years, Endeavor's position is going to change as he rises up to take the place as the #1 hero. It's still unknown how long he'll hold that title, though, with All Might's protege on the rise. Lemillion, a third-year student at UA, is already receiving training and is projected to make the top 10 in his first year, much like Kamui Woods. The gauntlets had some major damage, but it wasn't as bad as the others. It was cracked and cut, but since the important parts were metal, it could probably be reforged. They fitted one of the gauntlets back on, moving their arm to check how the straps were holding up. If the structure was damaged too badly, they might just have to rebuild the whole thing. He fumbled with the wires, plugging the gauntlet in and activating the pull motion. His phone slid across the table and off the ledge, into his waiting palm. Still worked pretty well, so at least some of the wiring was still good. Heroes around the world have dedicated moments to the former #1 hero after his retirement. The Hero Association has given its solemn thanks to All Might for all the works he's done over the years. He shook his head, setting down the phone and gauntlets and moving on to the next pair of items, his old boots and shin guards. He went through those too. He went through whatever you'd call that combination even faster than he thought about them, stuck wondering if the shin guards counted as separate pieces since they weren't always attached to the boot's focus. Eventually pushing past that largely irrelevant detail, he noticed that the bag he'd taken to the camp was getting suspiciously empty and kept his fast pace going as he pulled the last items out. Dozens of needles that had fallen out of the jacket, a pair of modified pistols, then a shattered sheath. There was only one last thing in the bag. He could see the shape, a streak of metal that glinted in the bag. What had once possibly been, for a time, the strongest weapon in the world. He reached into the bag, fingers wrapping around the handle as he slowly drew the blade one last time. From what had once been 3 feet of blade, a little under half a foot was left. Its tip was sharp from where the blade snapped in half. The sword's body bent slightly to the left. The tsuba, the handguard, was blackened and cracked. Bits of dirt and soot rubbed off onto his thumb as he ran a finger along it, inspecting it with careful eyes. The handle had cracked underneath the wrappings, snapped in two. This was more likely from his grip than the final attack itself as he threw everything he had into one slice. Everything, even his own life. His right eye stung as he lurched forward, his legs going weak. He could still feel it, stuck to him. The strange hollow feeling on his face from where a metal fragment punctured his own eye, the scar it left him. His eye ached. He could remember the sensation of the blood running down his face as his body slowly shut down, his breathing becoming rigid as the life left him. But it hadn't left him, not yet. His grip on the shattered sword tightened as his eyes found new focus, and he swallowed, forcing the rising sensation in his throat back down while he firmly planted his feet and rose. They gripped the shattered frame of Yamato, eyeing the broken sword. Revenant looked down the edge of the blade, an eye raised. Forget it being broken, the thing was bent to boot. I don't think we're good enough swordsmiths to fix this thing. Then it's fine as it is. He breathed in slowly, getting into position and taking a slow practice swing. The electronics are definitely broken, but it's fine. Yamato wasn't the only sword we had. He picked up what was left of the saya, sheathing Yamato with an air of finality and purpose. He wasn't here to sit around, reminiscing. He was here to plan for the future, to think ahead, and when all that went to sit, he'd improvise. For now, though, as the aching in his ribs told him, it was time to sit back and plan. He had to get ready to go forward, fix up his equipment. With the former #1 hero gone, however, the crime rate has already begun to rise. We're seeing so far a 40% increase after only 4 days since All Might's dramatic final battle and retirement, with more criminals daring to act in broad daylight. Well, what do you know? His eyes flicked to his phone, leaning over to quickly flick the screen and check the time. He had 2 hours till school ended and Aiko swung by. 2 hours was plenty of time. He was checking his equipment, but how could he check his equipment if he didn't do a field test? It was time for a little improvisation. The alleyway was unnaturally quiet, cut off from the rest of the city by a single turn. Just 20 feet out and you were back on the main road, back in the public eye, but here. Allies were great at keeping secrets. 4 figures stood over one in the alleyway, the one pushing himself back into the wall as he breathed heavily. His eyes were wide as they darted around, trying to find a way out of this confined space and into the safety of the streets. Just one hero passing by to save him and protect him from. One of the men slammed a boot right next to their victim's head, his crocodile mouth forming a confident smile that ran the length of his snout, but couldn't quite make it to his eyes. Come on, man, just hand over the wallet already. We know you've got some dough on you, so just make this easy." The other men snickered, evidently enjoying this new way of making easy cash. Ever since All Might retired, the big heroes had been running themselves ragged with fancy parades and fanservice and other shit. It was a great time to be a small fry, feasting when the big boys were too busy boasting. ... For your sake. The crocodile man leaned just inches away from the businessman. He turned the blade against his own mouth and suddenly snapped down, breaking the blade in half with one bite. He kept his head nice and close to the businessman as he chewed the metal like gum, making sure the point got across. The man couldn't move fast enough, which was partially why he was taking so long to get his wallet out. His hands were shaking so badly he entirely missed his pocket twice, almost whimpering. The villains were definitely enjoying this, part of the reason they picked this guy as their target, partially because they knew he'd be carrying cash, but mostly for this moment. Their victim's expression as he froze up, slowly realizing how hopeless this was for him. Clink! All the villains' heads snapped over down the alley. False confidence and bravado discarded as something moved outside their safe little alley, the sound of something hitting the ground putting them all on edge. The crocodile took charge again, covering up fear with anger as he gestured wildly to wherever the noise came from. "You two, stop standing around with a thumb up your asses and make sure no one wanders here. Get off." The villain was cut off as a dark thunderbolt crashed onto him, slamming him into the floor. The other villains jumped back in confusion and surprise as the shadow leapt off their self-assigned leader, its tattered cloak billowing as it took a fighting stance. The villains took a second to figure out what just happened, but they barely needed words. Somebody just fell out of the sky and landed on their leader and looked like they wanted a fight. It wasn't rocket science. It's a hero. Let's waste M. The intruder wasn't even paying attention to them. Instead, its eyes fixed on the businessman caught up on all this. The businessman was still as stone save for his legs, which were shaking and limp. He wouldn't be running anywhere anytime soon, so just a little more work for it. The villains rushed at once with knives out, charging the singular shadow to cut them down. This wasn't their first fight and they knew Dial, the lead man, wouldn't just go down to some random falling on his head. He wasn't even unconscious yet, it was just a lucky shot. The hero grabbed Dial's body as they walked past him and threw Dial into the charging villains, the collision stopping the charge dead. The criminals stumbled back into each other for a second, their momentum gone. The hero charged into the now disorientated villains. They ran into one of the villains, grabbing him by the head while its legs swept his out to trip him, slamming him into the floor. He was unconscious before he could even scream. The other two villains barely had time to notice before the figure was upon them, hitting the clump of villains with a spinning back kick. The standing villains were both carrying Dial's body and connected to each other, dragging each other down as they fell from one strong kick. The hero ran into the mess of limbs and gave a running punt to Dial, throwing him off the other two and into the wall. Dial staggered to his feet, grabbing the wall for stability as he slowly climbed up before the hero slammed its knee into Dial's head from a full sprint. The knee had the weight of the hero's full charge behind it and staggered Dial. He stumbled back and nearly fell before the hero grabbed him by the shirt and held him up, pinning the villain in place for two additional sharp knee strikes to the skull. Dial dropped like a sack of rocks once the figure turned to its next victims. Its face was dark and glossy, devoid of detail save for the damage. Cracks ran across its face, some of the mask torn and broken off. Beneath that was a black bandana that hid its face, but you could still feel the animosity. It stared through that bandana like a predator, and eyes locked on its next two prey. The remaining two villains didn't even try to keep on fighting. They scampered to their feet, turning to the exit of the alley. Bang! The final villain sprinted for the exit of the alley, absolutely terrified. He had no idea what was going on, what he was going to do, or what that thing behind him was. He sprinted toward the street to try and escape. Bang! But was cut off as he was blasted into a wall. He struggled to push off the wall and earned a second and third blast into his back, each shot shoving him back down as the demon slowly approached, each step punctuated by another shot. A cold metallic barrel was pressed against his back, breaking all resistance as the criminal finally gave up. The demon grabbed his arms and forced them behind his back, zip-tying them together and then bringing him back to the start of the fight. He gazed up at the demon who had torn through their entire crew in seconds. Its clothes were dark, its form compact, and its motions precise. Most of all, he had no idea who this hero was. They thought they knew all the local heroes from a few days of staking out this ATM, but this guy... What just happened? Sloppy. Midoriya was disgusted with himself as he dragged the remaining criminal. He had wanted to take his suit for a test run, but instead, he was the one getting tested. They'd been too violent. Revenant put the criminal down next to the others and switched focus, checking to make sure they were all right. Revenant hadn't gained a conscience or anything. He was simply annoyed of how inefficient they had just been. "Are you all right, sir? Are you injured?" Midoriya glanced towards the man as he spoke to let the victim know who he was speaking to, but he didn't get any response from the victim yet. With his hands he checked the unconscious' heads, noting the bleeding and judging severity. He took out a cloth and his water bottle, pouring some of the clean water onto the rag, then dressing the wounds, cleaning it off before wrapping it in place with gauze. Not perfect, but passable right now. A clear lack of restraint in style, stumbling like infants. That was the same kind of reckless power that Revenant hated heroes for. It was inefficient and a waste of power. The victim was still processing what was happening, slowly coming to his senses. He didn't seem to have any injuries, so his problems were more likely to be mental. Nothing they could do to help with that. Revenant finished checking the third criminal already, then moved on to the first one he attacked, the one with the lizard head. Really big mouth, maybe an alligator? At least the scaly skin stopped him from getting any apparent injuries, but under the scale, there might be some problems. He didn't have the equipment or training to check. Midoriya picked up one of the criminal's phones, dialing emergency services, then dropping it back on the ground as he checked everyone over one last time, satisfied that now all the physical threats had been taken care of both to victim and villain alike. He focused all his attention on the victim. He turned to the victim with hands empty and raised slightly to show he wasn't a threat. "Are you all right, sir? Are you injured?" He approached the man slowly, keeping a steady distance to not seem threatening. The man's eyes were moving as his brain moved, finally catching up before the man nodded suddenly. Midoriya extended a hand and helped the civilian to his feet, giving him the once-over as the man finally spoke coherently. "I am fine, thank you. If you hadn't come along, don't worry about it." Revenant led the man out of the alley and towards the street itself, talking slowly and steadily to keep the man calm. They met the bustling street quickly and Revenant turned to face the man, giving him one last piece of advice before they left. "Stay here. The police will be coming soon and they'll want to talk to you. I'm going back into the alley to secure the criminals, but if you see any heroes or police passing by, wave them over. Do you understand?" He said it simply and cleanly, keeping eyes locked on the man's as he spoke to make sure his point was getting across. The victim seemed to be a little closer to calm with people nearby, nodding several times and confirming it with his voice even more. Once the man repeated back what he was supposed to do, Midoriya shared a brief smile with the man, giving him one last pat on the shoulder before he turned back into the alley and swept across the criminals. Revenant removed belts from the ones who had them and tied their wrists together with them, thanking the fashion gods that wannabe gangsters wore 10 of the things even if they still couldn't figure out how to keep their pants up. The low-hanging pants seemed like they would get in the way in a fight, but it helped him so he wasn't going to complain. "Are you, Eraserhead?" Midoriya's head turned as he tied up the final goon, setting the man down so that blood would flow to his head while the gauze made sure as little bled out as possible. The final criminal, who'd been mostly ignored since he never actually received any big hits, was looking at him in confusion, trying to pinpoint who Midoriya was. "Maybe I am." Midoriya shook his head, checking the restraints one last time before walking further into the alleyway. With All Might gone, the worlds of heroism and villainy had gone through some big changes. With the #1 villain making such a big show and the heroes being caught up in with All Might's loss, small-time crime was on the rise. And what a rise it was. Midoriya walked over to a sewer plate, activating his right gauntlet and going full power to lift the plate up for his gauntlet to do seemingly nothing. He looked down at it, tapped it, then put his hand in front of the gauntlet to test the pull function. The right gauntlet was giving off enough force to pull loose papers off a desk right now, and that was being generous. So this wound up being something of a field test for his kit in the end. Hey, wait. Don't heroes have to wait for the cops to show up or something? Midoriya crouched down and grabbed the sewer cap, lifting it up to give himself room to get in. "Sure they do. If you see any, say hello for me." He slipped down into the sewers, not bothering to put the sewer cap back. The criminal who was still conscious would most likely tell the heroes. The heroes would come down here to search for him, and he'd just waste his own time. He had bigger things to think about than that anyway. It had been a sloppy fight, but more worryingly, it had been remarkably easy to find. Only 12 minutes from him setting out to getting into the action. Villainy certainly was on the rise, and his time off and recent injuries weren't making him any more prepared for the future. He checked the time, 1:15. That left a little over an hour and a half to kill. And there was nothing to help someone improve like practice. Ronin landed cleanly on the sewer's walkway before taking off into a sprint, reading to start improving. Things had been changing recently, and while the grand scheme of All Might's retirement and the rise of the crime rate was interesting, Midoriya had more personal issues to get through as he went to draw Yamato and instead ran face first into a wall for the third time. He bounced off the grimy wall and nearly fell into the sewage, barely catching himself on a nearby pipe before he took the world's most disgusting bath. He spared a second to look behind himself, rubbing his mask where he collided with the wall like it was his face. Ugh, bad muscle memory. Even if Midoriya knew Yamato was broken and he didn't have it, he was so used to having it that he didn't think about it. He had gotten so good at using Yamato to move through the sewers that he didn't need to think about it. But now that was coming to bite him in the ass. Midoriya turned and continued to run down the sewers, taking the long way through the sewers as he made his way to what should be a good exit point for him to get out of the sewers. While his body ran through the sewers, his mind wandered back to the big change that affected him the most, the loss of Yamato. Ronin's speedy movement depended heavily on Yamato. Sure, Midoriya was fast and the suit made him faster, but Yamato let him run through walls. In this maze of sewer tunnels and pipes, that ability alone made him incredibly fast and was why he could outrun heroes so easily. Earlier in his career, he had to hide from heroes in the sewers, using the confusing passageways to disorientate and lose his pursuers. With Yamato, though, he didn't need to hide. He could just slash a wall, walk through the wall, then shut the portal behind him. Escaping like that had been trivially easy. Midoriya slowed to a stop as he hit another ladder, taking in his surroundings and making some quick estimations. This should be an alley if he was right. And if he was right and lucky, it'd be empty. If it wasn't empty but it was an alley, he'd just stick around for a few minutes until whoever was in it was gone. If it wasn't an alleyway, he could at least figure out where he was. He climbed the rungs quickly and put a hand against the sewer plate, pushing against it to check the weight. He slowly eased it up, holding his breath and keeping a stern grip on the plate to avoid dropping it or making a lot of noise as he peered out. 3 people in suits meandered through the alley, making small talk over cigarettes. Revenant could ponder if they were doing anything suspicious, out and about in an abandoned neighborhood with such fine clothes, but it wasn't his place to judge. He'd instead just sit back and wait for them to pass. Midoriya slunk down the ladder, lowering the sewer cap to rest in its foundations while he hung off the ladder between the alleyway and the sewer. He wrapped an arm around a rung while he listened calmly, content to sit back for a minute while the people above moved. In such silent circumstances, though, his mind tended to wander. Midoriya grabbed his coat and breathed in deeply and immediately regretted it. Even with the helmet covering his face, he could tell that he definitely got into something down here in the sewer. One of many reasons most vigilantes stayed out of the sewers. Plus, in a different direction, he could tell why most vigilantes stuck to the rooftops instead of the sewers from today alone. The rooftops were better for maneuverability in pretty much every way imaginable. It was much easier to move with the large space offered by rooftops, hands down. There were more directions you could move. Not so much stuff in the way, and the path didn't smell like shit. Ronin had overcome this problem by making his own paths with Yamato, but that was in the past. Another problem was finding things. From the rooftops you could look down and take in the scenery, surveying the world and identifying any possible crimes so that you could intercept them. From the sewers, the only way you were going to know of a crime was if someone was in the sewers with you committing it. Ronin had overcome this problem with a variety of things: police reports, checking the internet, and word of mouth. Plus, Ronin didn't use the sewers to find crimes. He had used the sewers as a way to get to the crimes. With Yamato to pass through walls, and he basically had a direct line to anywhere in the city. But, once again, Midoriya couldn't do that anymore. While the sewers would still be his go-to for escaping pursuit, he'd probably have to hunt from the rooftops. He'd picked the sewers in his early days because he didn't know what he was doing, not because of any overly elaborate plan. And now that he lost Yamato, he got to realize how terrible traveling through the sewers really was. He peeked again, then slid the sewer cap back, slipping out the sewers like a snake. He quickly kicked the cap back over the sewer entrance, checking it was secure before he turned and refocused. Immediately back in the action. A large group, no, 2 groups of people were in a fight. The 3 people who were above him in the alleyway versus what looked like gangsters. Both sides were using their quirks without care as they recklessly destroyed local property, so it was unlikely either side were pro-heroes. Ronin moved towards the fight and led his entrance in by lobbing a flashbang high and far, throwing it over both sides' heads so neither side would see where it came from. The flashbang went mostly unnoticed until it blindsided both sides, causing a ceasefire as people began to shout and the sides separated. Off to one side, Ronin stood, with Cupid at the ready just in case he needed to do any deterring. He raised the gun as they refocused, firing a single shot into the air. "Back off, both of you." Ronin kept a good distance between himself and the fight but spoke loudly. If they wanted to attack him, people with melee quirks would have to rush that gap and anyone with a ranged quirk would have to turn their body to face and aim at him. Both were easy to see coming and react to. "I don't care what started this, but you're damaging the surroundings and a threat." Ronin was cut off as one of the men in suits, raised a hand and launched something at him. It was too fast to make out as Ronin moved to the side and raised his gun to counterfire. "Hey, we're part of the Shy Hisakai." Bang! Ronin kept the dialogue short, instead making his rebuttal with an air blast as he kept speaking. "I'm not asking, I'm telling." Back off. Instead of deterring the criminals not to, however, one of the gangsters turned to look at him. And we're telling you to F off, hero. Bang, another blast to the head. But now at least the two sides weren't fighting each other. They were now united but something. And if he was going to guess, it was the fact that two of them just got blasted in the head. As Quirks weak as said, bust his ass. You're gonna pay, hero. The two sides converged at once, charging towards him. They did stop the fight, though. Technically, they just also immediately started a new fight that was much worse than the old one, at least for them. You know, you'd think that after doing this for a year and trying to take the #1 villain on in a straight fight, he'd be a little better at stopping crimes. Ronin stretched his left arm and fingers as the crowd moved to swarm him. There was no use in complaining and no better time than the present to practice stopping crimes. Even if he had to practice the forceful method, in a flash, both Kindness and Cupid were raised and readied. It was time to get some firing practice. Ronin weaved between the quirks and bodies, punishing every missed attack with a blast from his hand cannons. A punk charged straight at him and ate a front kick straight to the mouth. Then 6 shots from each of his guns blew the punk backward. The punk flipped head over heels, crashing to the ground, but was replaced by 2 more in an instant. 2 gangsters rushed while one of the Yakuza took aim at Ronin, launching a projectile with his quirk. Ronin didn't bother to analyze as he moved into the rushing gangsters, tackling them while shoving the pistol's barrels into their stomachs and put a charged shot into each. The 2 rushers were blown back while Ronin danced back, pushed by his own shot as he slid backward and avoided the Yakuza's shot. Ronin shook his arms, which ached from using so much force at once that Midoriya was taken by surprise as a long arm grabbed him by his coat, then dragged him back into the fight. One of the gangster's arms had extended out like a lasso to grab him and was now pulling him in while another gangster got ready with a bat to give Midoriya's face a remodeling. Midoriya tried to resist for a moment, finding out that his Beowulf boots just didn't work because of course they didn't before leaning into it. Revenant didn't even try to holster the guns, dropping both as he reached into the coat. Revenant ran along the ground and grabbed the arm that pulled him along to make sure it couldn't move as he drew a slim silver needle and rammed it into the gangster's arm, right underneath the wrist. The grip on his coat instantly slipped as the man screamed in pain, but Revenant kept his anchor-like grip on the retracting arm as he was pulled forward. The gangster with the bat was still ready to crack Ronin's head, and as they flew forward, stepping into the attack for a wide swing with no defenses, a needle flew through the air and struck the batter in the forehead, piercing the skin but not breaking the bone. The man stumbled back, screaming with his eyes closed. He began to swing wildly, trying to find purchase on anything in his fury, stumbling around in the background. The arm pulling Ronin along fully retracted, dragging Ronin all the way to the man with the extendo arms. Ronin used the momentum of getting reeled in to deliver a heavy kick to Extendo, finally letting go of Extendo's arm and launching the gangster backward into his friends. Extendo flew back and crashed into Batman, immediately getting hit upside the head as Batman turned all of his aggression against the first person he could find. I got him. Ronin delivered a heavy punch into Batman's stomach, doubling him over as he dropped the bat. Ronin then weaved back to kick the man in his now lowered head and instead got shot in the side. No, I got him. The Yakuza with the ranged quirk smirked as he took a metal screw out of his pocket and made it float in his hand, lining up his next shot while Ronin staggered back, gripping his side. They never bothered to replace the bulletproof plates in their coat. Right now, they were susceptible to heavy blunt forces. Ronin finished up his introspection as he jumped back, now focusing on the Yakuza in question for just a second before he had to dodge getting crushed by a lamp pole. One of the Yakuza lifted the lamp pole up again, snarling as his shirt fell to pieces and exposed massive blue muscles beneath his skin. Generic strength quirk, probably supplemented with enhanced durability. The first Yakuza who caught Ronin's attention was still aiming his next shot, making the screw float as he lined it up. Magnetism, telekinesis, whatever the case. You're first. Ronin finished rubbing his ribs and stood up, reaching into his coat and throwing a needle straight at the ranged quirk user, disrupting the Yakuza's focus as he was forced to dodge. The strong Yakuza's entire body turned blue as he pulled back the light post, taking a second swing at Ronin since the vigilante had been standing still for so long. The Yakuza swung the post sideways like a traditional baseball swing and swept across the road, hitting a massive area with one strike. Instead of doing the suicidal thing and trying to tank the hit, Ronin jumped out of it and rode it. Ronin jumped the same way the swing was moving, letting himself be hit in the arms while crossing his arms to try and diffuse as much of the force as possible. He still got effing launched like a baseball, but it hurt a lot less until he crashed into a building. You know, I think we're doing most of the work here. One of the Yakuza complained to the gangsters who were still conscious, which wasn't a very big number anymore. F you, we're doing our best. Batman picked up his bat and shook it at the Yakuza, then made his way over to the human-shaped hole in the wall that Ronin had excused himself from, peering his head inside. Seriously, what a dick-off. A single hand grabbed him from inside, pulling him out of sight while the villains got back to arguing. Have any of you idiots even hit this guy? You say you own this turf, but you can't even deal with one hero. I suck a dick, man. At least all of us are doing something. The FS that guy been doing? The gangster pointed to the last Yakuza, who'd been on the phone ever since the original fight between the Yakuza and the gangsters started. Wait, do we even have to keep teaming up? One of the gangsters raised the point, then gestured to the hole. Hero's dead, isn't he? The Yakuza and gangsters took a moment to think this over, looking at their teammates then each other before they all turned to face each other again. AHHH. Batman flew into the middle of them, disrupting them again as Ronin limped out of the hole, rubbing his now aching back. Everyone, have you? Midoriya stretched, feeling his back pop several more times as he walked into the light. Me especially, oh. Ice him. Both sides pivoted back to face him at once and continued to charge right as the flashbangs on Batman went off, blinding everyone except the stretching vigilante. Midoriya took a few more seconds to work his left shoulder, making sure everything was all right while the criminals once again misfired and panicked. This time he stretched properly, getting both of his legs nice and warmed up so he didn't pull anything. Getting knocked into a building reminded him that pain was a beach, something he didn't think he'd forget, but here he was. Damn, his stupidity was the Sid of Legends some days. Maybe he had a concussion. When the criminals got more control over themselves, they charged in again. But Midoriya was still taking things slowly. He worked his shoulders again, swinging both his arms back and forward like a bird flapping as he stretched his pecs and shoulder blades. One of the criminals charged forward, eager to get a piece, but Midoriya wasn't ready for him. He pulled out a third grenade and threw it straight down while taking a few casual steps back, then got back to working his left arm again. Seriously, his shoulder was hurting again. Maybe he'd need to check in with a doctor or something. The criminals all flinched the moment they saw the grenade and all covered their eyes, a little wiser to the vigilante's tactics this time. Because of this, none of them actually saw the smoke bomb go off, or where the vigilante went as he casually walked into the noxious smoke still stretching his bad arm. The smoke bomb spread fast and wide, filling the street with thick noxious smoke in seconds and creating a wall between vigilante and villains. The villains who rushed in came to a stop, coughing, and slowly retreated out of the smoke. What hero is this? Nunya. No, you idiot. A shooter called over to the large blue Yakuza. Takeo, blow it away. A wave of fire emerged from the smoke cloud, hitting the shooter's center mass and knocking him backward. Once the shooter had started talking, he'd been easy to target, but using this weapon was still difficult, and aiming it was a pain in the ass. He couldn't tell if he got a direct hit, missed, or just clipped his target. The large blue Yakuza followed his buddy's last orders, swinging the lamp post wildly with wide arcs to create gusts. The massive winds blew back smoke, revealing the vigilante who'd hidden inside the dark space. Now, instead of holding more needles or grenades, the figure had a long pole held in two hands. He held it loosely, still working his left shoulder as he stood tall. No guard, no running, just a confident stance against all of them. You're dead, punk. Little boy Blue rushed with his pole while Ronin adjusted his, setting it to max power. Both stepped into their attacks, pulling back their respective poles, and swung with all their might. Diie. Big Blue brought the pole in from the side since it hit the vigilante last time while Ronin went for a mirror of his opponent. Their swings identical as they flew towards each other until, at the last moment, Ronin activated Rita. The pole flared to life, creating a massive axe head of blue flames on the tip, superheating the air as it chopped the lamp pole in half with one motion. The upper half of the pole flew overhead as Big Blue stared at his now much shorter weapon, taking a single shaky step backward with eyes fixed on the molten end of his lamp pole. Well, Sit Ronin then turned his axe to point at his target, pulling the pole back for a second swing. The large Yakuza turned the pole to try and block while Ronin took aim, lining up his next swing while he turned down the power. Ronin stepped into his swing again while the Yakuza and gangsters pulled back, vaguely aware of what might happen if they got hit by that. He swung the axe sideways, his body spinning slightly as he swung to get as much power and reach into his attack as possible before cutting power to the axe head. Instead of extinguishing, however, the axe head was launched from the polearm, turning into a wave of fire that continued towards the retreating criminals. The wave of flames took several of them by the back, causing shouts and screams as they were blasted forward. Ronin advanced, flipping the polearm around to switch weapons. Big Blue staggered forward, more confident now that he had survived the fire unsinged. He really was a little more durable than the rest, charging in with a scream while the rest were still in pain. Little boy Blue lobbed what was left of the lamp post at Ronin, then charged straight after it. Ronin sidestepped the hurtling mass of metal, pointing the pole's tip at the charging villain as he took a sideways stance. His grip switched from an axe grip to a traditional spear style, bracing for the incoming impact. The large villain loomed over him, preparing to crush him with both hands while Ronin stepped forward and poked him with the pole. There was no weight in the attack and barely any speed as the tip poked the villain, giving him a moment of pause before Ronin clicked the button to turn Tambakiri on. There was a moment where nothing happened as the villain lunged forward before the electric spearhead formed inside the villain's stomach, acting more as a taser than a knife as it shocked the villain. The large Yakuza's attack was thrown to chaos as the volt surged through his body, with the power slowly increasing as Ronin kept the pole rammed firmly into the criminal's stomach. The criminal quickly went limp, slumping on Ronin's body. Ronin gave a quick listen to the man's chest to make sure his heart was still beating before shoving the now turned-off pole tip into the Yakuza, pushing him off while Ronin moved backward in case anyone else wanted a piece of him. And want a piece of him those gangsters did, for some reason. The last four rushed him again, possibly as vengeance for the axe thing earlier. It didn't matter. Ronin wondered why he didn't use the spear and axe more as he pushed the button, readying his pole, and then looking down in confusion, pressing the button again but with no result. The spearhead wasn't coming out. Shit. Ronin then took on the charging gangsters, using the pole's superior reach to ram the shaft of the pole into one's stomach while he continued to back up. He then stabbed next to one of the gangsters' heads, missing on purpose before pushing down on the pole and pushing the gangster's head down. As the gangster's head fell, it was met by Ronin's quickly rising knee. Knee met nose and something had to give. Ronin stopped pushing down on the man's head with his pole, letting up and then whacking him backward with another spear strike to the head, slamming the spear into the side of the man's head and throwing him back into his friends. The advance of the gangsters was slowed as they became tangled with each other, giving Ronin time to flip his polearm and activate the axe head, which flickered to life for a second before also going out. Low battery. Either way, sit. Ronin focused as the gangsters disentangled themselves, Ronin charging in and taking the momentum before the gangsters could. He pulled the cane back like it had the axe head still and cracked it across one of the gangsters' faces, then moved on to taking care of one with his legs under him. It was difficult to pull off some of his stronger moves on someone who was on the floor, especially on a time crunch and with multiple opponents, so Ronin instead focused on one who was getting to his feet. Ronin shoved the polearm into the gangster's stomach, winding him, then flicked the staff up. The staff hit the gangster again in the chest, forcing him upright as Ronin hit him with a barrage of thrusts. He stumbled back as Ronin steadily advanced, making constant strong hits aimed at the stomach and chest. It took 12 before the criminal's defenses entirely broke and Ronin took a power shot straight into the man's skull, sending him crashing to the ground. Ronin then spun on a dime, turning 180 degrees and leading in with a side kick. One of the gangsters who had crept up behind Ronin ate the kick to the ribs and doubled over, putting his head right in range of Ronin's knee. Ronin put the pole behind the man's head to anchor the gangster in as he performed 3 quick knee strikes, also to the skull, ending with a front kick to shove the man back. He was unconscious before he even hit the ground. Ronin backed up, checking his 6 quickly before focusing on the remaining gangster, who was running away. There was also no sign of the third Yakuza, the guy who hadn't actually bothered to fight, and since he didn't see where the third guy went he couldn't chase. Midoriya broke his stance to lean backward, feeling a few more pop into place as he slowly breathed out. His bodysuit was good, but after the sit he'd been through it might need a few more repairs before it was good enough to get lobbed through walls like it was nothing. He was tired. Midoriya walked back through the mess, picking up the 2 guns he dropped back at the start and holstering one, then using one blast from kindness to put the last gangster on his ass. Midoriya strolled up to this final criminal slowly, taking care to pin the gangster down with another shot anytime he tried to get up and run away. Some more zip ties to keep him locked in place, and most of Midoriya's work here was done. He took phones off the criminals and gave them zip tie handcuffs in return, dialing in the police and heroes, then leaving the phones on the ground so they could be easily tracked. He spent the last of his time to herd everyone together and out of the road, giving everyone one last checkup before he leaned back and took a minute to breathe. He checked his ribs that the ranged Yakuza had hit earlier. Tender, sore, but not broken. Midoriya rubbed that spot as he checked the time again. He still had over an hour until crafting club. But after that fight, it was probably as good a time as ever to get back to school. One last check to make sure he knew where he was before he went back to the sewers, planning his route out while moving the sewer cap out of the way. He took one last look down the hole, took one last breath of clean air, then hopped down and took off running. He had a lot of work to do, and no time to waste. He walked down the street slowly, leisurely checking his phone as he went. These streets sure were confusing, but roadwork was very important in this line of work. It was important to never forget your roots. He nearly walked straight past the group until someone called out to him. "Sir, over here, sir." He put away his phone and turned, looking first at his subordinate and then the scene behind him, blinking a few times as he processed it. This is quite the mess. Several people unconscious on the sidewalk, face down, with their arms neatly crossed behind them and zip-tied in place. The zip ties were all running the same way, with the tails all point to the right. very orderly. But zip ties weren't the work of pro heroes. Neither was leaving people unattended like this. Well, it's a clean mess at least. What happened? A fight with a villain. At the start, sir. His subordinate directed him towards some of the unconscious people. A fight with some gangsters. A dispute over product. Then a vigilante came in and interrupted it. One vigilante. He crouched over the bodies, adjusting his mask. Against this many people. Yes, sir. His subordinate stood behind him, still holding the suitcase with the product. They didn't lose anything here, it seemed, except for time. But maybe learning of the presence of a new factor was worth that time. He dealt with them all in a minute company. A minute, you say? He glanced up, smiling as two new figures walked into the scene. Judging by the spandex, heroes. Hello, did you two get called in for this as well? Yep, a whole bunch of no-named calls came in all at once from this place. One of the heroes agreed with a smile. Both heroes walking next to him to look over the bodies. Sheesh, hate to meet the guy who did this. He noticed the burn across one of the Yakuza's fronts, a line that cut across his shirt and slightly scorched the skin underneath. His shirt was burned at the cut. A fire quirk. Any idea who this might have been? These days, who knows? The other hero was more dour, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. Disgusting. Didn't he know how bad that was for your health? So many villains these days, and we're up to our eyeballs and sit like this. Could be Knuckleduster. He's a big violent guy. He could take this many. Maybe Yakuza Hunter. Some of these guys look like his prey. A quick glance at his subordinate told him neither of these were the right answers. Most people worth their salt knew Knuckleduster, a household name at this point for people in the business, and Yakuza Hunter had quickly become infamous overnight. The other hero confirmed his thoughts and his subordinate's doubts. Not violent enough to be either of them. Could be Ronin. He's got a huge turf, and I think he's done zip ties before. His subordinate didn't shake his head this time. Ronin. Yes, he was sure of it. That name meant nothing to him. Yet, Ronin. I'll have to remember that going forward. Remember to investigate this Ronin once we bring these guys back in, he said to his subordinate. Then rose off his haunches to his full height, careful to dust the dirt off his pants. He peeled off a glove as he stood, turning to the heroes and offering a hand. I don't think we've met before. Ah, no we haven't. The lively hero laughed, grabbing his outstretched hand. I'm Bounce Man. Splat, splat. He pulled his hand back, quickly wiping it off to remove the large filth. He then put hand sanitizer on, finishing by putting an all-new glove on his hand. He didn't bother to look at the two red splotches that were once the first responder heroes as he walked away with his subordinate in tow, carrying his two unconscious subordinates. Overhaul. It truly was a pleasure. Midoriya ran through the sewers after that god-awful fight on his part, making his way down the familiar tunnels back to his school and club building with a slight limp in his step from his sore back. He had over an hour until it was time for school clubs. But with his sloppy performances, it was probably for the best to wrap up early so he could just sit for a minute or 10. Part of the day's bad performances could be blamed on Yamato, or more specifically, its absence. When Ronin had Yamato, he rarely had to switch to other weapons. The other weapons, his Parker, even Midoriya's martial arts were more supplementary to Yamato than independent. It used to all come down to Yamato, the magic bullshit sword that could do everything. Opening portals to teleport and attack, safely cutting off and reattaching limbs for easy wins, and being able to phase through walls. Yamato really had been broken. His fighting style naturally came to rely on it like a boxer relied on their gloves. It was an important part of who Ronin had been, but now that it was gone, Ronin would have to rebuild. Speaking of rebuilding things though, Midoriya glanced down at the junk hanging off his body. So much of his equipment was damaged that it might be a while before Ronin made his next appearance. The bodysuit, boots, and one of the gauntlets had sustained so much damage they couldn't do their original purposes anymore. Those would probably be the first things he'd fix. Midoriya came to a sliding stop beneath his school. And the school's bathroom, the way he usually got in and out of the building without anyone seeing, and groped fruitless for Yamato for a second. He looked down slowly, wiggling his fingers for a second before he broke out of stance and shook his head at himself, sighing. Normally no. Formerly he had used Yamato to make a portal through the boys' bathroom straight into the sewers and back, giving him a great hidden way in and out of school in seconds. Now though, Midoriya rubbed the back of his head as he held up his flashlight, squinting in the dim light it provided as he started to meander around the sewer paths, scanning the walls for a ladder out of this place. Where the hell's a sewer access when you need one? His equipment was stored away in various places inside the club room, ready to be fixed in the upcoming days. Midoriya sat back in a chair, quietly working on one of his boots. He undid the stitches slowly but steadily, taking apart one of the boots so he could better assess and fix them. The room was quiet, and it felt nice. A far different pace from most things going on these days. The door to the club room was eased open slowly as a quiet figure peered in. blocking the entire exit before she opened the door a little more and slipped in silently, before shutting it a little too hard and disrupting the quiet with the crash of a door. "Good to see you, Aiko." Midoriya didn't even bat an eye at the sudden noise, pulling out one last stitch before setting his work down and giving Aiko his full attention. He smiled, unperturbed by the door. "Thanks for bringing my stuff to me earlier, it's a big help." "It's nothing." Aiko bowed once, still a little on edge from her slip-up before she put her bag on the table, then went around the room to get her own project. Her fashion choice was pretty similar to the last time Midoriya saw her, only wearing one coat instead of the dozens she had when they first met. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, showing her mouth but still hiding her eyes. She seemed to have something on her mind as she opened up, taking lead on the conversation, or what could barely be considered a conversation. "So, my dad said you were in the hospital. We came by to look and it looked pretty bad. Are you all right now?" Midoriya was surprised for a moment that she came to visit him and flashed her a smile. His back ached, his ribs stung, and his face was sore from face splinting into sewer walls, but getting better every moment. "And you, how's the treatment going? You're looking pretty good these days." Aiko had naturally white skin like her mother, but when they had first met, Aiko looked more like the dead than the living due to some bad side effects of her quirk. With a few treatments from the hospital, though, she was already looking a lot better. More energetic too. "Good. I had 2 over the summer, and I got to go out a lot more for a lot longer." Aiko once spent most of the day sleeping due to blood problems carried over from her quirk, the same problems that her hospital trips were fixing. He wasn't sure what exactly they did, but judging by the changes to Aiko he'd gotten to see, they seemed to be working. The two dissolved into speaking over their summer vacations with a lot less crafting and a lot more clubbing in the craft club. While it wasn't the most efficient use of his time and he didn't even finish the one boot he'd been working on, Midoriya did enjoy it for some reason he couldn't quite place. Minutes of slow talk soon turned into hours, and before Midoriya noticed, club time was over. The school was supposed to be closing soon. Not that a run-down place like this actually did, but it was going to be time for dinner soon. While Midoriya was content to sit around for another 4 hours and finish this one boot, Aiko was looking pretty tired. She might have been getting treatment for her quirk's negative side effects. She wasn't cured yet. She still got tired quickly and still needed a lot of sleep. And if Midoriya remembered correctly, she hadn't slept in class. Now though, she was doing her best to stay focused as they put their things away. Busy day today. It was unusual for Aiko to stay awake this long. Usually, she slept through at least some of their classes since this chaotic mess of a school barely had any supervision. But she had stayed up for some reason. He didn't know why, so the best way forward was just to ask. "Yeah, real," she yawned, then rubbed her eyes. "Really busy. Really good too, though. It was worth it." Aiko let her words fade out as she stared at her partially finished project, a strange patchwork of cloth and stitches that Midoriya couldn't even begin to unravel or understand, then turned towards him with a soft smile. "But what about you? How's your day been?" His day. Now that was a real mess of patchwork he wasn't sure anyone could unravel. He had a lot of difficulties and problems, but on the flip side, he figured out a lot of problems he needed to fix going forward. Plus he got to talk to a good friend for the first time in a while. He didn't want to say a direct lie, so he thought over his day one last time before speaking. "Today's been pretty informative. I learned a lot. ... Did something happen in class? Did we finally get a lecture and I missed it? I thought I was awake the whole time." Aiko started to panic briefly before Midoriya stepped in to cut her off. It seemed she really was good at activating her fear-based quirk, even to her own detriment. "No, just some stuff in my own time after lunch." Midoriya passed Aiko some of the tools to put away, still reflecting over his day. "A lot's changed recently, and I'm working through how to deal with it all. It seems I'm not as strong as I thought I was. Have you tried talking to someone about it?" Aiko and Midoriya walked out of the classroom, only stopping for Midoriya to lock up the club room and making a beeline for the faculty office to turn in the key. "Whenever I'm having problems with stuff, I talk to my dad. He doesn't always get it, but he tries his best and it really helps me. Being honest with someone can really help." Midoriya smiled, thinking about Aiko's dad for a moment before thinking about his own father. "I haven't talked to anyone about this yet. I might try my dad, but I'm not sure how much he'll be able to help." Midoriya stopped dead as they walked out of the school building, his thoughts racing as he started to put things together. "Well, if he can't, I'll do my best." Aiko misinterpreted Midoriya's silence and gave him a shaky thumbs up and smile while Midoriya's brain started to tick at its old speed. Yes, there was someone who could help. "Aiko, you're a genius." Midoriya snapped his head up and shot her a genuine confident smile, then began to run towards his house. "Thanks for the help. I'll see you tomorrow. ... You're welcome." "Thanks. Thanks." Aiko stood bewildered for a second then smiled. unsure of what it actually was she'd done but glad to help, then began making her own way home to try and think about what she actually did. Midoriya ran all the way without stopping, only slowing to crush a single gang in seconds. There was a definite excitement in his motions as he went on his way, his head running a mile a minute as he thought it all through. He had a lot of problems, sure. That much was obvious and overstated, but his problems all came from a lot of directions. Sure, there were the recent problems that literally happened today. Technical malfunctions, injuries, and his movement all came up at once. But there were more problems than the recent ones, problems that preceded Yamato's loss. Like him, physically, he wasn't that strong. Skill-wise, he couldn't do much other than attack and some light first aid that he learned in a week. And when talking about attacking, he still didn't know any real sword skills beyond what the internet taught him, and most of his other fighting styles were at a similar level, or worse. All in all, the weakest part of Ronin was the the kid beneath the mask. His vigilantism had always been a little messy, but Yamato let him get away with it. Yamato had served as a crutch, allowing for bad habits to build. Now, without it, he could see a way forward. No longer could he be so sloppy, and he did know someone he could talk to about it. Midoriya took the steps up to his apartment 2 at a time, running his plan through his head. He unlocked the door quickly, stopping only to give his mom a large hug on the way to his room. He ditched his coat onto his bed and kicked off his shoes without abandon, placing his bag beside his desk and sinking into his chair, taking a second to breathe while relaxing his body. He wasn't going to talk to his actual father. They spoke once a week at most. And even so, his father was an office worker. What would he know about Midoriya's kind of problems? How often did his father get into massive fights? No, Midoriya'd try to get someone else, and he had a pretty good idea of who he wanted already. Someone who he was pretty sure was good at martial arts. Someone who wouldn't mind giving him a hand. Most of all, like Aiko said, someone he could be honest with. Completely honest. Midoriya sat down at his desk, pulling out Ronin's boots and his own phone. He could keep working on the boots while on the call. He flipped through his contacts with one hand while he pulled out more parts of his boots. Mom, Dad, Bakugo, why the F do I? Midoriya stopped for a second, contemplating deleting it, then realized how many ways he could use this to annoy that dick later and kept scrolling through his contacts. He even double-checked, but he couldn't find the name. Oh, I'm a dipshit. Midoriya laughed for a second as he selected the main man, setting his phone to speaker, and got to work as the phone rang twice before being picked up. Midoriya nodded and mumbled along with the voice coming out of his phone as he worked on his boots. The phone's camera wasn't on, so his nodding was pointless, but at this point it was more subconscious than intentional as he absent-mindedly tried and failed to focus. He wasn't even sure what he was trying to do with these boots anymore, so it was a great time to wrap things up. There was no point in continuing if he didn't know what he was doing. Revenant took a deep breath to clear his mind and set down a boot and his tools, taking a second to rub his eyes and try to refocus. Someone was going to bed early. Revenant picked up the noisy phone, switching speaker mode off and holding it next to his head so he could speak seriously and finalize tomorrow's meeting. Yeah, I know where that is. Seriously. There, Midoriya blinked, then rubbed his eyes, wondering just how tired he really was. Nope, he heard the right meetup location. As stupid as it was. Earliest I can get there. 12:30 at best. All right, thanks again. Yeah, we can swing by and pick it up. Midoriya checked the time, pursing his lips. Only 7. It felt like he'd been awake for days. Yup, see you soon, jackass. Midoriya hung up the phone, tired, but even the poor illumination of the room couldn't hide his smirk. He leaned back in his chair, sliding the phone across the table with casual disregard while he closed his eyes again. He was content just to go to sleep right then and there. He should have been working on the boots right now, but his heart just wasn't in it. He didn't have the right mindset right now, so he'd just close his eyes for a minute. Izuku, dinner's ready. Well, there was another reason not to work on the boots. He'd do it tomorrow if he had the time. Coming, Midoriya slid forward, attempting to jump out of his chair and immediately regretting it as his ribs and back screamed in protest. The injuries from his scuffle with the Yakuza and gangsters were a little more serious than he first thought, with how bad of condition the bodysuit was in. Revenant was right. Somebody definitely would be going to bed. It's Katsuden. Right after he had some of that Katsuden. The rest of the night was blur. Dinner was fine, nothing amazing, but it was his favorite food and the conversation made it even better. After eating, Midoriya stuck to his plan, for once, and went straight to sleep. And before he knew it, his alarm was ringing. The night seemed to drag on forever when he was working, sure, but try to enjoy it and relax and it was gone in an instant. Midoriya struggled out of his warm and comfy prison, shaking off his covers and starting his morning stretches on the floor. Everything was still a blur as he went through the motions, his brain not totally awake yet. A quick cleanup and a quicker breakfast. Then Midoriya was out and about on the road. He took the steps down out of his apartment 3 at a time, gliding down the stairs and floors in a minute before he hit the pavement. He was starting to wake up seriously now. Midoriya was used to moving at a fast pace constantly. From elementary school onward, he'd been constantly harassed by everyone, so he got used to needing to keep one ear to the ground and one eye open at all times. He needed to rush to stay one step ahead and stay safe, or to try to get to some semblance of safety. Being a vigilante built off that fast foundation, he had to be in constant motion to stay ahead, to stay strong, and to stay alive. Vigilantism seemed almost like a natural evolution of his previous hellscape, like he was destined for it. What kind of hero could make use of his skills? But there was a problem with his lifestyle. Life in the fast lane was dangerous, sure, but that was as obvious as the sun. There were more subtle problems with the lifestyle of a vigilante. Something was moving quickly towards him. Revenant snapped out of his thoughts and into focus, sliding naturally into a defensive stance and moving out of the way. Someone was running towards him, about to crash into him. Dodge at the last second, then hit them with a counter to bring them down, right in the stomach. Get them to double over, then hit their unprotected head. Midoriya snapped out of focus, his guard drooping for a second as the fast-moving person ran straight past him, only running into his now limp shoulder. It was just a girl in a middle school uniform, scrambling with her bag and a piece of toast in her mouth. Major Bumsville. I'm so late. Midoriya turned a little more to watch the schoolgirl run past him, her golden pigtails flying through the air as she crashed down the street like a hurricane, smiling and shaking his head at the youth before turning forward and dropping his guard entirely. He took one deep breath to clear his head, shaking his head as he refocused and kept moving forward, trying not to think of how he nearly bodied some random schoolgirl. The problem he was thinking of and focusing on was pretty simple. Once you stepped into the fast lane, it was hard to slow down. Midoriya had a hard time relaxing and actively had to force himself not to run. His eyes naturally flicked around, looking for anything dangerous. He adjusted the bags on his shoulder, keeping one hand free at all times if he needed it. His feet danced away from others naturally, always ready to jump back at just the drop of a hat. Vigilantism had given him great senses and greater paranoia. It wasn't paranoia when it saved your ass from gangsters, but it was when it made everything look like a fight. He had a hard time doing anything that wasn't vigilantism these days. This wasn't a new problem for the teen. It was just the evolved form of his fixation on heroes and quirks. But even if it wasn't new, it probably wasn't great. Midoriya was now fully awake and focused, but purposely slowed himself down. He took his time with every step as he made his way down the road, taking in the scenes. He forced his free hand into his pocket and took deep breaths, putting on a smile as he meandered to school. It was time to slow down, even if just a smidge. He arrived at school early still. Habits were habits, and he couldn't seem to force himself to be slow enough. Midoriya ducked into the crafting club room to ditch his boots and check where everything was. He'd need some things from his costume. No, he'd get them later. He had plenty of time. Plus, he'd come back to the club room for lunch. There was no need to rush. Midoriya took one more second to look around the room. It had gotten dirty and dusty during the summer, and there was some cleaning due, and judging by how messy the rest of the school was, only one person was going to get that done. Midoriya nodded to himself to at least try and remember it for later before he closed the door and headed to class, the third person to arrive once again even with his detour. Gradually, some of the students of Ishiyama's one trickled in. There had never been as many since the first day, except maybe for test day when a whole bunch of people showed up just to fail if the test results were anything to go by. Most of the students were somewhere on campus. They just didn't bother actually coming to class and instead bummed around with their friends. Midoriya didn't think about them much other than trying to avoid them, but maybe he should take a note from them and skip a few classes. He was already done with all his schoolwork till finals, so all he had to do was review and get ready for the future. He lost more than he gained by being stuck in classes, but on the other hand, his reputation as a goody two-shoes was pretty good. Coming to school, getting all the work done, then sticking around even when he didn't have anything else to learn was a great cover for his after-hour job. Still, it wasn't a great use of his time. Revenant's eyes slid from their phone to his bag and, more specifically, the dozens of needles kept inside. They could get a lot of work done right now regardless of how they felt. They didn't need to be in a creative mood, whatever the hell that meant, if they knew what they wanted to do. They'd just follow the plan and achieve the expected results. They wouldn't go above and beyond, but they didn't need to right now. They weren't trying to reinvent the wheel. They had some boots that didn't work and they were going to make them work again. Still, he didn't need to go above and beyond, but he would like to. Midoriya wanted to always improve, as unrealistic as that was, or at the very least he always wanted to try and do better. Was that why he was so bad at following plans? Probably. His ego and second-guessing made him doubt the plan and abandon it at the last minute when it was too late to come up with a new plan, and instead, they had to run by the seat of their oversized clown pants. Midoriya chuckled at Revenant's. No, at his own lame joke. His attention shifted from his main book bag to a second bag. A large duffel bag that was mostly empty right now, save for the training gear he'd bought for later. Some clothes, a couple of water bottles, nothing special. He'd need it later, but before he went off to training, he'd swing by the clubroom again to pick up a few extras. So now it was just the waiting game. Midoriya sighed, bored, but there was little he could do to stop it. He could try to find things to pass the time, some phone games. He took one look at his phone battery and decided to turn it off until he really needed it, and instead focused on the room around him. The same dull classroom as ever, in constant disrepair, with the same graffiti piled up over the years. He could still find the spray paint cans from the first day of class, lying in the corner of the room, untouched for so long. Man, he was really bored if he was contemplating the history of spray cans. Next, Midoriya turned his attention to the other people in the room. The Jeanist and Fashionistas, who were really the only groups who still came to the classroom. The two groups sat on opposite ends of the classroom, pulling chairs and desks over to talk, all while glaring daggers at the other group but doing some mix of jack and sit. The other two groups were long gone, as far as Midoriya knew. The fitness freaks mostly went to clubs while the delinquents skipped, hanging around the school in various places to do whatever delinquents did. Midoriya wasn't really an expert on small crime at that small of a level. Smoking, fighting, maybe drugs. If he knew. There were some oddballs, of course. He was one of them. Obvious facts were obvious, and Aiko was too, sitting in the back of the classroom. She was still slowly chewing through the year's homework of her own, but she did seem to be catching up. If you could catch up when no one else was started. A few teachers and students came and left randomly, but Midoriya didn't think they were part of one, though the teachers might have been. Halfway through his first year and he only knew one of his teachers. Now, that was impressive. Revenant leaned over his desk, resting his head in his hands as he stopped scanning the room. He could keep sighing in boredom, but that wasn't his style. He checked the time. 3 hours till lunch, plus 30 more minutes for lunch. Then he was home free. Those 30 minutes they could enjoy, but the 3 hours, well, he'd find something to do. Revenant drew out an old and burnt notebook, flipping through the pages with one hand and spinning his pencil between his fingers until he reached the most edited page. A rough sketch made long before the name Ronin was even a thought in their head. The first name was still written above the sketch, albeit faded. It took a little bit of squinting, but it was still legible. Ratman, hero of the sewers. Below that forgotten name, a crude drawing of some vaguely humanoid figure with terrible proportions. A blank dark mask, a big coat, and a bodysuit. The form carried a sword at its hip, but other weapons were slowly added around this artistic abomination. Midoriya smiled at this first draft and flipped the pages until he got into the more recent stuff. He said he wanted to go above and beyond on those boots, so he might as well start working out those details. Now, maybe he'd start with rebuilding the wiring, with something to finally do and Midoriya's mind preoccupied. The hours seemed to slip by. What started out as just planning how to fix his boots gradually grew into reworks for Ronin's entire outfit, with a few things he'd have to try out separately from the main costume. He might even dust off the old Ranger and Yakuza Hunter costumes just to try some of his ideas. But that was later. And as the bell rang, Midoriya was reminded that something a little more important was right now. Lunch, and with his light breakfast, even a plain lunch was smelling delicious. Midoriya snapped his notebook shut with an air of punctuality, stepping out of his chair while kicking his bags up and catching them mid-air, a trick he practiced for hours with swords. Turns out he could do that trick with a lot more than just swords. Midoriya shouldered his bags, tossing the notebook into his book bag and heading for the door quickly. Across the room, Aiko snapped out of sleep, glancing around for a second before barreling across the room in a rush after the greenette. They met in the hallway, exchanged brief and awkward greetings, then went into the room to eat. The eating only lasted for a few minutes though, as they slowed down and instead started talking. The talking wasn't about anything important, just little things like what they'd be doing in the coming week. Aiko was about to finish catching up on her homework and then she'd no longer behind, but she still had more work to do before the year ended. She was only halfway through the year after all, but she at least was caught up on most of the work that she should have learned well before she stepped into a high school. Midoriya, meanwhile, didn't have much to say as usual. He was content to sit back and listen, only voicing his thoughts when asked. He didn't have any work in class left, and his life in the fast lane wasn't much of a conversational piece. Talking about his after-school job was a little too much for Aiko in his mind. Still, he did have something to talk about. I'm going to be leaving after lunch. Midoriya finished his bento, setting it down on the table with an air of finality. It should only be for about a week, but I'll still be here in for mornings through lunch. After that though, I'm not going to be here for club activities. Oh, all right. Aiko glanced down at her lunch, nodding a few times to nothing in particular before her gaze returned to him while she fiddled with the last of her food. Is it for us something bad? Hopefully not. I should just be working out some small stuff, little issues. Midoriya dropped his chopsticks into the box, then closed the lid, pressing down on all sides to make sure it's sealed. But if you need any help, you can always ask. It's like I'm doing a lot in classes anymore. Great. Aiko's mood was lifted a lot just by that, smiling and nodding a few more times before she stopped to take another bite of food. Since she'd been doing most of the talking, she didn't finish as fast as Midoriya and still had some left. Tea then? You start today? Hope so. A lot of hopes so far, but not a lot of surety. He could only know for sure once they met up in person and talked about it, but until then, a lot of things were left up to chance. Revenant hated it. Still, statistically, the big man was pretty likely to agree, if just for a chance to kick the shit out of him then laugh about it. Alright, H, have a good time, and G, good luck. Aiko snapped her own bento shut while he'd been monologuing in his own head, a little reminder to get his head in the game as they both stood. Aiko gave him a smaller, more nervous smile. Midoriya returned the smile with his own and a lot more confidence, seeing her off from the classroom. Thanks, Aiko. You too. Those were pretty lame words to send someone off with, but Midoriya wasn't big on talking. Wasn't even the last time they'd talked this week. Instead of focusing on his brain-dead word choice and all the better things he could have said, Midoriya waved goodbye to her for an extra second before getting down to brass tacks and slamming the door shut, wiping the fake smile off his face while he locked the door shut. He swept through the room in record time, pulling out some hidden items and tossing them into his training bag before he changed clothes. His school uniform got replaced with loose baggy clothes, the uniform shoved away inside his book bag. He checked his things, flipped his hood up, and jumped out the window, sneaking his way out of the school. He covered ground quickly, cutting across town with a mix of alleyways and side paths as he left the rundown section of town and entered a more lively section, filled with less ruined buildings and more little businesses. It had been a while since he took this route. It had been a long while. Last time he had was right before his Yakuza hunter phase, and the less thought about that cringy phase the better. Still, edgy phases aside, Midoriya was pretty familiar with the route. He used to come this way with packages all the time, so running with his school bags wasn't much harder, except for the summer heat. That was new. He had the good sense not to be wearing a ton of layers in the summer, sure, but since he didn't want to be recognized, he had to keep his body covered, and that meant his hoodie stayed over his head. He might have unzipped the thing, but either way, he was sweating buckets. The summer sun plus his disguise, a faded All Might hoodie, wasn't a great combination. It was just after the peak of summer and just after high noon, so the day was hot and still getting hotter. Maybe that's why Midoriya felt like dying by the time he arrived at his destination, an old putt-putt course. You really picked this stupid place. Midoriya stuck to his disguise and didn't remove his hoodie, but he did lift his shirt to try and let off some heat. He slowed to a stop underneath some shade, leaning against the wall and fumbling for a water bottle already before he even started training. Seriously, why this place? Is this some sort of official meeting place for criminals and dipshits? Probably, your air. The thick American accent combined with ample confidence was enough to pick the man out of a crowd alone. But the voice was just as distinct and large as the main man himself. He was massive, bigger just sitting on his motorcycle than Midoriya was standing. He didn't bother wearing a shirt, sticking his chest out with confidence and showing off his 4-star tattoos. His bronze skin and pearly smile glinted so much in the sun Midoriya had trouble just looking, and the giant dumbass. Waz up, Centipter. Ugh, this effing heat, that's what's up. Midoriya gave up disguises and ditched both bags and hoodie, pouring some of his water on his head to try and cool off before he refocused. But seriously, why are we meeting at this golf course? I get that I met bartender here, but why you? While Midoriya stumbled over how to mention Kurogiri without saying his name, Mao took it all in stride, laughing again. You don't get it, genius. Da big man tell us if we needed you to post stuff over air. This golf course had acted as the in-between for Ronin and All for One back when Ronin was making possessed items. But if you thought about it, it was pretty unlikely that All for One himself was the one who posted or picked up stuff at the golf course for Ronin. Midoriya always assumed Kurogiri was the one to post the messages since he'd known and worked with the bartender the longest. But Kurogiri was a member of the League of Villains and kind of famous. Thinking about it logically, there were probably at least 3 people who got All for One's messages to Ronin. Problem was Midoriya was too hot to think logically, and too hot to care. Whatever. So, I wanted to talk to you about some stuff. Are we really gonna talk in this parking lot? 'Cause I'm baking to death. Midoriya reflected that he really didn't plan this too well because, even without the hoodie, he was still really hot. It was like over 100 degrees. He really should have checked the weather last night. As funny as this is, Melty Petter, nah. Hop on, we gonna make tracks. Mao made up newer and even dumber nicknames without even batting an eye, moving from his sitting position into a driving position on his bike and making room for the vigilante. Midoriya rolled his eyes, picking back up his things before climbing on. So, where are we going? You'll find out when we get there. Military place again, got it. Mao glanced back, scoffing as he revved the engine but unable to hide his pearly smile. Midoriya's chest heaved as he crashed into and bounced off the ground, rolling across the grass to a stop several feet away. He only stopped to spit out the dirt and blood in his mouth before he got his hands and feet underneath him and rose back into a guard, ready to keep going. You just want some training. Really, that's it. Mao glanced back at Midoriya in a mix of surprise tinged with a touch of confusion. He barely paid any attention to the road, doubling the speed limit as he nearly killed them both for the third time since they left the golf course. I think so, hey. Red light dipshit. Midoriya smacked Mao upside his head as they finally slowed to a stop before they crashed into a large truck driving across the road, blocking their path. Say what you would about Mao, but even crashing face first into a supply truck would cause the main man some trouble even if only financially. What are you complaining about? You ain't dead yet. And that's a miracle. Midoriya eased back in the motorcycle, taking this little moment to relax his grip on Mao. He would have worn his bodysuit and helmet if he remembered how wild Mao's driving was. His arms were getting sore just holding on. But just trainin'. Mao kicked off the ground as the light changed and hit the gas, skipping into oncoming traffic just to pass a car that wasn't going fast enough for him. Midoriya could have touched the cars in oncoming traffic if he stuck his arm out. Why me? You're the only guy I actually know who knows martial arts, like really knows it. Midoriya sprang up from the ground into a defensive position, jump up and straight into Mao's next punch. All of Midoriya's own momentum was turned against him by Mao's attack, sending the vigilante stumbling back and off balance with one well-placed attack. Midoriya staggered back one last step, raising his arms to put a guard back up so he could survive a little longer. Opposed to him, Mao stepped forward with practiced ease, ready to continue on the offense. HMM. Guess you're right. Mao scratched his head as he took his eyes off the road again, thinking back. Not a lot of heroes or villains really know their way around a proper fight to Sendeis. You'd think they'd learn a little. I mean, I only learned that sheet cause I was so weak. Wait, what? Midoriya zoned out for a second, thinking he misheard the giant. Mao, what the F are you talking about? Surprised, Mao had a loud and hearty laugh, smirking as he glanced back at Midoriya. Swerving car. What's that mean I learned to drive? A hole. Mao reacted quickly to a car that nearly crashed into them, swerving into oncoming traffic to pass the car while flipping the driver off. He took one extra second to flip off the driver before he refocused on the road and his own rambling. But I'm not as strong as I think. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise, to be honest. You dumbass. Midoriya looked at Mao like he was crazy. Well, Mao was definitely crazy, but this might take the cake. You can survive getting flayed, fall off buildings, and can punch through metal. What are you talking about? You don't get it. Aw, shit. Mao took another chance to glance back at his passenger, then swerved, correcting before they crashed by kicking off the wall they would have crashed into. I'm not talking durability, dipshit. I'm talking about my quirk, man. Let me explain. Mao's jabs rattled Midoriya's defenses with each punch. Midoriya held his arms up in front of his head, but his arms stung with every strike. Every hit pushed him back, forcing the vigilante backward step by step. Mao's jabs sliced through the air like Midoriya's sword, displaying an insane amount of speed. A sword could be moved that fast because of various physics and how levers worked, meaning the tip moved a lot faster than the handle. Mao, however, didn't need tricks like swords. His jabs weren't textbook. They were beyond it. His arms slid behind his punches as he leaned into his attacks, putting weight into every shot as he punched right through Midoriya's every attempt to defend. Ma Quirk's name is hype. You know some basic sheet already, but I didn't give you details yet. Mao didn't look back now, focusing on the road. He could at least monologue seriously, it seemed. Still, this was kind of important, so Midoriya would save the jokes about monologues for later. Ma Quirk makes my body really resistant to everything and anything, man. Real simple sheet. Like the more excited I get, the tougher I get. You get me? Mao threw it to Midoriya to make sure the vigilante was still listening and following along, turning his head slightly without looking backward for once. But that's not all it does, right? Midoriya wasn't sure how this conversation would eventually lead to how Mao was weak, but he could tell what Mao wanted him to say and was content to play along. You get it, you might want to put something on your face case the popo ride up. Mao accelerated as they left the city properly, driving off the proper road to pass more people, going from double the speed limit to nearly triple. He weaved through the few cars on the road with practiced ease, getting right back into what he was saying like this was his natural environment. Hype makes my body resist everything. Not just physical. Don't age. Don't get hungry. Hell, took 70 years just to get this tan. And I spent 30 of those in Australia. Mao held up one of his hands and laughed, thinking back on the past for a moment. Hell, I'm even resistant to quirks if I get enough hype. Midoriya didn't just sit back and take hits, or at least, he wasn't trying to. His feet were constantly working, pulling him back and away from the onslaught of punches and diffusing some of the weight. He was at least having the power of Mao's punches with his sudden moves. But Mao's punches, like the main man himself, didn't seem to care they were getting weakened. With one hand, Mao tore Midoriya's guard open, launching the vigilante's arms apart with every strike before Midoriya's guard finally broke. Midoriya didn't just sit back though. The second his guard was down, he covered for it by attacking. His feet slid back to anchor him in place so he could push forward. Midoriya lunged towards Mao, getting too close to be properly kicked while Mao was still pulling back from his last punch. Midoriya drew his right hand to his face as a guard while he twisted his body at the hips and shot his right at Mao's exposed midsection. Mao's guard was wide open for an attack, and the main man was too dedicated to his last punch to suddenly switch to a block or dodge. Midoriya's hand whipped through the air and shot towards his target. But you noticed what Ma quirk doesn't do. Mao glanced back as the police turned on their lights and began to speed up, trying to chase the speeding devils. Mao and Midoriya, or more aptly by their masks random biker and psycho, exchanged glances before the biker chuckled, slowing a little just to let the cop catch up. Someone was clearly enjoying this. Midoriya looked back, adjusting the white cloth wrapping his head so he could better see what was happening. Your quirk. What it doesn't do. What's with that phrasing? Could you make it a little more vague? It almost makes sense. Proly could. What the hell is that popo doing? They're slow as fook. Mao checked his rear view mirror and then blinked, adjusting it as the second police car rounded the corner. Well, sheet. Hold on. Isn't this military base thing supposed to be a secret? Are you trying to draw attention? Why not? Could be fun. Mao gunned the engine and began to rapidly accelerate, laughing all the way. You gonna guess what my quirk don't do, or you give up? What your quirk doesn't do. Midoriya glanced at the police behind them and tried to think through what Mao said. What a quirk didn't do. That was a ton of things. Mao couldn't fly. Mao couldn't shoot lasers out of his eyes. But Mao was probably talking about something that you'd expect Mao to be able to do. Revenant thought it through, focusing on what he'd seen Mao do, and then coming to a sudden realization. Strength. You don't have super strength. Midoriya's punch was perfect. You could have written a book about that one jab. The speed, the weight, the way it flicked up underneath Mao's guard. Beautiful. But perfect wasn't good enough. Mao's eyes shifted down, barely even registering Midoriya's attack. Then, in the instant before Midoriya's own punch landed, a thunderbolt hit Midoriya straight in the skull. A right hand descended from on high and slammed into Midoriya with Mao's full weight and strength behind it. No, with even more than Mao's own strength. Midoriya's own power was put into this attack, his own efforts increasing the power he got hit with. Midoriya's punch was as perfect as he could get, sure, but that perfect was sloppy in comparison to Mao's single counter, a punch backed by the strength and experience of a century of fighting. Midoriya could see the punch coming but couldn't do a damn thing as he was launched backward, stumbling and dazed, before his legs gave out from underneath him and he collapsed to the ground, defeated. And only 12 seconds into the first spar, Mao could do a lot of incredible things. Lift a giant motorcycle, punch through walls, and take punishment like a madman. It was incredibly likely that he could do more, but Midoriya was focusing on what he knew. And what he did know was that Mao was an 8-foot-tall giant and was likely naturally pretty strong. But he had never done anything superhumanly strong, or at least, not for his size. Sure, Mao's motorcycle weighed at least half a ton, but the main man was huge and kept fit. His strength was impressive, incredible even, but for someone 8 feet tall, you don't have super strength. I knew you could get it centipider. Mao lightly hit Midoriya in the shoulder then swerved around the police car, using his hand like a knife and piercing the tire. Rubber met steel like skin and something had to give, resulting in one police car taking a dive off the road. My quirk makes me durable as F, but it don't make me stronger. I'm as tough as a hammer, but I gotta put in the work to make sure that hammer hits hard. The other police car pulled over, giving up the chase to instead help the disabled car. It seemed that out in the countryside, with no heroes, the police simply couldn't be bothered to put up much of a fight. At least there wasn't any major harm done to the officers unless you count the punctured tire. I learned martial arts and sheet so I could do some real damage, Mao continued, shaking his hand to get a few strands of tire rubber off. So that I didn't just take hits, so I could give him too. Alright, that makes sense so far. I think. Midoriya thought through it all and could agree with that. If you were durable without being strong, you were a punching bag. Plus, being extra durable, you could get stronger than the average human without hurting yourself. All in all, Mao was above the average civilian and hero in pure physical strength, but that wasn't directly an effect of Mao's quirk. But why are you telling me this? Isn't it stupid to tell me what your quirk does? Midoriya at least understood what Mao was talking about earlier when he said he was weak, but he had no clue why Mao would tell him all this. It seemed like this might come around to bite Mao in the ass someday. Please. Mao laughed, shaking his head before turning to give Midoriya one last look. Why shouldn't I tell you what my quirk does? 'Cause it's a bad idea. Huh, so what? Mao turned back to the road, taking off his motorcycle helmet and letting the wind flow through his hair. I can tell you my quirk 'cause I'm strong. It's the right of the strong to do what they want because they can. I want to tell you, so I do. Simple as that. Mao stood over Midoriya, hands on his hips. He nudged the boy with a foot, very confused. Did I hit you too hard? Sheet, it did want better last time we brawled. Mao was wearing a large boxing glove on each hand to cushion his punches, and to make sure he didn't accidentally activate his quirk and hit Midoriya in the skull with a fist as hard as steel. Opposite the main man, Midoriya had been wearing the proper head and body gear with wrappings on his hands to maximize his safety. This one spar was heavily rigged in Midoriya's favor, but he still lost only 12 seconds into the first round. The two stood in the military base but outside any buildings, training in the dirt. Military training for hand-to-hand was usually done outside as far as either of them knew, so they just picked a pretty flat spot in the grass and went at it. Were you even trying? Midoriya said after he spat out the mouth guard, catching it in one hand, rubbing his face with the other. This protection stuff was amazing. His head didn't hurt half as bad as he thought it would. The punch had been pretty heavy, sure. It probably could have knocked out most people in one hit because Mao was definitely very excited, judging by how it hit like a pillow duct taped to a sledgehammer. But it more shoved Midoriya back and down, hitting him with so much weight his legs couldn't take it and gave out. It was like trying to lift a weight about 100 pounds too heavy at the drop of a hat, more than a serious knockout. Plus, he didn't bang his head on anything. That was a nice plus. Maybe he'd put some of this protection stuff in his Ronin outfit. Try to put you on your ass. Beach please, I don't gotta try. I'm a natural. Mao laughed, glad to see that Midoriya was still thinking and moving, and offered him a glove up. Midoriya grabbed the comically large boxing glove and pulled himself to his feet. Still though, you're good. Mao did have a little concern for the vigilante, or at least, a little confusion. You're really slow today. It did way better last time we did this. My arm's a little sore from Kamino. Midoriya shrugged his left arm, feeling it out. Still was a little sore, plus the new bruises he just got right here. Mao's strength was nothing to sneeze at, even with those stupid gloves. Otherwise, yeah, I think so. Mao took off the joke gloves and rubbed his chin, walking around Midoriya like a piece of furniture as he looked on with a careful eye. Midoriya asked, raising an eyebrow. Mao nodded, his expression the definition of seriousness as he agreed. Take off your shirt. It was a little awkward to stand shirtless against Mao, who was built more like a statue than a man. Now, Midoriya didn't look terrible. He didn't have any extra fat and he wasn't that underweight, just a few pounds less than he probably should have been. Despite that, he still had definite muscle and his posture was good. He was pretty healthy if you thought humans only needed 6 hours of sleep and 2 meals a day. But against Mao's quirk hype meant Mao didn't have to worry about things like skipping meals or losing a few hours of sleep, so he was always in top condition. It was like Mao only lived to fight. Large muscles, confident posture, and all topped by a more confident smile. It was definitely the unfettered confidence that served as the biggest difference between them. Rig, I seen what I wanna see. I got some ideas and sheet for what we gonna do later. Ya brought that super suit thing. Mao lobbed the boxing gloves at his bike, then turned to face Midoriya fully, giving him his undivided attention for about half a second before he found something new to focus on. Yup, should I put it on? Midoriya was still rubbing his arms, feeling how the muscles were naturally tensed after the heavy beating they had just taken. In only 10 seconds, Mao had done better than the combined force of 2 Yakuza and 5 gangsters. He really couldn't remember how many there were. He had bigger problems right now. Mao nodded once, tossing Midoriya his training bag from the motorcycle and turning his back to give him some privacy. He gestured towards the nearby building, the old equipment room. That's open if you need water. I'm fine here, but I'd love some water. God, today's hot. Midoriya's muscle suit was on almost as soon as he kicked his shoes off, only stopping to get his hair out of the way before he zipped it up. His hair was a little past his shoulders these days. He really should get a haircut soon. Mao lobbed a water bottle at Midoriya's head, snorting as the plastic bounced off the greenette's blob of hair. You gonna get anything else on, or you just gonna wear that? Midoriya checked everything one last time before he put his shoes back on. If we're keeping it to just martial arts, this is it. Maybe my helmet, but I think your boxing thing's a little better right now. Ronin's black helmet was great when it was in one piece, but Midoriya couldn't just magically fix that thing. He still needed to buy some supplies to replace what was broken. Even if that was better at stopping sharp things than heavy blunt force like Mao's punches. Whenever you're ready, you take the lead this time. Mao stretched one last time, not bothering with the gloves. He was going defensive this time, judging by his guard. raising both hands over his ribs. Midoriya wasn't sure he could actually reach far enough to realistically ever hit Mao in the face. So no point in guarding there. Midoriya nodded, unscrewing the water bottle and taking a few steps. He stretched briefly, then took a long drink from the bottle, glad for the cool feeling. It felt great against all this heat. Then Revenant turned and launched the water bottle at Mao's face, splashing the water in his eyes while lobbing the bottle itself. Mao took a step back, breaking his guard to wipe his eyes, and in a flash the second round began. Revenant didn't waste a second as he and Mao went into the second spar. He went straight into the offensive, throwing water into Mao's face, then immediately jumped in to exploit the new gap in Mao's defenses. Mao broke his own defense, grabbing at his face with both hands to try and get the water out of his eyes. The water held Mao back for a moment, but a moment was all Midoriya wanted. With Mao's hands at his face, Mao couldn't protect his body. Last time Revenant had attacked, Mao still had a hand free and got punched. But this time both of Mao's hands went tied up. It was a free body shot. Revenant didn't waste this time and went in for a quick jab, striking Mao in the body with a fast but light punch. It lacked power, but one hit against the main man was already better than his performance last round. He was going to go for 2 punches but was forced back as Mao started to fight back. Mao didn't bother to put his defense back up like Midoriya had done and went right for a counter punch, throwing his own jab in the vague direction Midoriya had been. Mao still couldn't see fully, but his punches were so fast and precise he only needed a rough estimate of where Midoriya was. Mao stepped forward and struck back, his left cutting through the air like a whip and paying back Midoriya's only punch so far. His fist hit Midoriya's guard but still launched the smaller target back. But Revenant had been hoping for exactly that. Revenant slid back and out of reach of his much larger opponent and built distance off of that punch. Mao had a huge advantage on height and, with the length of his arms, could naturally hit from further away. Now Revenant had to quickly build more distance to evade that longer reach with no chance of counter-attacking. Yet, in less than a second, the two opponents exchanged punches and built distance, now standing about 10 feet apart. Both had gone from standing casually into a full combative stance in a heartbeat, carefully eyeing their opponent to watch for their next move. Midoriya kept on the balls of his feet, ready to move at the drop of a hat. Midoriya held the speed advantage, so if he wanted to get any work done, he'd be doing it with his speed. He kept his hands around head height and open, ready to tighten into a punch or grab if that's what was needed. Mao meanwhile took a very solid stance, planting both feet on the ground. He kept one hand about midsection level and used the other to wipe his face, finally getting the last of the water out of his eyes. It was no surprise that he was still smiling in the summer heat as he got into something like a wrestler's stance, ready to move at a moment's notice. This was just friendly sparring, but the look in Mao's eye said that he was taking this seriously, which was good, great even. He needed to find his limits, and the best way to find those was to ram into them. That meant he couldn't hold back either, though. Senti, Mao mused without his guard moving an inch. Both of their legs were tensed as Mao spoke like springs under pressure, ready to fly at the drop of a hat. Yes, Revenant began to move to the side, circling slowly as he took in the surroundings behind Mao. Mao in turn began to move in a circle like a pair of boxers in the ring, his signature smile still wide and shiny. "Do you got any idea what you're weak at?" Mao probed, but Revenant wasn't budging an inch. His attention was razor-focused in the moment and didn't flinch for a second, even when he was being told to think. "Sure I do, that's why I am here." Revenant kept it vague and generic so he wouldn't have to think too hard. But Mao was pretty focused too. He didn't just rush in assuming that Midoriya's guard would drop and instead bode his time. Well, Midoriya was supposed to take the lead, so standing around wouldn't accomplish much. He'd have to get in there and get it done himself, so they wouldn't just be standing there staring each other down till the cows came home. Midoriya took a long breath out, shaking his head for a second before he bolted straight towards his larger opponent, covering the small between them in an instant. He pivoted his body and went for another quick but light attack, a front kick. He used his dash in to add some momentum and flair as he stepped in, his front leg snapping up and into position for shooting out for a quick attack. Mao stuck to his traditional style and didn't bother to dodge, eating the light kick to the stomach without even blinking and countering with another punch. Kicking left only one foot on the ground, creating a terrible base and putting the kicker off balance. If Midoriya took a punch from Mao while in the middle of a kick, he wouldn't just slide back and build distance like last time. He'd definitely fall over and give his opponent the momentum. Midoriya's front kick bounced off Mao like a rubber ball hitting a wall, but instead of trying to dodge, Midoriya primed the leg and went in with a second kick. He brought his knee to his chest and shot it straight out, hitting Mao again with a lot more force than his previous kick. Mao tanked through that one too, though, and connected his own counter punch. With just one punch he launched Midoriya backward. Just like Midoriya predicted, Midoriya was sent head over heels by this one punch. Man, he was glad to be right. Midoriya was sent flying by that one punch and flew 10 feet through the air before he even touched the ground again. and only stopped rolling after another 10. Mao was definitely using more power than before, going off of how far Midoriya had flown in one hit, but that was fine. There were forms of fighting besides direct attacking. Mao said he'd let Midoriya take the lead, but he'd be a fool not to move in after he just won an exchange like that. Midoriya was on the floor and hadn't given up yet, so it was the perfect time for some more attacks. Mao covered the distance between them in 3 long strides, going for a kick to the body with his brief run-up to launch Midoriya even further. Revenant was fine with this, though, spinning off the ground and back to his feet to barely avoid Mao's kick. Even through the suit, he could feel the gust as Mao's boot nearly launched him back another 20 or 30 feet. Now, for once, Mao was the one off balance. If Revenant had been at a disadvantage while kicking, so would Mao, and Revenant was waiting for a moment like that. Revenant kept close to his larger opponent and slid behind the giant, kicking Mao in the back. Mao's momentum from charging in and his large kick now turned against him as Revenant gave him a sharp push in the wrong direction, making Mao stumble forward for a second. Mao stepped forward to catch his balance, not ready to fall to the ground quite as easily as Midoriya, and that gave Revenant more openings to attack with. Revenant followed up his first good kick with a second and third, staying close to his larger opponent so he could keep delivering quick attacks. The kicks had little effect, but it was more the mindset that he was actually landing attacks. Most opponents weren't practically invincible after all, and against regular people, this kind of quick assault could easily overwhelm them. A constant barrage of attacks from out of reach wasn't anything to scoff at. Unless, of course, you were the main man. Mao spun around in an instant, his smile growing wider by the second. He used his wide reach as he spun to clear the area near him, forcing his smaller opponent to stop attacking or try tanking a real hit. Midoriya, being sane, didn't make this trade and instead dipped out, stopping his assault to dodge a flailing arm. He jumped back, still tanking the hit but diffusing most of the force. He was only knocked back. If Mao knew how many feet. He didn't keep a running tally of this sit, but he didn't stay down or out. Centipider got his feet right back under him and charged right in, no longer staying back and pussyfooting around. He weaved slightly as he rushed forward, no longer taking the straightforward approach. Not a bad choice, since Mao wasn't going to make this sit as easy. He already had an idea of Centipider's biggest problem, and the earlier match and shirt-off proved it. This was more so he could see what Centipider was good at and how he'd been working around his problems. Centipider had to get close to hit Mao, but Mao wasn't going to make it easy. The best defense was a great offense after all, and launching someone 20 feet back was a great way to stop them from hitting you. As Centipider tried to close the distance for another attack, Mao stepped in too, both purposely getting closer for their own respective attacks. Mao, however, had the range advantage. His attacks could hit before Centipider's just because of reach, and he'd be a real dumbass not to exploit this. Mao threw a jab well before Centipider was even close enough to think about pulling off a kick, his fist cutting through the air on a crash course with Centipider's ribs. This was a perfect attack, about to punch right through the gaps in Centipider's defenses. So of course something was wrong. Why would Midoriya purposely leave a gap like that and give his opponent the chance for a perfect attack? Because he wanted to be attacked, more specifically. He wanted Mao to use one specific attack. By purposely opening his defenses, he could trick Mao into throwing certain attacks, like a specific punch, the jab. The jab was a great punch. Light, fast, all around it was very useful. Midoriya had been using it earlier for those very reasons. But it had a big weakness if you knew what you were doing. It was very predictable. Midoriya knew Mao had taken the bait the second Mao's left hand started to move. Mao's hand had a bad habit of whipping through the air, meaning it didn't directly go straight to the opponent. Like a whip, it moved in a beeline towards its target, moving in an arc instead of a straight line. But they were still fast. Mao had a habit of putting a lot of weight behind his jabs, which was why Midoriya had been getting knocked around like a tennis ball. That weight gave the jabs some extra power, yes, but it was also exactly what Revenant wanted right now. There were many types of attacks, but not all of them banked on direct power. Hell, one style used the opponent's weight and momentum against them, but up till now Mao had been too grounded and too fast for it to work. When Mao gave those up by moving himself and being predictable, though, Revenant opened both hands and planted his feet just a moment before Mao's jab landed, spinning his body to narrowly avoid the crushing force of the punch while his grabbing the main man with a grip like a vice. Revenant's right grabbed Mao's wrist and pulled it forward while his left grabbed Mao by his coat, suddenly pulling back with all his might to lift and throw the giant. Mao's weight and size, which usually would have stopped this, now helped Revenant as Mao was leaning too far forward. He had banked too much on the jab, and now he was paying for it. For once it was Mao who flew through the air as Revenant pushed the bodysuit to its limits, lifting the giant off the ground before slamming him into the ground. Revenant didn't take time to enjoy this victory and instead capitalized off it, taking a single step back before hitting Mao in the side below his ribs with a sharp kick. The power of the kick with Mao's compromised position left Mao the one to roll back from that exchange, rolling a few feet back while Revenant built distance. Mao didn't stay down long, though. He was laughing the entire time and took the kick with ease, rolling once before he used the momentum to flip onto his feet. Even after all that, after all of those attacks, Mao was unfazed. Hell, he looked more excited than before. The point of this fight wasn't for Midoriya to win though, that was damn near impossible. Every time Midoriya had beaten Mao before he had to use something to get over Mao's ludicrous durability, and this was a fist fight. The fact that he shouldn't try to hurt Mao because it was just a spar was irrelevant. He just couldn't hurt the main man. That's why he wasn't fighting to win, directly at least. His goal was to show off as much as he could do, and that meant he couldn't give up until he had at least tried everything. Sure, he could have just told Mao what he could do in the training he had, but that wasn't how he did things. Words didn't have quite the punctuality as action. What was that? Wrestling? Mao took a stab at Midoriya's style while he kept his eyes fixated on his opponent. Despite how scatterbrained he usually sounded, Mao had some incredible focus when it came to fighting. Judo. Midoriya kept his legs slightly bent, shifting his position slowly while Mao moved. He didn't see any openings he liked yet, so there was no reason to rush in. Really? Mao blinked in surprise, then scratched his head. I thought Judo had pins. The moment Mao moved to scratch his head, Midoriya rushed. One of Mao's hands would be out of the way so Midoriya could go straight for the body again. Mao had scratched his head with his right hand, so that's the angle Midoriya approached from. Midoriya covered the distance before Mao could even finish speaking, going in for another kick. He couldn't do the spinning back kick. That took too long, so he'd instead go with the front kick again. That was his fastest kick. Mao seemed to move in slow motion as Revenant came in for the kick, his left hand moving just a little too slow as he tried to punch the nimble vigilante. Revenant rushed past Mao and kicked the giant on the way past, pushing off the giant and entirely avoiding Mao's punch. Revenant didn't stop with just one kick though. He was past Mao now and spun around to face the larger man again. Now, he had enough time in the distance. Now, Revenant raised one of his legs as he spun, bringing his knee up to his chest to build power before he shot Mao in the side with the spinning back kick. The kick shot Mao in the stomach, the fifth attack to hit that spot. His precision was on point today. But before Midoriya could retract his leg and pull back, a large hand clamped down around his shin and held him tight like a vice. Pins like this. Mao then moved forward. His right hand kept its firm grip on Midoriya's leg as he pushed against Midoriya, toppling the already off-balance vigilante and putting Midoriya on his ass. Then, to cement his victory, Mao continued to move in and forced Midoriya's leg against his body. Mao's left hand slammed down over Midoriya's right arm, pinning it while Mao's right hand forced Midoriya's left leg to almost touch his left shoulder. Midoriya's right arm, the one Mao grabbed, was pinned under Mao's body weight. Midoriya's left leg was at risk of hyperextending and also kept him from using his left arm. He was stuck. I think that's the first time I've ever actually been pinned. I didn't know I could stretch like that. Midoriya was now working his very sore left leg, leaning against a building while he swung it back and forth. For real? Mao looked surprised, then shrugged it off as he opened a water bottle. Man, maybe I should have been a hero. I'd kick ass. The paperwork. F being a hero. Mao drained the water bottle and crushed the plastic, tossing it into his own training bag while continuing to talk. But that shit ain't what we air for. So, first things first, how ya feeling? Pain. Mostly in my hips, entirely in my hips, Midoriya responded instantly. He had given up the second Mao landed that last pin. He didn't have the muscle to throw Mao off or the finesse to slip out. No point in trying to change the impossible. Other than that, though, I'm fine. This suit's pretty good for stuff like that. Damn right that thing is. Mao held up another water bottle, and once Midoriya nodded, lobbed it at Midoriya's head and chuckled when it bounced off the green mess of hair. What kind of metal's dat? Wait, we're getting off topic. Speak for yourself. World's worst pitcher. Midoriya rolled his eyes as he picked up the water bottle and sat against the building, glad to be in the shade. The bodysuit naturally pulled in heat, cooling the body, but it was still hot as F and it wasn't even the heat of the day yet. Lucky him. You were dull one who couldn't catch I'm doing it again. Mao shook his head, snickering before he focused and got a little more serious. So, you got problems. Whatever. But do you know da big one I see? Yeah, my martial arts are sloppy. Midoriya wasn't stupid enough to think his performance was great. Reviewing his performance throughout the two quick matches, he barely knew any real martial arts, and he was pretty sure the second Mao started to use any moves more complicated than basic punch or basic kick was the second he lost. His martial arts were still sloppy, but Mao could definitely improve that. Nope. Mao laughed, cutting off Midoriya's rambling before it could really get underway with a laugh. He shook his head, smiling wide as he spoke. Sure, your moves are kinda bad. Sloppy's a great word for it, but your moves? Solid, fine, maybe even alright. Not great, but that's not the big problem. What? Midoriya blinked up at him, a little confused. Mao continued on without even flinching in the face of Midoriya's confusion. Yatek's tight as F, Centipeder. Mao gestured to Midoriya, specifically to the bodysuit this time. He seemed to be going through each of Midoriya's qualities to narrow down what he thought Midoriya's biggest problem was. Dat sword you made, dem guns, you're really good at making sheet. So the problem is, Midoriya was trying to follow along as he drank the water. He had been trying to predict where this conversation was going and failed again, so now he was just content to listen. Mao didn't think the problem was his martial arts like he thought. They both knew and admitted that his items were good, and Midoriya would go so far as to say the suit was the best part of Ronin. But what did that leave? If it wasn't his technique or his technology, what was his big problem? It's simple, you dipshit. Mao laughed, then leaned in. A big problem is you. What? Two figures stood in the summer heat, one completely confused and the other just as confident. The confident one spoke loud and clear, his physical size the only thing that could outdo his bravado as he spoke. It's simple, dipshit. The main man leaned forward as he spoke, gesturing to the vigilante with his hand to show what he meant. A big problem is you. Midoriya looked up off the ground. Tilting his head, he tried to process what on earth Mao was talking about. Maybe the heat was cooking his brain, but... What? Midoriya blinked in confusion, trying to piece together what Mao was talking about while the main man just leaned back and laughed. Are you gonna elaborate on that or? Midoriya took another drink from his water bottle, shaking his head as he gave up trying to figure out what Mao was thinking. Mao's mind was a rabbit hole he really didn't want to get sucked into. Elaborate. F no. Who you think I am, ya maths teacher? Mao laughed even harder at the thought, then shook his head. Why talk when I can show? Mao, showing me would still be elaborating. Shut up and observe. Mao dove straight into his not elaborating elaboration, getting Midoriya back on his feet for the demonstration. Hands up, guard up, another fight. Midoriya didn't sound weary as he assumed a fighting stance. He was sore and a little tired, but he could push past those easy enough. Still, his question was kind of stupid. Of course Mao would choose to explain things through a fight. Fighting was basically Mao's whole shtick. Midoriya squared up, eyes trained and ears tuned to the main man while Mao stood tall, confident, and completely defenseless. Mao didn't even try to guard, keeping both hands on his hips as he looked over the young vigilante. He towered over Midoriya in both size and confidence, his smug mug going beyond its usual levels of confidence as he laughed. So, enough waitin'. Mao heartily laughed, pointing his head to the skies before he leaned forward, bearing a vicious smile. I'm a punchy in the dome. What? Midoriya wasn't stupid enough to question if Mao would actually do it, but he was confused how punching him in the face was going to help him get stronger. Dodge. Mao moved in the same moment he spoke. 1 second he was standing 10 feet away with no guard, beaming with confidence, then the next. Mao's lead foot slammed down as the main man drove his body forward, pushing off his back foot for extra speed and strength. Legs slammed into the ground, shoulders pivoted over hips, and an arm like a battering ram shot through the air straight at Centipeder's skull with enough force to break concrete. Revenant moved in the same instant, shifting his legs and body. His body shifted downward, gliding cleanly out of the way of Mao's punch well before the attack even got close. Mao's punch was easy to see coming, another huge swing. All he had to do was move 3 or 4 feet to the right and he was safe. Mao suddenly locked his legs and hips, ending his pivot early and staring Centipeder head on. Now the vigilante was back in Mao's firing line, stuck mid-dodge. Mao roared as he adjusted his legs, turning his huge haymaker into a precise punch still aimed at Centipeder's face. Revenant saw it coming the moment Mao switched up his legwork. He could tell where the punch was going to hit. He could see the direct line to his face. His body was falling into position. Revenant was literally putting himself in harm's way, but he couldn't stop it. He tensed his muscles, trying to pull back and change directions. He took all the strength out of his legs to try and fall underneath the punch, tried to raise his arms, but his body was just too slow. Oh, boom. Wake up, wake up, wake up, there you are. The world slowly faded back in like a camera finding focus. The left side of Midoriya's face felt hot and a little swollen despite the safety gear strapped to him. Damn, he got effing nailed. Midoriya blinked as he leaned up, trying to figure out what just happened. He was on the ground, lying in a pile of torn grass and dirt, a ditch carved by his own bad landing. There was a visible path of torn grass in front of him, probably caused by his own body rolling along after Mao decked him in the face. Midoriya stopped trying to look around and squinted, feeling another flash of pain across his face. Definitely had a black eye now. How you feelin', Centipeder? Mao was squatting over him, poking him with a nice cold water bottle like a child with a stick poking a weird bug. Well, my hip is no longer my biggest worry. That's a start. Midoriya could barely notice how sore his hip was now as he raised his hands and started to unbuckle the protective headgear, fumbling with the straps for a few seconds before weakly lobbing it to the side and grabbing the water bottle. How long was I out? Like 3 seconds. A big baby. Mao shook his head before helping Midoriya to his feet. So dramatic, says the guy who wanted to punch me in the face. Mao shrugged, not too bothered. I warned ya. Not my fault you dumbass just can't dodge. And, in their joking, Mao redirected it to the central problem. Midoriya wiped the grass off his pants and bought a suit while thinking through what might have been the shortest fight of his entire career. He saw the punch coming and reacted, getting in position to dodge. Then, halfway through, the punch switched. Mao hadn't used a feint. Mao probably didn't even know what a feint was if Mao thought punches like those were for training. Mao had changed his punch halfway through on a whim. No. Mao changed his punch because the main man knew it wouldn't hit. They both did. But while they both knew it, only one of them had been able to react in time to adjust. Mao acted, Revenant reacted. Mao adjusted, but that was when Revenant fell short. Reaction speed. Maybe. Revenant thought it over, chewing on what exactly failed. Mentally both of them were on the same level, but physically Mao had pulled ahead. Physically. No, my body. Midoriya unlatched and unzipped the bodysuit, exposing the top half of his body as he pulled it off for a quick self-examination. Midoriya had very little fat, sure, but he didn't have much muscle either. His body was still sore, recovering from its previous injuries as always. But for the first time in his vigilante career, he couldn't just ignore the protests of his body. He was tired. He was sore. He was hungry. All in all, Izuku Midoriya was out of shape. Most of the time he could use the bodysuit to put himself at the same point as people with strength or speed-enhancing quirks, but he himself was a lot weaker than them. It hadn't been a problem before, but now it was starting to catch up to him. He had little muscle mass and was pretty weak. His strength was negligible at best, almost entirely because he never needed it. Yamato cut through everything effortlessly. Kindness and Cupid had barely any kickback, and the bodysuit basically gave him superhuman strength. Why would he need to improve something he didn't use? The problem was that he did use it, and he had reached a point where his weakness was starting to show. Someone with a better physique could use the bodysuit alone to achieve much better things than he accomplished so far, not even counting the guns or Yamato. The suit enhanced his strength and speed, sure, but he had to provide the reflexes to make it move, and his reflexes weren't much. Midoriya had only focused on technique and form, but he was starting to reach a point where his form was good enough. Could it get better? Sure. Could his technology be more refined? Again, sure. But one part of this trinity was holding the other two back, and it always would if he didn't start to fix it. My biggest weakness right now is my body. Yup. Mao laughed as Midoriya figured it out, kicking the protective helmet that Midoriya had thrown into the air like a soccer ball and messing around, keeping it midair with just short, sharp kicks. Glad you figured it out so quick. Damn, I'm a good teacher. ... And you thought the best way to tell me that was by saying your big weakness is you. And punching you in da face. Don't forget punching you in da face. Midoriya shook his head at the main man, pressing the cold water bottle against his face for a little respite as he zipped the bodysuit back up and moved into the shade. He was honestly impressed by how unflappable Mao was in the face, being able to say all that with a straight face. Well, thanks for setting me straight. Glad to help, man. Mao gave him an enthusiastic pat on the back, laughing as he outdid himself once again. The quirk hype made Mao immune to a lot of things, and it seemed shame and sarcasm were somewhere on that long list. But Mao seemed to have had his fill of fun as he refocused, still smiling but speaking with a little more sincerity. Now you know what's holding you back. It can really let loose and improve. Can't beat what you don't know. Midoriya shook his head, trying to seem neutral despite the small smile on his face. As painful as this had been, this was a big help. Midoriya didn't know everything, but he did know himself pretty well and was almost sure that he would have doubled down on training if Mao hadn't come in and helped. He probably would have done what most anime characters did, training nonstop to improve, trying even harder to master new techniques, refining the moves he already had, updating his equipment. All good in their own right, but maybe it was time for a break. He tried getting back into his old rhythm, but only now did he realize that his old rhythm might not have been that good. Now was time to adjust the course, to slow things down, and think things through. His old plan was good, but it had been running him ragged. Midoriya was smart enough to know when he was pushing his luck, and he was quite content to not push it any further. It was time to fix some of his problems before he tried to go out and fix other people's. He had been good, but he could have been great. And Revenant didn't settle for second best. Thanks for the help, Mao. Really, you were a huge help. Midoriya stretched his legs and hips again, thinking through his new plan. Rest came first. Maybe a visit to a doctor to figure out a health plan, or a fitness, something, whatever those gym people were called, to work on a personal plan to get him in top shape. Poor Senti. Mao gave the vigilante another large pat on the back before going over to his bike and bag, rummaging through his things. Now, Midoriya took a deep breath. His plan was still in the early stages. It'd need a few dozen rewrites before it'd be anything decent. He'd need to check around for trainers. That's what those gym people were. trainers before he could really settle on one. Flexible hours, preferably with some fighting experience so he could learn some more martial arts. Someone who wouldn't question what he was doing. Midoriya's tangent was cut off as a cold water bottle was pressed against the nape of his neck, making him jump a mile high as he scrambled to look back. Mao smirked down at him before dropping the water bottle into his hands. You know, these things are water bottles, not ice packs. Hurry up and drink. We got a lot of work to do. I know, wait. Midoriya froze, glancing over at the main man with more confusion before the pieces started to fall in place in his head. Man, he either had a concussion or the heat really did cook his brain. Yup, Mao picked up his motorcycle and moved it into a building, out of sight, then locked the building up after him. Wah, a dumbass think I wasn't gonna train ya? Yup. Dumbass. Yup. Mao only laughed harder, but it was a quick laugh this time. Whatever. Hurry up, Senti. I already said we got work to do, and I'm too lazy to repeat sheet. Midoriya opened one of the water bottles, pouring it over his head before drinking the second quickly, tossing both empty bottles into his bag. Mao walked over to the main building, the one with the bunker hidden underneath it, and fiddled with the keys for a minute before opening the door and stepping clear, dramatically gesturing for Midoriya to go through. Midoriya shook his head like he was annoyed, but he couldn't hide a small smile as he picked up his bag and went into the building ahead of Mao and descended into the dark, twisting pathways that didn't seem that dark anymore. Not after all the things he'd been through. He wasn't sure what was ahead, but with Mao, he knew there wouldn't be a boring moment. Midoriya's breathing was forced and ragged. His arms burned and his body felt like garbage. He was reaching his limits. Still, the physical pain was nothing compared to the shame. The little pride he had didn't let him stop there, and so he forced his arms under him once again and slowly rose again. Then slowly descended, and slowly rose. 32, 33, a good man. Mao stood over Midoriya as the vigilante did push-ups, glancing over his can of juice at the struggling youth. I'm fine, Midoriya spoke through gritted teeth as he rose again, his entire body shaking. He already surpassed his record in middle school, but even he knew this still wasn't a great score. Yeah, sure. Mao tilted his head as he looked over Midoriya. This is like the easiest workout ever. Nothing simpler than push-ups. Planking. Point taken, but it'd be even worse at plank stand dis. Mao slurped again from his can of juice, daring Midoriya to prove him wrong, but the boy couldn't. God, he was tired. Midoriya finally gave up and crashed to the cold dirt floor of the gun range, taking a second just to breathe. How many? 26 good ones, 5 sheet ones, and I didn't bother counting 8 of them. Damn indeed. Mao took another drink from his can before shaking it, looking down in disappointment at the now empty can. Double damn. But seriously, it can't even do 30 good push-ups and you number 3 criminal in Japan. And you've kicked how many people's asses? Mao laughed as he crushed the can. This sheet's hilarious. 26 good push-ups. That was a pretty small number to start with, but that gave him a lot of room to grow. Once he could get off the floor. Yeah. What's next? Midoriya settled for flopping his head over to look at Mao while Mao pulled out the tablet he used as a phone, marking something on it. Push-ups. Midoriya adjusted his view to check Mao's expression, but the main man seemed serious. Really. Mao put away his phone and got onto the ground, demonstrating. This time you're gonna do wide push-ups. Hands real far apart. See, what's this method called? Workout torture. Midoriya let his head drop to the ground as he continued to breathe heavily. He felt exhausted already and all they had done so far was run in circles then do push-ups. The running had started fine. Midoriya ran every day, but he didn't run for 30 minutes straight like Mao did. Still, he held on till the end of the running and got to the next part. Push-up hell. If I know man, I learned this sheet 70 years ago. Think I pay attention to sheet like names? Mao laughed as he performed a single push-up with so much strength he pushed his entire body off the floor and into a standing position. It got 20 seconds till you go again. Breathe. What do I do after that? Midoriya stretched his arms out on the ground, giving Mao one last glance before he dived back into push-up hell. Mao returned the glance, his signature smile returning as he laughed. At da rate you going. 10 seconds. Spread those arms, centipider. We're gonna have fun. Most of the nomas we captured are the same as before. Exclude the abnormal. Yes, sir. The nomas we captured don't have human reactions and we're unlikely to acquire new information from them. The official from the Hero Association changed the presentation behind him to a new slide, showing off a devastating scene. Buildings and roads reduced to rubble, practically impossible to tell apart. The warehouse where these nomas were kept was destroyed, so all we can do now is continue to analyze what we have captured and continue our investigation on their manufacturing. Most of the other Hero Association and police figures nodded while one checked the briefing they all had got, his annoyance evident. We haven't gotten more personal information about the people inside the bar either, right? We are currently investigating. Was it so hard to say no? They didn't have any answers. This whole meeting was basically just slowly and painfully admitting they had no clue what happened. And dragging it out just made it worse. Even if we were able to capture most of the nomas, we let all the perpetrators, including Shigaraki, escape. Another official spoke up, cutting to another part of the issue. Even if we grade ourselves lightly, we only got away with a draw due to injury. Idiot. Lemmas, the annoyed police official, shook his head at such an optimistic approach. There were times for optimism, and during a risk assessment was not one of them. He glared over at the official that said they had a draw, keeping his chin resting on a hand as he explained how bad this really was. We just gave up the symbol of peace. His eyes flicked across the faces in the room, taking in the confusion. He didn't want to talk unnecessarily. Hell, he didn't want to talk at all. But if someone had to explain to these geniuses how effed they really were, he could step up. All Might's weakened body has been exposed to the world, destroying the image of an undefeatable and untouchable symbol of peace. That fight proved that he is weak, that he is touchable, and worst of all, it did all of that on national television. Everyone from the civilians to the villains saw it. He straightened out as he spoke, checking everyone again to make sure his words were sinking in. Hell, even the heroes saw it. Not exactly the message we wanted to send our next generation of heroes. That's what happens when we rely on only one person. Lemmas' neighbor spoke up, clasping his hands together in frustration. Everyone just realized you can get this far just by gathering a bunch of idiots. Lemmas built off his neighbor, going further into the structural problems they were going to face soon. From our initial profiling, the principal offender, Tamura Shigaraki, was even said to throw childish tantrums. Recently, however, his plans have started to become more and more complex. He's been prodding society to find ways to affect it, and by now, he's definitely found a few. His thought process has matured. Every time the League has failed, they've come back even stronger. Lemmas leaned back in his chair, taking a chance as he thought through a certain villain's final speech to the public and, by proxy, to the villains. And now, with All Might out of the picture, there are fewer checks than ever before on people's actions. All villains will use this chance to expand their sphere of influence. Now, as he took a break from speaking to wet his throat, some of his contemporaries spoke up. Are you saying this was part of the League of Villains' plan? This is the only time they've has actually won. And even then, it's debatable if they're actually the winners or just another puppet. Their real leader's gone. Isn't that just hindsight? Do you really think this was all planned out? I don't know. Lemmas shrugged. He wasn't psychic after all. He was just taking a few guesses based on the evidence before him, like they all were supposed to. That's what risk assessment did. God, he had such a headache. It's very likely that the man behind the League set this all up. But even then, it's too early to say. But what we do know is that we have too many loose ends right now. But if they were jumping on his ass for being theoretical, he'd stop being theoretical and hit them with some cold hard facts. The League and its backer have slipped our grasp too many times. We must find and capture them. All of them. We police have no time to be sitting around, being called the villain reception. He put down his cup resolutely, focused entirely on the facts, namely, the obvious fact. Right now, for lack of a better term, Japan was doomed. They couldn't continue like this. Something needs to change. The heroes, us, this entire system needs to change. Any ideas on how we do that since you're being so positive? Lemmas scoffed at that. Being positive was just being pretentious at this point, especially with the state their country was in. But if he had to put forward some ideas, we need to destroy our system first, find our weaknesses and tear them apart. Then, when we're done, we can rebuild up even stronger. A few of the officials laughed or scoffed at this idea. It wouldn't be easy, but at this point, easy solutions would just delay the inevitable. They needed to make some big changes and tough calls if they wanted to change course now. But no one would want to address that. Hell, he didn't want to until he was forced to. Even now the officials shifted away from the problem, instead focusing on something that was in the grand scheme probably insignificant. They had bigger fish to fry, but nobody wanted to get their hands dirty and get burned trying to clean the grill. In other news, we still have yet to identify the figure that interrupted the fight between All Might. Midoriya was finished in almost every conceivable way. He just finished his third set of diamond push-ups, push-ups with your hands way too close together to be reasonable. He also finished 2 more sets of normal push-ups and those weird wide push-ups. He had finished everything Mao had asked him so far. Also, he was pretty sure Mao was right. He was gonna die. No, wait, he couldn't be dying. Dying was a lot less painful than this, and he was something of an expert on dying. How ya feeling, centipider? Not that Mao noticed or cared, loudly interrupting probably with a huge stupid smile on his face. Midoriya wasn't sure. He couldn't tell because he was face down in the dirt, way too tired to flip himself over. MFFMM. Great. Mao gave him a pat on the back before rolling Midoriya over, dropping another water bottle on the dead body. Way to go, Senti. You're done for today. That sounds good. Midoriya flopped like a dead fish on the ground, spreading his arms and legs out as he breathed heavily. His shirt was a mess of sweat and dirt now, and he felt like he could spend a few hours or days melting in a shower. It sounds too good. What's the catch? Dinner. Mal laughed as he sat down across from the dead body, taking back out his tablet phone. I got some places I wanted trying out. And you've got da budget. Plus, we're gonna fix your diet. It's a win-win situation. Then why do I feel like I'm still losing? Midoriya groaned as he worked his arms back and forth. Even his legs and core were starting to get sore after so many push-ups, always trying to stay perfectly straight while he went up and down. Cause ya don't got that optimism, Senti? Mal laughed harder, then offered Midoriya a hand up. Don't worry, I can pay for myself. This time. But next time you better give some grub to the main man. Thanks, I might need a minute to leave. Course, gotta do our stretches after a workout. I'll even help you out with them. Oh no. It was a melancholy scene within the hospital room. A small but private room with only a few people inside. The embers inside of me have finally gone out, Toshinori spoke plainly. These were the hard facts, and there was no changing them. The symbol of peace is dead. However, the fight isn't over. Not yet. Toshinori clenched his fist in frustration. His mortal enemy, no. All of Hero Society's mortal enemy was still on the loose, and probably more dangerous than ever. And he couldn't do a damn thing to stop that monster. It's too soon to worry about that. His mentor Gran Torino scolded him. All for one's a problem. Yes, but we've got dozens of problems to deal with right now. If his plan really is what he said it was, this is the perfect time to deal with them. All for one said he'd be leaving Japan, Tsukachi mused, rubbing his chin. He probably means for Villain Society to grow larger in his absence. But it's also a chance for us to grow and shift. We might never get a better chance to strengthen ourselves. And also we need to address her. There's no point in being on eggshells about it, Tsukachi. Don't worry. Toshinori gave the detective his best smile. But something still weighed down on him like a wet blanket. It weighed down on all of them, dreary and oppressive, but there was no way around it. I need you to be straight with me, Tsukachi. How is Nana Shimura? What is the government planning to do with her? Tsukachi laughed softly, but there wasn't much heart behind it. Well, at least one of those is easy. Shimura is going to be kept in Tartarus, locked up in the same space that we plan to put All for One in. She won't be able to use any quirks and she won't be in contact with anyone, for everyone's safety including her. Toshinori nodded, expecting something similar. He didn't like it, but it made sense. If she got loose and started using those quirks again, not many people in Japan could even resist her, let alone stop her. Plus, the most likely person to die from Shimura going on a rampage was Shimura herself if she overused her quirks. I see. And you don't know her condition yet. His tone was optimistic. If Tsukachi didn't know yet, his hopes weren't crushed yet. He could still hope for a little longer. But Tsukachi respected him too much to let false hopes fester. Shimura's condition is stable, but she shows no sign of waking up. Here, the medical papers. Tsukachi took out a file from the coat hanging off his chair and passed it over silently, creating a moment of silence as Toshinori read it. His face was creased with worry as his eyes flicked across the words quickly. But it soon turned to relief as Tsukachi started to sort out some of the details. There's no signs of quirk singularity in her, unlike the normal Nomus. Most Nomus had so many quirks jammed into their body that they rapidly aged, the quirks overloading the body and causing bodily functions to fail far earlier than they should have. Shimura, however, didn't have any of these signs. If she makes it through this, she'll be alive for a while. That's not very good though, is it? Gran Torino couldn't help but point out the edge in that statement. If that's true, All for One has found a new way of making Nomus and removed one of their biggest weaknesses. Not exactly. He just replaced it. Tsukachi leaned over All Might, flipping the papers and tapping a paragraph. Shimura is showing heavy signs of exhaustion and hunger. It seems whatever All for One did to change Shimura makes her take a lot more energy than the other Nomus. Toshinori finished reading through it, his expression mixed. She would survive, yes, but it was uncertain if she would live. While the file did confirm that this was Shimura's body, no one could tell what happened to her mind. It was taxing, but once again, he could do nothing. Mirio would have to finish his battle against All for One, but who could help Nana Shimura? Toshinori clenched his fists a little harder, crumpling the file in his moment of anger and weakness. If only he'd been stronger. If only he helped his master defeat All for One back then. If only. Tsukachi could see the pit his friend was getting himself into and decided it'd be best to get off this line of thinking. Hey, did you notice the damage report? Other than her eye, they say Shimura will likely make a full recovery within 3 months. He tried to lighten the mood with a joke, gesturing to one of the lines on the medical report. Most of the damage is actually to her ears. Someone was really trigger happy with all those flashbangs. HMPH, yes. Do you have any idea who that hero was, Tsukachi? Gran Torino usually didn't care about things like this, but even he didn't like talking about what had happened to Shimura, and he could see that Toshinori wasn't going in a good headspace. Best to get him out of that space as quickly as possible. Besides, this topic was a big one among the upper heroes, the wild card who appeared when almost all hope seemed gone. Like the strangers in a Wild West flick, appearing without ceremony or name and only leaving when the job was over. With all the guns and explosives, he looked to either be American or unhinged. This did take Toshinori out of the medical papers for a moment. He had been wondering about the strange hero who wandered in at the 11th hour during his battle with Shimura and All for One. A small man, insulting and attacking everything in sight, but with a raw and hot brand of heroism that seemed almost untamed. He fought without regard for his own life, his position, or anyone else. He'd insult both All Might and Shimura one moment, then take a hit that would certainly kill most people just to get a chance to win the next. Then, when it was clear he was beaten and done, he'd refuse to stay down and drag himself back up. That kind of heroism spoke to Toshinori, and he couldn't help but imagine if he met this man a little earlier. The problem was he didn't have a clue who this man actually was, or if that man was even still alive. We've got no confirmation on his identity yet. He wasn't a hero from Japan at least, and we haven't found an American hero who matches his description and is missing. He didn't have any ID on him. Toshinori was surprised. Most heroes carried business cards for themselves. But even past that, no licenses like his hero license or driver's license. Was this guy really a hero? He didn't even have a wallet or phone on him, just a lot of bullets. Tsukachi checked a different report on his phone, scanning the little information they had on the mystery man. In addition, there's more on this nutcase. Gran Torino had cemented his profile of the guy. Hero or not, anyone who charged All for One with just a bunch of bullets and a broken sword had a few screws loose. No, there's less. He disappeared 12 minutes after the fight, or at least, the record ends. We couldn't even figure out what he looks like under his mask. He couldn't have done that on his own. His injuries were real. Toshinori squinted, a touch confused. There was no way this person could have woken up after only 12 minutes. Even a regeneration quirk took energy, and would probably keep the stranger unconscious for longer as it healed his injuries. That meant, this smells of meddling. Someone changed that record. Gran Torino cut straight to the heart of the issue since everyone there knew damn well what this meant. Someone was covering for their mystery man. And the odds were good that someone knew who the mystery man really was, if they could find who changed the records. Toshinori looked from his mentor to his friend. Tsukachi, do you know who last changed the record? Tsukachi nodded, but he was a little hesitant to answer. Are you sure you want to know right now? You've got a lot on your plate already. We're not getting any younger, Tsukachi, and we all want to know the answer. Gran Torino cut in. His injuries hurt and he wanted to go lie down, but he had the feeling he wouldn't be getting any easy sleep until he got some answers. Judging by that look on your face, you don't know who this nutjob is either, so just spit out whoever's covering it up already. Well, we don't have any information that he's covering it up, just that the record ends there. Tsukachi looked up, seeing that neither of his listeners were buying his story. All right, but there's not enough for an investigation, especially with all the stuff going on. Nobody up top seems to care about this guy, so I can't really do anything else. Get on with it already. Tsukachi stopped talking and just flipped his phone over to show the record. Specifically, it showed the last person to edit the document. It was only 3 words and 2 letters long. No last name, just his first name and position. Well, I should have expected that. Gran Torino just scoffed after reading it. This raises some questions. A lot of questions, actually. Toshinori squinted at the name to make sure he read it right, but there was no doubt who it was. The title alone made that pretty clear. Toshinori intended to write the name down or record it in some way, but this name was so familiar to him that it'd be unnecessary. He read the name one last time before handing Tsukachi back his phone. I think I've got some questions for him next conference. Of course, with a little reflection, it was pretty obvious who it was. There had been one person who arrived right as the fight ended despite not needing to be there, who had seemed to disappear for a few minutes while the medics assessed his injuries, then vanished once the stranger was taken away to the hospital. Nezu, principal of UA. Midoriya had been a student, a vigilante, and as of today a piece of dough. He slumped back in the chair after Mao finished treating him like a piece of toffee and bending him in every direction imaginable, plus a few more just because he could. I didn't even know I could get my legs that high. Well, you'll learn something every day. You're pretty flexible, centipider. Mao laughed as he finished his own stretches, moving his body with a grace and an efficiency that normally seemed entirely totally alien to the giant. Keep it up and you'll be way more flexible than me in no time flat. So is this what we're gonna do every day? No martial arts, just push-ups and stretching. Midoriya rubbed his legs as he spoke. He really had outdone himself in the stretching department at least. He was pretty sure it was because he did static stretches every night. but it was clear he could still go a little further with even those. And running, but only every other day. Thought a rest, you know. Mao once again outlined the flaw in Midoriya's thinking. Midoriya was so used to training and grinding that he forgot he was supposed to slow down and thought that this was going to be an everyday thing. Of course it wouldn't though, not at this training intensity. So that's why you use this training method. High intensity one day followed by an off day for relaxation and adjustment. It made more sense in his head, even if he was annoyed with himself for how little was considered high intensity. With his bodysuit he could have done all of this for hours practically. But that really just showed how much he'd come to rely on it. Exactly. Mao pointed at Midoriya with confidence as the vigilante hit the nail on the head. Plus, this is the best method for quick gains that I know. Right up your alley, Senti. You thought me dying over and over again was the best method for getting me in shape. Yup, you know me so well. Midoriya groaned as he massaged his legs, feeling some still tense muscles. Sure, he was still sore all over, but it didn't feel as bad anymore. It was a lot better than the pain he usually went through at least. But we can do some of that fancy martial artsy shit later. Mao moved his arms in large circles as he rose to his full height. You do need some help, but one step at a time. Mao now did his own version of relaxing, getting ready for a fight. His motions were as fast and precise as ever, but Midoriya couldn't really appreciate just how good Mao was before. His kicks cut through the air naturally, showing off the experience and training he'd put in over the years. It was weird for Midoriya to watch. He'd seen thousands of heroes fight and been in hundreds himself, but he could confidently say that Mao was one of the strongest people he knew. It was so weird because Mao wasn't that big. Mao didn't lead an organization like that Shigaraki guy. The League of A. He couldn't remember, and for the example, it didn't matter. Mao wasn't some international supervillain. Mao wasn't even in the top 50 villains in Japan or even Musutafu. Mao was probably one of the strongest people in Japan. Now that All for One and All Might were gone, but according to the Hero Association and the villain boards, he was a complete nobody. A ghost, completely off the whole world's radar. How the hell did I ever beat you? Midoriya mumbled to himself, just now taking into scope how lucky he'd been. The first major fight of his life had been against Mao, and only with hindsight could he really appreciate just how far he'd gotten himself in over his head. That's easy, dipshit. Mao glanced over, assuming a guarded stance. The way he controlled his center of gravity, moved his limbs, it all came together to show where that boundless confidence came from. He was good at fighting, plain and simple. Now Mao turned his head forward again, smiling with some teeth as he addressed the question Midoriya didn't even mean to ask. You cheated. Midoriya blinked, taken back a little. He was surprised Mao even heard him, but then again, Mao was constantly surprising him, so it only half counted. Still, Mao continued to elaborate on Midoriya's first fight. We had a good old-fashioned brawl. Sword against fist. Da rules were so clear-cut and simple, even an idiot could get them. Mao laughed as he performed more advanced kicks, his legs swinging with the same speed and precision Revenant swung his sword. It was clear from Mao's tone that he wasn't angry about this defeat, but it seemed to excite him even more. Once again, not that surprising since it was Mao. Then your sword broke, and I had you ass dead to rights. I was gonna tear you in half. Mao's grin grew more vivid as Midoriya became a little more aware that Mao definitely killed a few people over the years. The main man worked for All for One after all, the greatest criminal in the world, and Mao had a particular set of skills. Even weirder was how close Midoriya had almost ended up on that list, and how he in turn almost killed Mao a couple of times. Man, now that he thought about it, they had a really weird relationship. Oh, Mao is still talking. He should stop zoning out to Mumble City. And Denna cheated. Midoriya's focus returned right at the important part as Mao's smile grew into full-on laughter. It was a fist fight, but you threw me out a effing window, then whipped out the heat and shot me. D-move, by the way. 4 shots. What a beach. They both chuckled a little at the memory before Mao continued. But that's your specialty. I may be honest with you, Chief. You're ready. ... Sure. Midoriya shrugged as he grabbed his 6th water bottle, wondering just how many of these things Mao had brought before getting back on topic. The kinda sheet in a straight fight. Mao kept it as straightforward as his martial arts, now practicing the simple kicks and strikes. That fight upstairs, 20 minutes ago. Dude, it could be a soccer ball with how easy you are to kick around. Is this revenge for bringing up that time I beat you, or is this some kind of weird lesson? Little of both. I'm feeling petty. Mao chuckled as he planted his feet and got into hand strikes. But as bad as you are in a straight fight, you're great at cheatin'. Hell, you might be the best cheetah I ever met. I think that's a compliment. Damn right it is. Mao chuckled a little harder as he mixed an explosive kick into his punches without warning. Last time we fought you threw water in my eyes just for a little edge. No hesitation. Tackin' everything you can to get the advantage. I can respect that. Mao was clearly getting more excited as he put more force behind his motions. Every strike from Mao could create a small breeze now as the giant eased off control and instead started to emphasize power. shooting me, hitting me in da face with water. Plus, Mao shifted to lock eyes with Midoriya, a mischievous glimmer in his eye. All those flashbangs back when you're fighting against da boss. Throwing a knife then pulling a gun on da number 1 villain. Alright, but that last stuff was more stupid than cheating. Midoriya definitely wouldn't have called anything he did that night very smart. Taking on the strange female Namu basically on his own. Eating a punch from that Namu just to give All Might a chance of taking it down. Holy shit, did he ever actually win a fight fairly? Midoriya took this second to reflect and think if he ever did win an important fight on his own. Sure, he could take down Mooks easy enough on his own, but the big things, Stain, Maruko, Eraserhead and Midnight Wow. Just, well, it didn't notice. Mal laughed even harder now, having to finally stop his martial arts as he doubled over. Holy shit, you're so dumb. Holy shit man, you finally killed me. Midoriya shook his head at Mao's theatrics, but he couldn't help smirking. If you thought I knew all this, does that mean you thought you were telling me a bunch of stuff I already knew? Why would you tell someone stuff they already know? To F with ya. I thought you were so tired you'd just let me say whatever, but this is way funnier. Damn, Mao wiped something out of his eye as he straightened out, still chuckling. God, being with you is a riot. Thanks. Midoriya wasn't quite sure if he was being sarcastic or not, but once again, Mao had helped set him straight. That was the benefit of being so simple though. Mao didn't bother to overcomplicate everything. It was like being around a living reality check. Glad to help. Not that Midoriya would ever directly admit it willingly. Mao was too smug for that to ever happen, but Mao didn't care. Mao just went back into his martial arts, flexing his skill casually with that ever-present smile. It was a memorizing sight, watching the main man weave through the air like a dancer, the only sound his strikes splitting the air. Midoriya leaned forward, his breath mostly caught after this long break. He was now thinking through the future again, and his eyes were fixed ahead both literally and figuratively as that big overly complicated brain of his worked its magic and came up with one more overly complicated idea. Hey, Mao. Yup, Mao didn't lose pace at all as he spun through the air, whipping his legs around in a semicircle for the spinning back kick, then immediately pivoting back to flow into side kick. Midoriya took a slow sip from the water bottle as he worked the idea out in his head. A spare mask to cover the face. A few extra hideouts he never got around to back in the day. This could really work. Do you think fighting is fun? That has got to be the dumbest thing you've said all day, Mao chuckled, glancing over mid-combination before something broke his concentration. Midoriya looked to be even more focused than Mao had been so far, and that usually meant someone was going to have a very, very bad time very soon. He could adjust the mask quickly enough, and he didn't have to bring the bodysuit. He could focus on using physical attacks again, leaving the weapons at home. No, he'd check with Mao first. Hey, Mao. Revenant slowly looked up with a strange, sadistic smile on his face as the plan slowly came together. I've got a great idea for how I can pay you back. Mao stopped completely and gave his full attention to the number 3 villain in Japan. Da look in your eyes makes me scared, but da tone of your voice makes me intrigued. Revenant leaned forward, his vicious smile growing. Wanna have a little fun? Several hours later and the sun was setting. Several hours later and the red light district was all lit up and ready to go. Several hours later and 2 cloaked figures roamed the streets, moving among the masses like a pair of sharks swimming through the sea. At the place, the larger one didn't point, just glanced at where he was talking. Didn't matter though, it understood him. It's around back, in the alley. 1 entrance, 1 exit. It spoke back calmly, not bothering to even look at where it was talking. Don't rush, scan the crowd for any lookouts. Save the excitement now, then. I getcha. The larger moved slowly behind the smaller, eyes passing over heroes who seemed to purposely ignore the literal and figurative filth around them. Think dare doll lookouts. Probably. Expect external resistance. Maybe some police. Probably some heroes. They had different areas of expertise. It didn't expect them to have the same talents, so this stage of the raid was mostly going to be its job. Besides, this was more a trial run for the future than a real raid. Even it wasn't stupid enough to go on a hunt like it did back in the day. Excitin'. The larger's excitement was hidden by his mask but still evident in his voice. He had a hard time suppressing because he never did so until now. He felt twitchy. They don't matter. Focus on the main targets. It reminded its large friend softly, keeping him in check and self-aware until they got to the real action. They had a plan and it intended to stick to it. The larger man couldn't help looking at the alley as they passed. He wasn't totally obvious, but this was only his second time doing something like this. His first was when All for One decided that he should never do anything like this again. But here he was. 2 guys out front. I can rush in. We'll rush them together. When the time is right. It gently corrected him, still speaking in that quiet, eerie tone. It went over the plan one last time for its larger friend, keeping it quick and simple, just the way he liked it. We both rush the entrance from either side. Then, one goes in and clears it out and the other stays out and stops anyone from getting in. The one going in though needs to make sure to not hit any bystanders, so that takes a little more control while the other can cut loose and just stops everyone from getting close. Questions? Nah fam, nah. Alright, 1. The larger man subconsciously nodded as the smaller subtly and gently pulled on his cloak, guiding him slowly towards the mouth of the alleyway. Meet up at da door if things go good. Meet up at dat all office building if things go sheet. This time the smaller nodded to agree as it let go of the larger, quickly moving off into the crowd. Only a minute later it appeared at the far end of the alleyway, a dim figure only distinct by its plainness. Absolutely nothing stood out about it. It raised its left hand and waved as if greeting a friend, then began to walk down the alleyway, its right hand clutching his cloak. The larger grinned as he moved to the other side of the alley, raising his own left hand as he moved forward. His right hand grabbed his cloak as he moved, unfastening it and getting ready to throw it off in a heartbeat. Then, a flicker as one no, 2 cloaks were flung to the side, with 2 indistinct shapes moving rapidly across the alleyway in the blink of an eye. This was going to be fun. The 3 people outside the gambling hall not 2 went down in 7 seconds. One thrown headfirst into the wall while the other 2 were picked up by their necks then slammed headfirst into the ground. The 2 shapes then nodded to each other before splitting up. He took a deep breath as he faced the door, adjusting the old bandaging covering his shoulders before he knocked on the strangely reinforced door. He knocked loud and clear, hitting it 3 times before stepping back as politely as he could and adjusting his grip on his massive stick, pulling it back to wind up. The door creaked open slightly as a man peered out, squinting and adjusting to the darker view. Wah! His leg arched up and smashed into the door frame, busting the door wide open and sending the first Yakuza crashing to the ground with the force. A second Yakuza entered his line of sight as he stepped into the room, rushing forward while pivoting his body to build up momentum before slamming the body of the studded stick into the man's stomach, doubling him over. He took a step into the room after that hit, calmly grabbing the second Yakuza by his head and quickly slamming the Yakuza's skull into his knee, then throwing the punk to the side like a discarded doll. He punted the first man, kicking him in the side of the face and sending him flying as the intruder entered the gambling den, taking his time as he took in the sights. The gambling den was noisy and hot, the air filled with the voices of at least dozens if not scores of people. He could hear both men and women talking loudly in the gambling rooms ahead of him, but he didn't pay them much mind. He wasn't here for civilians with questionable pastimes, and even if he was, this studded stick was rated E for everyone. He barely flinched as he left the entrance and entered the hall properly, the harsh artificial light glinting off his pale skin and eyes. His red mask and white teeth also glinted in the harsh light, smiling at the Yakuzas who were guarding the gambling rooms. His first victims. He shifted the position of his massive stick, feeling the cool touch of the metal studs against his neck as the doors to the gambling rooms opened up and people began to move out, fearing something as weak and small as a hero raid. Some ran past him, but he didn't care about them. He let the swarms of people rush past as he continued to scan the building with hungry eyes. He had no time to deal with some civilians with dirty habits. He was here for the big fish. The Yakuza burst from their rooms and started to line up, their faces turning from anger and annoyance to shock and fear as they looked at the grinning demonic mask. What? Was he really that scary? He thought this mask looked kind of cute. It's. The men were reduced to stuttering, pointing at him. Their expressions turned grave as they realized what they were up against, while he just smiled. It had been a while since he let himself go wild. This could be fun. It's Yakuza Hunter. The men took a step back at just the name. Made for a fun laugh, but he wasn't here for a laugh. Well, one laugh couldn't hurt. His snarl grew louder and louder until it turned into a bellowing laugh, filling the building with his primal laugh as he tightened his grip on the studded stick and walked forward, his white hair outlining his demonic face as he strode straight into the fight. Let's dance. A quiet night, crushed by the rampage of something beyond human. A commotion in the red light district led by a strange monster, more animal than man. A gambling den, torn apart by a rampaging beast. It was beautiful. Yakuza Hunter grabbed the closest Yakuza and stomped on his foot, laughing maniacally as the man yelped in pain and tried to pull back. But the hunter held his prey with an iron grip, his foot anchoring his victim close with nowhere to run or hide. The man struggled before he viciously attacked the hunter, hitting the intruder with a variety of punches and strikes while he struggled backward. But the Yakuza hunter didn't pull back in the face of this offense. Instead, the hunter's laugh grew louder and louder, leaning into the Yakuza's attack and returning each with precision and power. Fist slammed against fist as the hunter crashed into and crushed this prey in seconds, eating every hit before paying it back double. The bandaging covering his arms and shoulders seemed to stretch and retract like a second set of muscles as he grew closer and closer, releasing a constant barrage of punches into his opponent. This first victim struggled, then staggered, finally collapsing under the brunt of what seemed to be an unstoppable onslaught. Even as he fell, the vicious animal continued to land punch after punch on the Yakuza. Only at the last second did Yakuza Hunter shift the crushing weight of his foot off the Yakuza, grabbing him by the shirt and hoisting the lucky Yakuza into the air. Up till now, most of the Yakuza were in awe of the Hunter. But with the first going down in just a few seconds, it sunk in what was about to happen. This wasn't a fight, with each side talking wins and losses or basic things like reason or self-preservation. This was a hunt, and the only winning was to be the last one standing. It was this realization that made the Yakuza all surge forward at once to take on the strange animal in their midst, who was more feral than even some of the mutant animal types in their midst. They charged toward Yakuza Hunter as he lifted his first victim into the air, preparing to try and crush him with numbers. The Hunter spun, laughing as he lobbed the unconscious Yakuza into the incoming wave of new prey. He threw the Yakuza with enough force to sweep some of their legs right out from under them, knocking them down like pins before they could even trip. With one move he took care of about half the incoming wave, but there was still more, which was great. A large hunt was a good hunt, and he always loved a good fight. Yakuza Hunter planted his feet and howled with laughter as the few remaining men swarmed towards him, not budging an inch. He didn't try to dodge as horns, claws, and knives swung at him, only reaching back and grabbing his large stick with both hands. He pulled back slightly, breathing in, then, His shout covered over all the noise in the gambling house as he stepped forward with power and confidence, drawing the stick across his body in a single motion with enough force to stop a bull dead in its tracks. The studded stick swung sideways and crashed into the first man's ribs, lifting him entirely off the ground and continuing like he wasn't there. The stick continued, crashing into the second and third man with an ever-increasing weight but no sign of stopping. The Hunter didn't even slow down as his single hit tore through the wave, striking the 5 remaining Yakuza with one hit from his club. The force launched the Yakuza backward, throwing them off their feet and into the wall with enough force to crack ribs. They slid off it and bounced off each other, dropping one by one to the floor like sacks of flour. Hunter stumbled out of his overzealous hit, working his arm and checking his spiked bat thing. Even he was surprised that it didn't snap in two from that. Looks like he was underestimating just how tough. Yakuza Hunter's thoughts were cut off as something grabbed his arm, suddenly jerking him forward as a new Yakuza pulled him down and slammed his knee into Hunter's stomach before giving the vigilante a heavy kick, sending the beast stumbling backward for a second and giving the Yakuza a much-needed break. The Yakuza who finally made the Hunter pause addressed the rest, his tone still urgent but now with a hint of anger. He's tough, but he's not infallible. Where's the backup? Right air, jackass. Yakuza Hunter had been pushed back, but he still wasn't done. Those weak-ass hits barely even tickled. Yakuza Hunter lurched forward, sprinting off the ground and into the Yakuza. Hunter dug his shoulder into the criminal's stomach and pushed, lifting the Yakuza off the ground. He continued his charge straight into a wall, slamming into it at top speed Yakuza first. Hunter then leapt back to build distance, spinning his body with grace and precision as he hit the Yakuza with a spinning back kick. Besides the kick being payback for the Yakuza's own kick, it also made the Yakuza double over in pain as he clutched his stomach and dropped his guard entirely. Hunter raised the studded stick over his head, taking a short breath in as he relaxed his arms. His feet were spaced. He had a little distance to move. That just left. Yakuza Hunter shouted again as he stepped forward into a downward swing, putting all his weight and power into clubbing this unfortunate criminal in the back. The stick hurtled through the air, crashing into and through its unfortunate victim without even a hint of stopping until it slammed the Yakuza into the floor with enough force to crack the ground. Its unfortunate passenger scarcely do anything besides moan as he went unconscious, stuck an inch into the floor. Yakuza Hunter looked down at his latest victim, smiling wide. Now this was fun. He took a step back away from the wall, turning to face the rest of a Yakuza slammed a sledgehammer into Yakuza Hunter's stomach, sending the vigilante stumbling back while holding his gut, struck hard by the sudden reversal. Another Yakuza jumped in at this opportunity, slamming a chair over the Hunter's head repeatedly. The Yakuza advanced with every strike while the Hunter continued to slowly move backward, covering his neck and head with an arm. Hey, I got the guys from upstairs. One of the Yakuzas returned with backup. But the other spare Yakuza seemed a lot more relaxed and a little more annoyed now as Yakuza Hunter was pushed into a corner. Shin and Zhao were already pushing him back, and you dipshits couldn't hear this. What are you all, stupid? The annoyed Yakuza finished fishing around and grabbed something from inside one of the gambling rooms, a gun, before moving out into the hall to help clean up. The heroes could be here at any second. Get the files, break the computers, and let's get the F out of air. Most of the second wave of Yakuza was barely concerned with the intruder since they had no clue who it was and instead interested in the incoming evacuation. The man who was shouting at everyone, the third man in charge and current leader with the other two now unconscious, walked over with anger and indignation in his steps, quickly activating his quirk to scan for any weak spots on his victim. Yakuza Hunter was stuck in a corner, being violently beat into the floor by the two giants as he took repeated blows from the sledgehammer and now an entire table. Whoever this F.R. was, he had gotten them into some real sit. The heroes they didn't pay off could show up at any time. They needed to get out at SAP. The physical damage he caused was irrelevant to the damage he almost caused to their operation. The leader opened the revolver, thinking momentarily about stripping away the man's quirk with one of the anti-quirk bullets before deciding against it. Didn't want to leave any evidence yet, and besides, why shoot some weird medical bullet when .45 worked wonders? Get moving, everyone. Anyone still here in a minute is as good as dead if Overhaul hears about this. He snarled as he loaded all the chambers, content to spend a little money to make sure this F.R. was dead. Now, you, looks, you got a little overexcited, huh, you piece of shit. He raised the gun as he shouted and emptied the gun into Yakuza Hunter, firing all 5 shots in 3 seconds. He then holstered the gun without reloading. Didn't want bullet casings on the ground. Even if the police were inept, they still did have eyes. Had to make it a little difficult for the F.R.s later. Now, he had to move whoever was unconscious. If he could salvage this mess, he might get a raise. Overexcited. The deep voice cut through everyone's thoughts as the figure in the corner shifted, a deep rumble filling the gambling house. He was laughing. Yakuza Hunter wasn't dead and was instead laughing as he put his hand on the wall, his fingers puncturing the wall as he pulled himself to his full height of 6'6". His bone-white skin still shone in the artificial light as he moved, so pale it almost hurt to look at, but that was nothing compared to his body. Overexcited. There wasn't even a bruise from the sledgehammer's impacts, or so much as a scratch. As Yakuza Hunter rose to his full height, the bullets began to fall off his chest. Having failed to even penetrate the first layer of his skin, the bullets made a soft tink as they fell off his body, already as tough as steel and becoming even harder as he laughed, relishing the thrill of it all. Man, and I thought Senti was talking bull when he said how hard this sheet gets. The imposing figure of the Yakuza Hunter stood as tall as it could, radiating confidence as it towered over everyone before suddenly shifting forward, leaning towards the men. "You sure showed me." His voice was so loud and thickly accented it was almost impossible to make out what he was actually saying. But most people could figure it out as the hunter dropped the stick. He had no idea how to use it and only took the thing with him since Senti gave it to him. But now, don't give up now. The main man assumed a more natural stance as he leaned forward, his fingers tense like claws. With his durability, they practically were. His smile was so large it could almost be seen from underneath the ill-fitting Oni mask as his body tensed like a spring compressed, aiming everything at his targets as he spoke. This is where the fun begins. And then the demon struck. Midoriya relaxed outside the Yakuza gambling den, leaning against the wall while sitting atop a pile of boxes and kicking his legs. There was a light bit of fog tonight, and it really worked with the red light district's lights to create some cool create some cool sights as the neon lights reflected off the clouds. The tinges of color fading and rolling with the sky served to create an almost fantastical view, like something out of a like something out of a fantasy novel, with a sky that made no sense or 2 moons. Impossible colors mixed with the faint view of the moon to create a serenity that wasn't very reflected in the city around him. Revenant glanced over at the heroes and cops he'd been taking potshots at with Cupid, idly spinning the gun on a finger. "Backup, we need backup. We have sights on Wraith, but we can't get close." Revenant was leaning back, relaxing, but not because he wanted to. Well, not just because he wanted to. Midoriya was so tired and sore he probably couldn't fight in any real way. So, he didn't. Midoriya brought the bodysuit and a gun that he knew still worked, sat back, and took down most of the incoming heroes single-handedly. It only took one good charge shot and then they wouldn't be so cocky about rushing in. A few gunshots broke the night that weren't his. Midoriya glanced inward to the gambling hall, surprised but calm. Mao had gotten beaten by bullets before, when he didn't expect them, but here, well, Revenant only hoped Mao could remember the no-killing statement they made at the beginning. The inside of the building was in complete disarray now as Yakuza Hunter tore through everything. The hunter grabbed one Yakuza by the throat, uppercutting the ceiling with him and then dropping him, ending it by punting the Yakuza across the room into other Yakuzas to continue destabilizing while toying with his new buds. A table was smashed into him, making Yakuza Hunter slide across the strangely slick tile once again. He was having a hard time getting a grip on this floor, so obviously he just needed to change the floor a little. As the Yakuza with the table came back in for another swing, the hunter accepted it with open arms, literally. Yakuza Hunter dropped all guard and caught the table with his face, then grabbed onto it with both arms, talon-like fingers piercing the wood. The Yakuza struggled to pull free as Yakuza Hunter turned, lifting the table and the man up in one motion before slamming both against the wall. The Yakuza's grip slipped as he staggered back, then was hit in the face with the entire table just like a certain hunter had just been. Yakuza Hunter lobbed the table across the room at the man with the sledgehammer like a frisbee, sending him running for cover while Hunter charged the man who'd been swinging a table around like a bat. He drove the giant into the wall, grabbing the man by his head before vigorously slamming it back and forth relentlessly. The Yakuza sprung forward with a knife from behind him, charging with a thrusting grip. Good idea, terrible execution. He liked it. Yakuza Hunter spun on a dime with table guy still in hand, using his other hand to grab knife guy by the skull, lifting him completely off the ground. This didn't stop knife guy as he stabbed wildly, jabbing the knife straight at the massive intruder's chest. Not that it did anything, deflecting off the skin like a stick off sheet metal, but hey, the intention was there. He could respect the effort. Yakuza Hunter wasn't quite used to being this short. Seriously, 6'6", that was short as F. But he had to look like Centipider, and this was as short as he could get, so here he was. The hunter laughed off the stab before slamming the two Yakuzas together, skull first, then tossing knife guy into the air and punting him into the ceiling. He then lifted the still-moving table guy with one hand, dragging him across the ground. Yakuza Hunter nodded, surprised that the guy was still conscious, then fell to the ground and slammed the man's skull straight into his own, knocking the Yakuza out immediately. Yakuza Hunter held the man up, checking that he was really unconscious while more bullets hit him from behind. He barely noticed now, sufficiently hyped to take things like pistols and revolvers without a cinch. Only when he was satisfied that his current opponent really was conked out did the hunter drop him like a sack of rocks and sprint across the room in a heartbeat, crashing straight into his remaining opponent. His movements were staccato as he took on each opponent, focusing them down one at a time and using his superior durability to turn each fight into a good old-fashioned brawl. He'd grab their gun with one hand and begin to pummel them in the skull with the other, then drag them around like ragdolls as they tried to escape. He'd grab objects with his teeth like pipes, holding their weapons in place while he used his long legs like cannons to pay back hits double. And for anyone stupid enough to try and go into the brawl, well, the main man didn't consider himself a brawler for nothing. Yakuza Hunter stood just 3 feet from the last guy in the middle of the room, exchanging precise and powerful blows for molten fists. The molten skin and heat flooded over the hunter, but it couldn't sink in. Meanwhile, the well-aimed cannon shots literally sunk into the volcanic man and didn't create any lasting damage. It was like punching the ocean. What a blast. You ain't bad at all. Yakuza Hunter laughed as another fist slammed into his skull, shoving his head upward without getting any real results before his head snapped back down with a vicious smile underneath the heavily damaged Oni mask. But it ain't good either. The animal suddenly stepped forward, slapping both of Molten Man's arms to the side to open up his guard. The Yakuza Hunter then slipped his leg around his opponent's, twisting his own arms around Magma Man's neck and squeezing sharply. His leg pushed the Magman down and forward while his arms yanked backward and up like he was trying to rip this punk's head off. Either he decapitated this Yakuza or choked him out, and he didn't really care which. Unfortunately for the hunter, the Yakuza wasn't as stupid as his face would lead you to believe and deactivated his quirk on his neck. He kept his quirk active on most of his body, but it hardly mattered as the Yakuza's pace slowed down due to strangulation. After only 5 seconds of Yakuza Hunter's crushing pin, the man went limp and his body began to cool off, returning to flesh and bone from the semi-liquid stone. Yakuza Hunter then dropped his last victim, giving him one last heavy kick to the ribs to make sure he stayed down before spinning on around, totally excited. He hadn't had this much fun since the last time he really fought Ronin. His body felt like fire, and damn it felt good. He adopted a combat stance as he scanned the room. A ruined building that once was a gambling hall, judging by all the smashed furniture. A few of the walls had been shattered and punched through, like a bull rampaging indoors. About 20-odd people lay about the place, all unconscious. Nobody was left standing. Yakuza Hunter did a second sweep to make sure he saw everything before taking a deep breath out. Seemed like Magman really was the last of them, so now it was time to calm down and breathe. The last man standing shook his head, shaking off the addictive thrill of the fight. His quirk let him resist his quirk's psychological effects, but resistance wasn't immunity. It felt like he was getting drenched in ice water as he took deep breaths to collect his head. Now that he was done, the definitely real Yakuza Hunter turned towards the door and moved the table he'd thrown in front of it, casually shoving it to the side and opening it up for his partner in crime. You finished, or did you just want to show me personally taking down the last Yakuza? Centipider was sitting on some boxes just across from the entrance, casually flicking a gun up and shooting something that the main man couldn't see. Sheet, I totally should've. He lightly struck his head at not thinking of something so cool before moving on. It was water under the bridge. Finished dull last guy. Damn, this sheet's a blast. No wonder there are so many hero efferers and dumbass vigilantes. Thanks. Centipider slid off the box and walked inside, closing the door after himself. Could you seal that up? Oh, we ain't going out this way. It got some secret escape route for this spy sheet. Yakuza Hunter laughed as he pushed the table back over the door, then added a second table for security's sake. The first table was to make sure no one could get out. The second was to make sure no one could get in now that there wasn't any physical resistance. Don't worry, Hunter, just watch and learn. Midoriya stretched as he walked into the gambling den, taking in the scenery slowly as his head panned across the room once, then twice. Bang, bang. Midoriya holstered kindness for now and started checking the bodies, surveying who needed medical attention and who just needed a zip tie around the wrists. So, how's the vigilante life, Hunter? Have any fun? Damn straight. One of those F'ers lifted a table like it's some baseball bat. Dat sheet was funny as F. Mao laughed heartily, then glanced around. Midoriya thought the big guy looked a little confused, but it was hard to read with the broken Yakuza Hunter mask stuck across his face. What did you shoot at? Are there invisible F'ers? Worse, cameras. Midoriya zip-tied the 12th Yakuza, then gestured to the bodies he already tied up. A real pain in the ass for vigilantes. Can get you caught without noticing. Hey, Hunter, move the bodies together. Mao lifted the men with ease, arranging them neatly against the wall before frisking them and tossing anything interesting. Mao liked to fight, so Midoriya figured he'd enjoy doing a little vigilante work. Since this was Mao's first time doing vigilante work, Midoriya had tried to come up with something to disguise the giant. Mao had a very distinctive appearance, after all, so Midoriya decided to try and cover him up with an old disguise. And who better to take the fall to be Mao's cover than the overly violent Yakuza Hunter? The mask had to be adjusted. Usually, it was a full helmet that covered the head, but Mao's skull was too big to fit in it, so they ripped the back off and called it good. Besides, Mao naturally had the right hair color for it, and that brought up Mao's next surprise. Alrighty, let's see what you got. Mao finished moving all the bodies and moved beside Midoriya to inspect the goods on the Yakuza. While Mao still towered over Midoriya, the distance between them had literally gotten a lot closer in a few hours, with Mao shrinking from 8'4" to 6'6". Plus, instead of his usual bronze skin, he looked white as a ghost, kind of like a certain vigilante. 6 guns. You see any you like? Midoriya ignored the fact that Mao was most certainly mocking him, especially when he realized that he was so pale that Mao wasn't too far off, and instead focused on what the Yakuza had. Some weapons, some phones, nothing amazing. Yeah, I want that revolver. Dat cool. Whoa, Mao was taken aback as Midoriya tossed it to him. Midoriya combing through the wallets and taking some extra cash. He had to finance his vigilante career somehow. And there was nothing like a little groundwork to get a little funding. Alright, when you're done here we'll sweep the next floor. You ready? Midoriya shoved anything interesting into his loot bag, an essential item for a vigilante on a budget, then shouldered the bag. He could question Mao's effery later. Mao stopped checking the guns out and nodded, standing up and collecting a few of the pistols for later. Yeah, there gonna be more cameras up there. If there's anything worth a sit up there. So let's hope so, Midoriya mumbled as he stretched his back and stood, adjusting his loot bag as he hit the stairs. If there was anything good up there, well, tonight could be very lucrative indeed. The door to the gambling hall shook and groaned under the combined force of the police and the hero's shouts and strikes, trying everything to break through the door's thick steel frame. But between the two tables barricading it from inside to the door's own durability, the lawbringers weren't having an easy time bringing anything into that gambling hall. Inside the gambling hall, 2 figures quickly scrambled up the stairwell to the second floor. Mao pulled one of the guns he stole and popped all the cameras on the second floor in just a heartbeat without even being told, while Midoriya looked over the floor with an analytical eye, looking for anything good. The front of the floor was one large hall filled with gambling table machines, tables built for the sole purpose of playing one game. They were interesting to look at, sure, but an entire table wasn't exactly what Midoriya had in mind. The far end of the floor housed the only other room on the second floor, a small office. The door was left astray and the inside looked disheveled, like someone tried to make a quick getaway. That looks promising, so we just go in. Mao was still taking in the scene, peering around the corners. He'd been in a few gambling halls before, he'd even trashed a few, but that wasn't in a thought-out raid. His approach was more to bash his way through everything that got in his way, not to actually search for stuff in the wreckage of his fights. This felt a little easy. Yup, these guys should have turned off the security measures if they tried to run away with this stuff, so we should be good. Midoriya led the way into the office, taking the scenery in before stepping in himself. But keep an eye out for anything suspicious or interesting. These Yakuza had the bright idea to throw away all their defenses to turn this place into a gambling hall, but you could never be too sure with geniuses like these guys. Idiots were always unpredictable. That was half the reason Ronin never got caught. The office had a filing cabinet in the corner, a desk against the back wall, and a series of screens now displaying static. Those screens had probably once been for security, but after the cameras got shot, they just formed a really expensive wall. Best to focus on the cabinet and the desk. I'll take the cabinet, you get open the desk. Don't be afraid to break things. Midoriya decided he'd take the filing cabinet since it'd be filled with papers, and it wouldn't be obvious what was important in there. He didn't want to take all the papers after all, best to leave some for the heroes. 2 organizations were better than 1. Besides that, some of the papers weren't very important. Lines of debt, VIPs. Are you finding anything interesting? Midoriya gave a quick tug on each of the drawers, then skimmed the ones that opened, grabbing a few files as he went. All were unlocked except the top one, so that must have the good stuff in it. Nah fam, just some controls, an alarm, and a ton of pencils. Mao ripped the desk drawers out entirely and placed them on top of the desk to get a clear view as he rummaged through them. And a gallon of hand sanitizer. Really, who needs that much sanitizer? Nut jobs. Midoriya skimmed the bottom drawer, finding the bills that paid for the building. If you could trace whoever paid those bills, you might have a lead on whoever was in charge of these guys. But Midoriya didn't have that kind of tech. He instead doubled back to the top and yanked again on the first drawer, the only one he couldn't get open on his first try. He was hoping it had just been stuck, but no dice. This one definitely had the good stuff inside if it was the only locked drawer. But Midoriya didn't know a thing about locks. He never needed to. But that was fine. He just needed to get the cabinet open without damaging the contents. It didn't matter if it looked suspicious because the heroes already knew he was there, so he could just use Yamato to slice the top off then. Midoriya's hand darted confidently for Yamato at his hip. Then it darted a second time. Then a third time as the truth started to sink in. Hey, Hunter, you know how to pick a lock. Revenant glanced over at Mao, then stopped dead as Mao ripped another drawer straight out of the desk. This wasn't looking good. A lock. Try shooting in. Mao barely looked over as he dropped the drawer like a sack of bricks and began to sort the contents. Locks usually ain't bulletproof. Sheet, more papers. Well, neither are papers. One is swap. You get this open and I take the desk. Yeah. Mao leaned back, stretching as the two switched places, and he started to give the filing cabinet a few looks, trying to pick an angle to approach from. Midoriya went straight into sorting the papers that hadn't been sorted into the cabinet yet, and tried to find anything worth taking in the mess. He almost missed it entirely as Mao spoke up again. How long we got till da heroes bust in air? Dare makin' a ton of noise down Dara. Don't worry, the only thing stronger than that door is heroes nepotism. Nobody's gonna do sit until a hero with the right quirk rolls up. Midoriya squinted at the papers, trying to ready the messy handwriting. This was test records for some kind of bullet, but the writing was so bad he could barely make it out. Why are they writing in English and Japanese in one sentence? Bam, SCREACK. If I know, man, Mao said as he tore the top off the filing cabinet like a can of peaches. But I got your thing open. Midoriya pocketed the papers and checked the filing cabinet quickly. This one was filled with recent papers and reports by the Yakuza, so something in here should be important. Bam! Midoriya glanced up the paperwork, thinking it was Mao again. The main man stopped sorting the guns he'd stolen and shot a glance at Centipeder, thinking it was the vigilante. Both blinked for a second, confused. Bam! Then they peeked out the office window, pushing past the curtain to see a sea of heroes and officers surrounding the building. Mao squinted, trying to count them all while Midoriya glanced up out of the window, both coming away from the window with large smiles. This was gonna be fun. Yakuza Hunter. The hero spoke so loudly that people 3 blocks away could still make out what he was saying, even without a megaphone. We've got the place surrounded. A score of heroes and dozens of officers, all crammed into one alleyway. They learned from their last fight with Yakuza Hunter and pulled out all the stops, bringing in almost every hero available to crush the Hunter with numbers. Last time Yakuza Hunter appeared, he crushed the number 8 hero single-handedly and dozen heroes in a series of ambushes. Problem was it was the heroes that had ambushed Hunter, but they still lost. Now though, the police were on standby with the small firearms they were allowed in this situation while the heroes were already in formation, just a minute away from breaking down the door and rushing in. They had Yakuza Hunter trapped between a wave of bodies in a hard place with nowhere to go. They had him dead to rights. Surrender while you still can. Yakuza Hunt. Crash. Glass exploded onto the scene as an entire table was lobbed out the office window, descending as gracefully as a train wreck onto the scene in slow motion. The authoritative shouts turned to screams of panic as the heroes and police dived out of the way of the desk and took cover. The cheap desk was thrown so hard it bounced off the other wall and shattered, bits and scraps of it dropping messily to the ground with a mess of sharp glass. Then, from the office, 2 smiling scoundrels moved into frame. An Oni and a biker exchanged smirks under their masks before jumping out the shattered window, flying across the alley and landing on the far wall. The Oni slammed his hands and hardened fingers into the wall so hard that he latched into it, like a cat climbing a curtain. The biker nimbly sprung into the fire escape, catching himself with just his hands before swinging wildly and still faceplanting. Both hung for a second after such a hard jump, then, get him. One last chance to exchange glances before the two vigilantes scrambled upward as fast as they could, while a stream of bullets rode their coattails. Mao practically flew up the building with large jumps, laughing every step of the while Midoriya did his best not to fall behind. Mao flipped over the lip of the building onto the roof while Midoriya messily rolled over it, landing with a thwump on the roof before messily springing to his feet. Not that Mao missed this graceful landing. Nice landin', Senti. Hey, freeze villains. A pair of heroes, also on the roof, began to run towards them with quirks activated. Fingers turned into drills and a strange cloth snapped straight like a sword as they charged the crux. I thought you said Dara was no heroes up air, Senti. Mao glanced back at where Midoriya had been to see a now empty spot. He twisted the other way to see a small shadow already sprinting the other way, leaving him in the dust. Hey, less. I said there were less heroes up here, dipshit. Revenant didn't slow down to explain Sid as he sprinted across the rooftop, leaping off the building and onto its neighbor with another rough landing. He stumbled forward but didn't slow for a second as more gunshots and shouts erupted from behind him. It might be my fault, but you can bet your ass I'm still gonna blame you. Mao quickly caught up, running beside him and taking the jumps much easier. He had that idiotic grin still. You can blame me all you want. Revenant shot Mao one last confident look, even if the main man couldn't see the Undying's face. He did a small wave goodbye as they ran, confusing the giant. ... if you can keep up. What's that supposed to? Mao shouted as they came to the next ledge. Mao jumped confidently over the ledge, getting enough height to easily make it. But Centipiter, Midoriya gave his partner a small salute as he flipped off the ledge, not even trying to make the jump to the next building. Midoriya fell into the alley below, gracefully pushing off the windows and walls of the building until he hit the street and kept running without a single sign of stopping, save for his small wave goodbye to Mao as he made his way to the safe house. Mao looked back in a combination of disbelief and excitement as he was left alone on the rooftops, being chased by two morons in spandex. ... that sly Sanofa. Midoriya was just finished getting out of the Ronin costume when Mao rolled into the safe house 10 minutes later. What took you so long? Enjoyed it that much? Damn right. Mao laughed it off, walking into the abandoned office building. He plucked the Oni's mask off easily, especially since the mask was only held on by some leather strips. The original mask was a full helmet, but that wouldn't fit on Mao's head, so they just ripped the faceplate off and tied that in place. Mao got changed in just 30 seconds, ditching the mask and bandages that covered his upper body before throwing on a new motorcycle jacket. So much fighting in such a small place, and den dat chase. Haven't had thrills like dat since Man, the main man clipped Midoriya across the back with a slap, sending the smaller kid stumbling forward a few feet as they left the office with a pair of large bags containing their respective disguises. So you want to do it again sometime? Midoriya carried a large duffel bag containing both his loot sack and the costumes, adjusting the large weight as they moved through the empty streets towards wherever Mao wanted to eat. And Mao tapped his chin like this was a hard decision. He only had to carry his loot bag, which he spun absent-mindedly like a sling with one hand. No apparent thought for the guns or ammunition stored inside. Decisions. Midoriya had proposed this as payment for the physical training Mao was giving him. But both knew damn well that wasn't all that was going on here. Both knew the other knew. And they knew that the other knew that they knew this was getting confusing. However you phrased it, both could deduce his original intention when he called Mao out for a night on the town. And as this date wrapped to a close within a small homely restaurant, pointing it out was inevitable. ... this is it. Midoriya looked at his plate, then looked around to see if he left something behind. He heard about some weird diets, but would this really work? Yup. Mao was happily tucking in already, completely carefree. Eat it while it's hot, man. ... this is just chicken and rice. Midoriya looked over his plate again. When Mao said he'd need a new and better diet, Midoriya somehow mistook that for a healthier diet. What a fool he was. Just chicken and rice. Mao looked up incredulously with his mouthful and pointed accusingly at Midoriya with his fork. Dis is protein, dumbass, real important sheet for building muscle. But it's just protein. What happened to vegetables? Midoriya stopped trying to inspect the chicken and grabbed his chopsticks. It wasn't dry at least. There was sauce and it smelled great, but this hadn't been his idea of a new diet. Was this real? Vegetables don't help build muscle. You want 'em, you can have 'em in your own time. Mao shrugged it off and got back to eating. So it wasn't a dieting choice, it was just a Mao choice. Did hype even cover for Mao's terrible food decisions? Seriously, that quirk was bullshit. The food was pretty good, even if it was a weird diet. He'd have to do his own research when he got home to put together a real diet beyond just meat and rice. So, tonight was pretty good. Mao went straight for the heart after he got to eat some of his food, giving Midoriya a cheeky grin despite the bits of rice stuck to his face. Mao knew damn well what he was getting into. Want to do it again sometime? Midoriya kept it casual and didn't delve too far into it, probing Mao's reaction to the night even though he had a good idea already. These mind games were annoying. Maybe nah, F this. Mao was going to beat around the bush a little more, but the main man didn't have the patience for shit like that. Ya when me ta fight crime or some shit like that with ya. Could be fun for you. Midoriya didn't deny it and played Mao's game, going for the straight answer. I'm not in the best condition to keep up my usual hours, but with All Might gone, crime's gonna rise. And it's gonna rise fast. Revenant inspected the view outside of their restaurant. A mostly empty street save for a few stragglers outlined by the window frame. It wasn't obvious, but there was a change in people from 2 weeks ago. Laws only worked if you can hold him up, Mao said as he put his fork down. With Da Boss and Da Big Man gone, this whole place bound to shake up real bad. New crime and new heroes on Da Rise. It's a land of new opportunities. Can I get a second order thanks? Mao waved goodbye to their server, smiling. But the smile was uncharacteristically still as Mao uncharismatically stalled. Well, you know, the police and the heroes aren't rising fast enough. And everyone knows it. Revenant kept his gaze locked out the window on those people, certain of the difference. The people outside had changed. There was an air of uncertainty now, and uncertainty bred fear. The people of Japan were scared after the loss of their number one hero. Endeavor was a fine hero, much better than All Might at a purely technical level, but he didn't have the people's trust. For all his skill, his personality basically ensured he could never be the true number one hero. Revenant even heard rumors that a student from UA was projected to take the number one title in a few years, some kid named Mirio. Revenant didn't believe it from the footage he saw, but if he could change so much in a year, maybe some moron who accidentally lost all his clothes at a sports festival could too. It's gonna be real profitable to be a villain for the next few years. Mao leaned on the table, eyes unfocused as he stared into the future. He spoke with experience, probably having already seen something similar in his line of work. Lots of smaller villains will crop up now that monopoly's broken. That problem popped up a lot. In taking down a large villain, heroes accidentally poked the hornet's nest and released a new wave of crime. If they could have taken down and arrested All for One, it might have been worth it. But All for One had just turned to mud and escaped. It was a total loss for heroism by almost all accounts. So, you trying to appeal to Ma humanity. Mao fixed Midoriya with a steely gaze, his face fixed with its usual smile. A mix of confidence and excitement as his muscles tensed, ready for a fight as he leaned forward to get a little closer. Sure, Japan's gonna go over. Everyone sees it coming. But so, I could be macking a huge profit out of this. Sheet, I still work for Da Boss Man. And he ain't going nowhere. Thanks for the food. Mao kept it clean simple, only pausing to start eating his second bowl. Like Wraith had always said, villainy was a smart man's career. It had a huge future right now without equal. If you were willing to strike when the iron was hot, you could change all of Japan if you acted now. And that cut to Wraith and Mao's central point. So, da big question. Mao paused in his eating to lock eyes with the vigilante in front of him, making sure to get a good hard stare in. Why the F would I help you? Midoriya looked away from the window and slowly met Mao's gaze, matching the excitement and adrenaline with a calm blank stare. It was unnerving, the skills he picked up from being Bullet, all emotion masked, covered, then crushed as a boy became a monster. Even Mao was pushed back slightly under its unflinching, unblinking, dead stare. I'll make a suit for you with the muscle bodysuit. Mao slammed a fist onto the table, shaking it as he jumped to his feet. F yeah, you could have just admitted you wanted one. Midoriya shook his head, his suppressed smile growing to cover his whole face. Mao mentioned wanting to buy one before, but with All for One gun only Midoriya could make more. This meant the only way to get one was from Midoriya, and no one else even knew what they were. Just admit it. No way. My pride wouldn't let me, man. Mao sat back down, raising his hands incredulously like it was inevitable. The tension had left the room entirely as they sat down now to sort the details of their new deal. Pretty good at this drawing sheet. They considered an artsy career. Mao peered over Midoriya's shoulder at hero analysis for the future number 15 and the newly updated pages on the beast. Mao had been using his weird shapeshifting quirk to slowly turn back. It wasn't quick, but over an hour, Mao definitely got taller and tanner, if tanner was a word. He still wasn't his full height, but he was definitely past 7 foot already. But it's not a very stable career. Plus it doesn't have the same catharsis as drop-kicking a mugger. Midoriya responded without so much as blinking, finishing the last of the detail work. Together they had just finished putting together the rough details of the new Yakuza Hunter costume. The original Yakuza Hunter had a costume designed for quirkless combat, a thick mask for headbutting and head protection, loose pants for mobility, and Aizawa's weird magic bandages around the shoulders and upper body to serve as support for Midoriya's injured arm. But none of that was helpful to Mao, so it was time for a few changes. The mask was fine, could be modified for better visibility, but the headbutting function was viable. Some extra defense on the head was some good defense. The bandages were getting replaced by a muscle suit. Midoriya didn't have infinite bandages, so he wasn't going to waste them. But he could make tons of the bodysuits thanks to its regeneration quirk. Cut off a piece, regenerate it into a new suit, then stretch and tear it until it was the right size for the giant. Simple enough. The plan was that Midoriya would spend his off time recovering and working on the costumes. He still had his own costume to fix on top of making a new one, so this was going to take a while. Between updates to Ronin and the creation of Yakuza Hunter 2, he was gonna have his hands full. Tomorrow I'm going to be working on the basics for the costumes. Next week though, Monday, we're gonna get to some serious work. Midoriya reviewed the schedule, spinning the pencil between his fingers as his eyes checked the facts. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays he'd spend doing physical training. Tuesdays and Thursdays were costume days. That left the weekend, tomorrow, as a free period. Good timing too, since he had to sort through all the stolen files. Thank God the Yakuza didn't do everything digitally. Let's see. Mao put down his fourth bowl and also checked his new outfit, wiping a few grains of rice off with a flick of his thumb. I can get a motor helmet to use as a base. I got a couple of spares. Pants and boots too. Should I wear a jacket like you? Get that matching set sheet. Let's just focus on the essentials first. We can add extras once we know the basic stuff works. Midoriya wrote down a small list of the stuff Mao would need to get. But yeah, boots, pants, that stuff you can get for yourself. The helmet would be great too, since I'm not sure I can get a helmet in your size. Alright. Mao clapped his hands together, rubbing them with glee before he picked back up his fourth bowl and finished it in seconds. But, when we gonna do da? You know, they had it all planned out except for one thing. The actual vigilanting. There was no set day or date for them to do that, but someone already thought about it. We'll start when we have a prototype of your costume. Revenant flipped to his own costume as he spoke, mind already racing ahead. If they were going to work on costumes, the Ronin outfit arguably had more work to do than the Yakuza Hunter one. Your costume will be wearable and functional by next week, so expect to work on it Tuesday but use it Wednesday. I getcha. And you're gonna spend some time fixing your sheet. Mao had noticed Midoriya's costume. While the police might not have even figured out who he was, Mao had got a clear view of just how much disrepair it was in. Even a child could figure out the giant tears and holes probably weren't intentional. That's my weekend, but don't worry. I won't forget to work on your items as well. Revenant was probably going to spend a lot of time tearing his current costume apart Saturday, then Sunday. Oh, he completely forgot about Sunday. That was family outing day. Alright, they'd just have to work a little harder. No, dipshit. Mao interrupted Midoriya and Revenant's plan with a single sturdy flick to the skull. What are you doing? Making the costumes. RESTANGDUMBASS. Mao spelled it out for him, shaking his head as he stood up, picking up his bag. Seriously? Is it that hard to remember to not work? This is literally the easiest sheet ever. Oh, you right. Midoriya blushed in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry, getting so focused on boring sheet so you forget to have some fun. Are you for real? Mao laughed as he grabbed his jacket and hung it off his shoulders, then flipped some of Midoriya's green mop hair over his face. You don't need to be sorry, dipshit. Just chill. I know it might surprise you, man, but I don't need this costume anytime soon. I got my own tricks. Mao tapped his face, which was still shifting back to normal, the skin still shifting to Mao's signature deep tan. You know what I do need? A fifth bowl, probably. But my wife's making dinner and I wanted a snack before I went. But I need you in top shape for Monday when I'm gonna bust your ass. I saw your moves, and we both know you need the rest. Nobody, not even Furry Effer, had seen more of Midoriya's style than Mao. Not because of how long he saw it, but the times he saw. Midoriya had met Mao almost every time his style changed in any significant way, from his first real fight to when he learned how to use his most overpowered weapon to date. That's why Mao was so sure that Midoriya had been underperforming today. You don't rush your moves, so don't rush your training. Mao laughed as he gave Midoriya another heavy slap across the back, throwing the kid into the table. You break your limits a lot, and that's good. But that means you're broken and you need some time to heal. That's oddly inspiring, and very unlike you. Revenant could smell a trap coming, but he couldn't quite figure out what. Mao, well, I'd feel bad if my best competitor kicked his own ass without me. Mao just laughed off Revenant's suspicions as he walked to the door, giving a quick wave goodbye. Plus, if I didn't, I'd feel bad about the payback. Later, Mao left the chicken place as Midoriya stared in confusion, trying to figure out what the main man meant for a minute before giving up and packing his things. He really was kicking his own ass. Nobody could beat Ronin like Ronin could, and his performance tonight had shown it. He hadn't gotten to go in and help Mao clear the gambling den out because he'd been too tired. All he could do was hold off the police with some pistols and a bodysuit that did most of the work for him. He needed to get back in shape. He wanted to surpass his past, not be weighed down by his bad decisions. That meant putting in the work and time, and that included resting. Midoriya rose, once again recentered and refocused. It was a little early to go to bed, but he had a big day tomorrow and he might as well get started. If he wanted to take everything so fast, he should quickly start resting. Midoriya picked up his bags and stood, getting ready to leave. "Here's your check, sir." And then he got hit with the check for the meal, his drink, his bowl, and Mao's drink, and Mao's 4 extra large bowls. That slice on off. Midoriya kept his eyes closed and his breathing steady, trying to lay as flat as possible with no movement. The day after both surviving Mao's training and pulling off a Yakuza raid was turning out to be very rough for Midoriya. Because of the soreness of his muscles. No, because of injuries sustained during the training and fighting. No, Midoriya could understand those. Midoriya could respect those. Instead, Midoriya was stuck in his bed, eyes closed even though he was wide awake. Mao had told him to get somewhere between 8 and 9 hours of sleep, so he was at least going to stay in bed for 8 hours. Sure, he only got 7 as usual, but if he just sat in his bed doing nothing for another hour, that probably counted. Right, the bed that normally felt so warm and cozy instead was lumpy and stiff as Midoriya counted the minutes away. And he couldn't be more grateful when his alarm finally went off and ended his self-imposed sanction. He sprung from his bed and quickly got to work with his morning routine, going from stretches, shower, then breakfast, all in under 10 minutes. It was the weekend, so he had nowhere to go, no appointments to fulfill. It would have been the perfect time for a good long patrol, but no. His mother wasn't up, so he had to make his own breakfast, and that meant it wasn't going to be impressive. A couple of energy bars, some water, and Midoriya had done all the cooking he was qualified for. He cleaned off his glass and checked his pace. 5:13 a.m. He was making great time. But if he was making great time, did that mean he was doing a terrible job at relaxing? Midoriya didn't really do relaxing. He did small things to relax, of course, like the time he spent with his mother or Aiko, but he didn't really fill an entire day with just relaxing. He couldn't, not as a quirkless kid living in a world of supers. If relaxing was just doing things he enjoyed, well, he still wasn't sure what he'd do then, but he probably wouldn't stay trapped in his apartment and just work on the suits. Midoriya dried off and shelved his glass, then paused. Why did he have to stay in his room? Why would he just work on the suits? He used to go out, spending hours chasing heroes for fun. While he probably wouldn't be doing that today, there was no reason to keep himself locked up. Hell, staying here when he didn't want to was a downright stupid idea. The old office he started in, Ishiyami High, even just seeing if Aiko had anything she wanted to do, there were a lot of places he could go. Revenant did want to get some work done, but Ishiyami's crafting club room was a much better place to work on that stuff than his own small room. In fact, it was completely illogical to stay here and try to work on the suits. Was fatigue catching up with him if he was missing things this obvious? Probably. Midoriya closed the cabinet and stretched, thinking through what he wanted to do today. First, work on the suits. Second, check the papers he stole. Third, nope, just 2. Keeping it nice and simple. Midoriya ducked into his room quickly, grabbing his loot and costume bag before booking it out the door, then deliberately slowing down on the stairs. Sure, he didn't really get what Mao was talking about most of the time, but he'd at least try to relax today. It was 5 in the morning, a time so early that most of UA were still sound asleep. Most heroes worked long late shifts, so the morning was a gap period with very few active heroes. On top of that, it was the weekend. The halls of UA High School were completely vacant. The training rooms were devoid of all life for a change. For once, UA High School was completely devoid of people, but not of animals. Principal Nezu stirred his tea. Having just finished his morning ritual, he was a principal, not a hero, so he didn't bother staying up late and instead chose to wake up bright and early. This increased his attentiveness, gave him more time to wake up before he had any of his meetings, and that wasn't even counting the nice cool air. Nezu climbed into his chair, taking a second to get comfy before he put down his tea and checked the morning's work. Even when he finished all his workload before going home, new problems seemed to creep in from every angle. It truly was miraculous. He began to sort through the papers that had been faxed to him. First off was more the musings of the Hero Association, fresh from that meeting he didn't bother with. They'd been so uptight since All Might's retirement, but had yet to actually put anything into motion. By Nezu's calculations, he'd have to wait another month before they started doing that, so no reason to attend their meetings if he didn't have to. He skimmed what had happened in the meeting regardless, just to make sure his prediction was on point. A presentation over the damages, a discussion about the League of Villains. It seemed his predictions might have been too generous to the Hero Association. Nezu tapped the papers on his desk to get them neat and orderly before feeding them into a shredder, then turning to deal with the other papers given to him. While the Hero Association wasn't doing anything worthwhile this week, he always had to check their reports first just to make sure. Wouldn't want something actually important to sneak up on him. The other papers were reports of recent villain activities, a few of which could be important. Even better, they could be interesting and very informative on larger issues. League of Villains, League of Villains. Nope, still nothing. Nezu checked all the reports for any sign of the League of Villains. As the heirs of All for One, all of Hero Society, nay, all of Japan was keeping an eye out for them, but to no avail. The League were most likely using the chaos to recover and rebuild their organization, just like All for One told them to. If left alone, they could return to their old power, or worse, surpass it, without a trace of them. However, it was impossible for the Hero Association to run interference or even try to stop them. Finding the League was priority number one for the Japanese Hero Association. But since they hadn't been found yet, Nezu decided to turn his attention to the problems that were right in front of his face and checked the individual reports to learn what the Hero Association had found in the brief time he'd been out. There were 12 reports, 2 marked high importance and 1 marked high rank. High importance meant it was relevant to an ongoing investigation. High rank meant it was a threat that would require at least a top 10 hero to have 3 in one night. All 3 of the tagged reports were written about a single incident, a small Yakuza gambling den that had been hit by a pair of villains late last night. The Shy Hisakai, a rising power in the villain world, seemed to have ties to that gambling house. A hero named Sir Night-Eye was running an investigation against the Shy Hisakai already, so hopefully he could get some useful information out of this. It didn't do much for Nezu, however, not nearly as much as the other 2 alerts. The other high important and the high rank were both about the same villain, a violent vigilante who had been seen attacking the gambling den, Yakuza Hunter. The 2 tags became self-evident when you knew who that was. A cross between a villain and a vigilante, a force of nature that swept cities and crushed anything standing in his way. Yakuza Hunter had gotten his name from his start when he took down 30 to 40 Yakuza every day, but the villain was more than content to beat anything in his way into submission. But after a few weeks of work, he disappeared. Until last night, Yakuza Hunter had reappeared, and he brought a friend. They hit only a single gambling den, swiping some papers before leaving. At least, the reports read that it was Yakuza Hunter. This Yakuza Hunter had avoided fighting the heroes, but the classic Hunter wouldn't have done that. He had seemed to relish combat, letting more and more heroes arrive just so he could break them. The original would never have let anyone get away, so then, what was happening? Was this a copycat criminal, or did the villain change in his month away from the spotlight? His style seems the same, but it's not difficult to copy that. Nezu flicked through the 3 separate reports on the incident, paying careful attention to the notes on Yakuza Hunter before he set them all down to drink some of his tea. Perhaps speaking out loud would help him get his thoughts in order. Yakuza Hunter's quirk is common enough, something that increases endurance and durability. Someone with a high enough pain tolerance might be able to replicate his style. He could spend all day spitballing theories, though. Nezu pushed the papers to the side, not bothering to shred papers that weren't classified. While this Yakuza Hunter business didn't seem important right now, it could rise up again. Besides, it could be a fun side project when he had time. Nezu scanned through the other 9 reports quickly, putting aside anything interesting for his own personal investigation and amusement. Investigating this kind of stuff was the police's job, but it made for great entertainment to him when he had the time. But right now he had his own form of entertainment. As he tossed the rejected reports across his desk, a few slid into the other thing on his desk. Not his giant computer, but a strange dirty duffel bag. A few things peeked out of that bag. A broken arm guard, a torn-up All Might hoodie, and a metal shard that might have once been a sword were just visible if you peered hard enough. Nezu's face broke into a genuine grin as he finished the last of his papers, setting them aside. He'd been swamped between All Might's retirement and running UA. But with the Hero Association taking most of the brunt for All Might and the weekend ending school for a minute, he finally had a bit of free time. Nezu flipped open his planner, doing a quick check of the dates as he reached for a phone to call an old friend. Knock knock. Nezu paused, switching to his computer view to check who was outside his office, then switching tabs. This was nothing to worry about, quite the contrary. This was great. To think the man of the year had come straight to him before school started up yet again. Come in. Make yourself comfortable, please. Principal Nezu was quick to clean his environment, sorting the stacks more properly and quietly moving the suspicious bag to his side and then under the table. Tea. The tall man entered quietly and gave polite greetings as Nezu finished placing the reports to the side and offered his teapot. No, but thank you, sir. I have something I wanted to talk to you about. Of course. Why else would you come to my office? Nezu was surprised his guest was up so early. But after his retirement, he must not have much to do. He was probably feeling a little antsy. And it was Nezu's job as his supervisor to help guide him through this part of his life, just like Nezu tried to guide his students. Nezu finished refilling his own tea and placed the pot down, taking a quick breath in before clasping his hands together and giving his guest his undivided attention. Now, Tashinori, what's on your mind? Midoriya held up the bodysuit with both hands, quickly flipping it to check the back before smiling and folding it up. The bodysuit's regenerative quirk had finished patching it back up. With enough time it would always regenerate back to top condition, but it was always a little weight off his shoulders to see for himself that everything was going well. Midoriya was in Ishiyama High School, sitting in the crafting club room with his Ronin costume splayed out on the table as he checked each item for just how damaged it was. His fight at the UA training camp left all his equipment damaged, but the severity of the damage was all over the spectrum. There were things like his pistols which were barely scratched, only having some minor damage to the grips, all the way to things like his jacket which had been ripped and blown to shreds. But those were just general statements. It was time to get specific, and Midoriya intended to run down each item to really get to the bottom of how this repair session was going to go by examining each and every one of his items. He took a deep breath, rubbing the hair out of his face, then dove straight in. First off was the bodysuit, since he might as well start with that thing. The bodysuit had a regenerative quirk placed into it, so as long as it had power it would slowly regenerate. It had taken tons of damage at the training camp and been completely overloaded in his fights, but in the passing week it had returned to peak condition. There'd be no need to repair it anymore, so into his bag it went. Guns next. Kindness had taken a little more damage than Cupid since it had been closer to his sword and the explosions, but both guns could still fire. The handles and grips were just a bit mangled. Still, now that he was seeing Mao regularly, he might ask for a little help with his firearms. No repairs are necessary, but a little tuning up wouldn't be amiss. Next came the boots and gauntlets, and with them came the start of the real problems. His boots were basically fine. Filthy, but save for a few scratches they were in perfect working order as far as he could tell. But his gauntlets were a mess. Large gashes and cracks on both, wires exposed, and a few of the finger pieces barely hanging on. These were first up on the repair list. Lastly, the unfixable. His old helmet, the previously all-black mask he wore, had been cracked open like an eggshell. Some of the small-time tech he packed into it was salvageable, but the helmet itself had to go. There was no saving it. In that same line, his jacket. Revenant had created a new jacket with a new quirk, but just like most of the jackets he had made throughout his vigilante career, it had been utterly destroyed. Maybe they were just cursed to be stuck with Mao's jacket for all eternity. Either way, the jacket itself was more strips and strings than an actual piece of clothing. Revenant held up what was left of it, noting the missing right sleeve and the lack of anything below the ribs. He'd worn it last night since he had nothing else to wear, but this thing was even worse off than his helmet. Still, it was a possessed item. Maybe they could salvage it, using bits of it to create a new weapon. This new jacket had a quirk to create spikes, so all they needed was enough material to make some pockets. Revenant nodded to himself, flipping open his notebook as he thought. He could see it now, a quick modification to his usual jacket. Some pockets to create the spikes, some electronics to rig it up. Yeah, he could see it coming together. But he didn't even have a jacket to modify yet. Take it one step at a time. No need to rush, no need at all. Unless it's more fun that way. Midoriya's expression changed to a smooth grin as he folded up the remains of the jacket, pushing it to one side. First, he had to work on those gauntlets, so he'd start by dismantling them. Now, Tashinori, what's on your mind? Principal Nezu leaned forward with his usual calm yet perky demeanor. He sat casually in his chair, confident and poised. His body was relaxed and laid back while his eyes were a flurry of movement, taking in every detail. He was constantly thinking ahead, even right now. And across from him, Tashinori sat. Even as the former #1 hero, sitting in this chair across from Nezu still made him a little nervous. He squirmed slightly under Nezu's constant and crushing gaze. But he was the one who came here. Yes, he was the one who came here to question Nezu about something that the principal seemed to be covering up. There was no reason to be worried. I know that you must be concerned about your teaching position. Nezu spoke briskly, cutting through Tashinori's thoughts. But don't worry, even if you're not a formal hero anymore, I still believe you can achieve great things here at UA. After all, I'm not a formal hero either. Nezu kept on going without a second thought. This wasn't even Nezu trying to change the topic. This was just how Nezu usually worked, and it was why Tashinori had dreaded coming in. After all, you could clobber villains, but nothing short of a miracle could stop Nezu's rambling. I'd be happy to give you advice about trying to teach your students. But I think if you just put yourself out there and try, you'll find that not a lot has changed from when you first came here. Nezu continued without a second thought. 100% sure this was why Tashinori had come in today, and 200% wrong. No, even retired, you're still a great hero. Besides, it takes much more than just a quirk to be a great teacher. Why, sir. Toshinori went for the classic way to get Nezu's attention and raised a hand, finally getting himself out of Nezu's flow and creating a break. That's not what I came here to talk about. Not today, at least. Well, why didn't you say so? Nezu blinked at him innocently. But even so, Nezu was definitely smiling a little wider now. Toshinori didn't know if Nezu was deliberately hiding something or if his boss was just messing with him. But either way, the principal was definitely enjoying this. So what did you want to talk about? Toshinori didn't bother taking a second to compose himself, lest Nezu snuck in and switched the topic again. I wanted to talk to you about the stranger from when we tried to capture All for One in the league. Oh, Nezu blinked, surprised, then leaned forward. That's it. Yes. I just thought, Nezu swirled his tea around a little before looking back up at Toshinori. It'd be something a little less vague. The stranger from when we tried. The man who saved my life when I fought my master and All for One. Toshinori tried to clarify. But this was the problem about trying to go fast, so Nezu couldn't interrupt. He couldn't really keep pace mentally, and so not everything he was going to say would make sense. The one with the guns. And the swords? Yes, I remember him. Nezu nodded along and stopped to take a sip. Then glanced up at Toshinori in confusion a third time. Why didn't you start with that? You're making this awfully complicated. Toshinori was dumbstruck for a moment but pulled himself together quickly, straightening in his chair. Yes, I suppose so, sir. But that man, I think you know more about that man than you're letting on. Toshinori moved on in spite of his nerves and locked eyes with Nezu, cutting straight to the center of the issue and going straight for Nezu's cover-up. I read the medical report, but for some reason, it ends as soon as he got onto an ambulance with you and there's no trace of where he went. The only lead that's left is that report, which you changed? Correct. Nezu didn't even try to deny it, answering with a completely straight face and taking Toshinori by surprise again. He took a second to take a drink from his teacup, disrupting Toshinori's momentum just a touch more, then continued to make unflinching and unwavering eye contact. I was the one who made that record and chose to end it early. I did put my name on that report, after all. Toshinori wasn't sure what he'd been expecting, but it definitely hadn't been this. Definitely a stronger reaction. Maybe some more of Nezu's signature rambling. Do you have some personal interest in that man? Nezu took a slow sip of his tea as he stared down Toshinori, purposely dragging this out as he locked eyes with his confused subordinate and forcing some order into that thick skull that even All for One hadn't managed to break. What brought this all up? Well, I suppose I do have some interest in that man. Toshinori had been so busy getting confused by Nezu that he forgot why he came here. He wasn't here to accuse Nezu of covering something up. He was here to learn about the person who saved his life. He'd been getting sidetracked, but now that Nezu had forced him to take a step back, he was refocused. Yes, I want to meet him again, if possible. Nezu blinked a few times, head cocked as his stare lost its usual glossy edge and he looked surprised. That's it. I suppose so. Toshinori was more sure of himself now. He didn't want anything complicated, just a chance to meet the man. No, meet the hero that had stepped in to save his life and thank him personally. Toshinori wasn't sure how hard it'd be to meet this hero or how long it would take. He'd been the #1 hero in both America and Japan. But even he didn't have an idea who that man could have been beneath the mask. He could have left Japan entirely, still be in the hospital, or worse. I want to meet this man one last time and thank him for his services to me in Japan. Toshinori rubbed his hands together, a little nervous for such a stupid request. All Might and the Hero Association had already officially thanked this nameless hero and offered a large reward for his efforts. But the real one yet had to come forward. But Toshinori still wanted to meet him. So, could you please help me, sir? Toshinori rose from his chair suddenly and bowed. Although this nameless hero didn't want to come forward, Toshinori still wanted to meet this man one last time for himself. It was a little selfish, a little arrogant, and all around pointless, but Toshinori still wanted it. Even if this hero didn't want to be seen, Toshinori wanted to let him know that someone did appreciate the work he'd done. I know that it will be very difficult to find and meet him, but please. Alrighty. Toshinori lost all of his momentum for a third time, rising from his bow already confused. Was it really that easy? You just wanted to meet him for a bit and talk to him, correct? The one with the guns and the swords? Nezu smiled reassuringly, using a ruler to get some extra reach and pat Toshinori on the shoulder before turning towards his tablet. I can't promise he'll want to meet you, but I can definitely help you meet him. Really, thank you, sir. Toshinori got up to leave, excited that this mess somehow ended how he wanted to when he was stopped by the poke of a ruler. Nezu glanced up from his tablets, stopping over a particular contact. Where are you going, Toshinori? This meeting isn't over yet. It isn't. All Might stopped, bringing his confused total to 4 as Nezu pushed the tablet forward a bit. Of course not. He wanted to meet him. Nezu spoke with a big grin as he pushed the call then speaker buttons on the tablet, then leaned back in his chair with a wicked grin. So let's get this all worked out right now and call him. Re-eyeing. Flick. The school was dead quiet, almost completely vacant for the weekend. The staff were all gone without even a thought of returning till Monday, so Midoriya really did have the whole place to himself all day. There was no one and nothing that could interrupt his work. His hands moved slowly but steadily as he undid the stitch on his left gauntlet, leaning back in the chair. He was completely disconnected from the world as he worked, finding some genuine enjoyment in his actions. It was a bright and early morning, so early that the sun had yet to clear the horizon caked full of buildings. The sky was streaks of blues clashing with reds as the sun inched up, creating a painting in his window, but Midoriya didn't pay it any mind. He was busy removing the stitches, bolts, and wires that held together his gauntlet so he could examine the individual pieces. Well, he already finished removing the bolts and he could get to the wires yet, so for now he was pulling on loose threads to open the gauntlet up and start the real work. The metallic bone plates had come off easy enough, but now he was just dealing with the leather. Some of the bones were cracked and split, but the main weak point of the gauntlets had definitely been their leather base. He had never been an expert at handling leather. After all, he wasn't an expert at any of this. The first and second models had been good, but they could have been better. Revenant examined the wrist piece as he pulled on another snapped thread, paying careful attention to the tears in the seams and damage to the leather itself. The concept had been solid, but with the amount of movement he did, the gloves just couldn't keep up. The gloves had been built to break someday, basically. They were his second pair and he just copied what he found in some sports equipment. Of course they weren't going to be great. It wasn't all terrible. It had a few good ideas sprinkled in there, but this was the perfect time to make some changes. The leather was tearing, even without my big finish. Midoriya mumbled to himself as he pulled out another broken string and added it to the pile. Same for the string. I probably didn't treat the leather right, but I could replace some of that with magic muscle. The magic muscle in question was, of course, his favorite possessed item, the bodysuit. It had become more than just a simple defensive item. It was a resource he could use to build new items from. That wasn't even counting its abilities to enhance his strength if used correctly. Seriously. And he thought Yamato had been broken. Gonna need to up my supply. Midoriya rubbed his chin, thinking hard. He had some spare magic muscle, kept in a storage locker from All for One, but between his first bodysuit, the arm Revenant made, and the bodysuit he'd make for Mao, he might be running a little low. Plus, if he was gonna remake the gauntlets, might as well remake the boots too. He'd need to check how much supply he actually had in stock before he made anything, though. Maybe he should move it, too, since he got that storage locker from All for One. Revenant knew this great military base where he could probably store it, along with a ton of other questionable items that he acquired throughout the year. Maybe he could switch up the thread, too. Midoriya finished the arm guard, pulling out the last thread and focusing his attention on the handpiece. There were a lot of snaps and snags in the string he had used to hold this thing together. Aiko might have a few ideas about that. He'd have to bring that up on Monday. Midoriya put down the gauntlet and added a few more lines to his notebook. It was splayed out on the table next to him for Wei's access, so he could quickly jot down any passing thoughts before he forgot them. There was already a few ideas for changes to the gauntlets. Maybe he should try some gauntlets that cover his fingers. Maybe he should get ones that cover his entire arm. They already made a full arm piece before, but only Revenant used it. Actually, that one was still intact. He'd have to dust it off when he was healthier and give it a try. And that was another thing to add to the notebook. He was on a roll. While the only thing Midoriya knew for certain about relaxing was that he didn't know Jack. He liked to imagine he was at least getting a little close. He was spending time doing something he enjoyed. He wasn't moving much, and he was pretty calm. If he was doing the thing he enjoyed most, he'd be out on the streets fighting right that moment. But Midoriya knew enough about relaxing to guess that wouldn't help him recover. He pulled away from the desk, leaning back and moving his shoulders in small circles as he breathed out slowly. His body still felt stiff and achy from Mao's heavy workout, but it was a good ache. The kind that came from a good workout instead of the kind that came from a good ass whooping. Of course, he had both. His stomach still hurt from the attacks he ate against some punks among many minor injuries he procured. Those injuries were probably the reason he was doing so badly recently. He spent his whole career acquiring fatigue and little injuries, but with his pain tolerance and stubborn his fanatic attitude towards heroism, he had always chosen to ignore the pain and keep moving. This had been boiling up until he fought the muscular villain and met his breaking point. Then, he had pulled one worse and surpassed his breaking point in the fight between All Might, All for One, and that woman. The female Namu spelled most of the trouble. She tanked hard, hit harder, and definitely could have killed him. She probably would have, too, if medical personnel weren't on standby. He only pulled through because of equal parts adrenaline and pure luck. That was the point when his body couldn't take it anymore. But even then he still stood up to All for One and further damaged his body. Truly, he was too reckless. Now that he was sitting still, he could almost tell something was wrong. It was like something was draining the energy right out of him, constantly making him even more tired than he should have been. Midoriya massaged his neck as he leaned a little further back in the chair and stared at the ceiling, idly spinning his pencil between his fingers. He was supposed to be improving his tech right now, but there was no reason he couldn't also think about his body, right? Was just letting your mind wander randomly part of relaxing. His body had failed him against the female Namu, sure, but that was just one situation and against someone as strong as All Might to boot. Trying to use her as a point of reference was like trying to judge body armor against rocket launchers. His body itself wasn't bad. Sure, he had gotten his ass kicked just one day ago by Mao in training and in sparring, but that had been after some pretty bad days. Even now he could tell that, while his physique didn't look amazing, he could still crush the average criminal in a one-on-one fight. His current problem with his body was that, just like his gauntlets, it couldn't hold up to the kind of stress he wanted to put it under. Ronin didn't fight one criminal at a time. He didn't even get to fight two at a time. Ronin had to deal with anywhere from 5 to 6 people at once. He had to take superhumans head on. And he had to be a step ahead of the law at all times. Just as the number one hero should have been the pinnacle of heroism and All for One was the pinnacle of crime, Midoriya couldn't settle for being good. He had to go beyond his current limits and become the pinnacle of vigilantism. Yes, that did sound incredibly stupid, if anyone was wondering. All of that prattle was obvious and sounded nice, but the brass tacks were that he was still too weak. Worse, and to add insult to injury, he technically had a way to reach a higher state, but he was too stupid and too weak right now to use it. Midoriya leaned forward and brought the front 2 legs of his chair sharply to the ground as he picked back up the mostly dismantled gauntlet. Through his efforts, a little bit of technical know-how, and a lot of trial and error, he could overcome the gap and reach some higher state if he bothered to stay focused and finished working on something. That was. One quick self-scolding later and he was back to work on the gauntlets. Taking them apart was the easy part, after all, especially with most of the wires split. It's amazing this thing didn't just explode on me. Midoriya carefully pulled the last wires apart, marveling at just how much had been destroyed. It was no wonder why his gauntlets and boots didn't work if they were all this bad. And it was more of a miracle that one of the gauntlets still worked enough to do anything. Revenant disconnected the wires entirely, setting aside what could be salvaged and tossing most of it. It seemed his initial damage estimates hadn't been accurate. It was likely most of his equipment was going to be rebuilt if just one of the gauntlets was anything to go off of. He then began to organize the piles he created into smaller sections. There was the big pile of junk, then the smaller sections for each individual material. The string, the wires, the leather, and now he pushed all of the possessed material together to form one pile. He'd probably just store up all the possessed material with the push quirk, then melt and reforge the metal parts himself. It didn't need to be hard. After all, it just needed to be sturdy and have the quirk. This also let him reshape the metal bits however he. Byorr eyeing. Revenant stopped dead, blinking, then glanced down at the phone sitting on the desk. That was right. Inko Midoriya was supposed to call them sometime. Midoriya hadn't planned to head outside his room but changed his mind very early in the morning, well before his mother woke up. To make sure she didn't panic, he left her a note to call him when she saw it. The sun had started to peek over the buildings as Midoriya quickly grabbed his phone, flipping it over to answer. Byorr eyeing. A pair of initials shown on his screen. Just 2 letters, a contact that he never called. As a vigilante, he had saved a few numbers to his phone just in case someone important ever called him so he'd know in advance. He didn't pick many, just a few he thought had a high chance might cause him problems, like Maruko's agency number, All Might's local agent, or worst of all. Midoriya just stared at the name for a second, then took a deep breath. He clicked answer halfway through the 3rd ring and held it up to his face, slumping into his chair as a wave of exhaustion blindsided him. He just sat there for a minute, taking nice slow breaths in and out. Just a nice, slow, steady pace. ... But he had to talk eventually. Midoriya licked his lips, noting just how dry they were before finally breaking the silence. Now, this was the first time they talked in a while, so he had to set the tone here. ... Hey, nailed it. ... Did I call the wrong number? I sure hope so. Revenant immediately got ready to hang up. So it is you. Sorry, you sounded a little different. The voice on the other end of the phone was as chipper as he remembered, and more annoying than words could describe. What do you want, Nezu? Revenant wanted to keep this brief. And not just because he had other things to do. Revenant just didn't like Nezu, plain and simple. What do I want? Why so serious? Can't we just chat? I'm hanging up if this isn't important. Hey, at least let me play a little. Click. Midoriya put the phone down, trading it for his second gauntlet. He had a lot of work to do and not enough time to deal with Nezu right now. Plus, he was pretty sure dealing with Nezu was the opposite of relaxing. Byorr eyeing. Midoriya glanced at the phone. It was still Nezu calling, because of course it was. But if Nezu wanted to actually get to the point, Midoriya was willing to hear him out. Midoriya leaned over, tapping the answer button again, then quickly tapped the speaker button so he could at least get some work done while he was putting up with Nezu. Hey, that was rude, and so is wasting my time. What do you want, Nezu? It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Midoriya owed Nezu for the all-for-one fight when he probably saved Midoriya's life and definitely saved Ronin's identity. Well, someone had sent Midoriya anonymously to a hospital to tend to his injuries and cover his identity. It was just most likely to be Nezu. And the fact that Nezu was calling Midoriya's personal phone confirmed one of Midoriya's worst fears, that his identity had been compromised. On the other hand, Midoriya hadn't gotten arrested for vigilantism yet, so Nezu hadn't told the Hero Association yet for some reason. And whatever that reason was, it wasn't good for him. Nezu was probably calling to call in the favor and use his leverage against Midoriya to force him to do something. What? Did Nezu want him to turn himself in? Fat chance. We don't have to get down to business immediately. I'm just trying to be friendly. How are you doing? The fact that Midoriya didn't know the reason why Nezu hadn't told the Hero Association combined with him not knowing why Nezu called was why Midoriya was so anxious to get down to brass tacks and get this over with. I'm alive and going to hang up again. What? Revenant moved his phone out of the way and rested the gauntlet against the table, doing a quick scan to figure out where he put his wrench and pliers. First, he'd remove the bolts, then the stitches, then it was back to wiring. I've got your costume here. I was wondering if you wanted to drop by sometime and pick it up. The guns were confiscated from criminals and probably illegal. The clothes are probably torn to bits, and everything else was garbage even before I stepped in. Why would I want any of it? Midoriya was genuinely confused why on earth anyone would want his first suit. It had been made of actual trash that he picked up on the job. Sports arm guards he stole, crappy shoes he spray-painted black, a torn-up old All Might hoodie. Alright, that hoodie might actually be worth something. But other than that his point still stood. Guess you're not the sentimental type. Though well, Nezu didn't let Midoriya's negativity weigh him down and kept trucking with no sign of stopping. You haven't been as active lately, feeling under the weather, injuries. That much was obvious, so no harm in telling Nezu. Plus, if he was lucky, maybe he could play up just how injured he was and get the drop on anyone they sent to arrest him. Speaking of arresting him, Revenant quickly moved around the room and locked everything up in case of an attack. He didn't trust that Furry for half the distance he could punt him, scheming rat he was. Oh, so you do have limits. He could hear Nezu laughing on the other end and couldn't help clicking his tongue in annoyance, sitting back down in his chair to continue working while the comedian kept talking. Glad to hear it, but talking to you like this is a little annoying, don't you think? Any conversation with you is annoying, Nezu. Ask your staff. Walked into that one. More laughter as Midoriya finished undoing the bolts, pushing the nuts, washers, and bolts into a bag so he wouldn't lose anything. He paid good money for those. He wasn't about to lose them because of some crazy mouse. But I want to meet you again. In person. We've got a lot to discuss and I wouldn't want to do it over the phone. And there it was. The mind games were over as Nezu started to tip his hand. This was probably a trap, but Revenant couldn't, he shouldn't outright say no. Technically, he could always say no, but he was in no condition right now to back up those words. With Nezu's new leverage, Revenant's options were becoming more limited. Having two identities was limiting, especially when one was supposed to be secretive. Now Revenant was starting to get some perspective on why most heroes didn't bother with it these days. I'd like to meet you as soon as possible. Do you have some time later today? You could swing by, meet me at my office, we have a nice chat. No, Midoriya was quick to shoot down that idea. Meeting inside UA. Nezu's home turf, and doing it while he was so weak. It was unthinkable. Next week, while Midoriya couldn't outright say no, he could reshape the terms. He wasn't saying that he wouldn't meet Nezu. He was just saying that he wouldn't meet Nezu right now. By giving him a time frame of when he could meet, he would hopefully give himself a little time to shape up and get ready. Sure, Nezu would also get this time to prepare, but Midoriya needed that time a lot more than Nezu did. Next week. Why? Your injury's that bad? Sure, Revenant didn't bother trying to deny it, rubbing his head to try and ease pounding in his skull. But I'll come to UA. Next week. I'll be there at 10. Got it. 10 o'clock Seri. Alright, well, it was great hearing from. Click. Midoriya moved away from the phone and the desk, leaning back as he ran his hands through his hair and took several deep breaths. Shit. Revenant leaned back a little further, chewing the last few minutes over in his head. Shit. Midoriya took some potshots at the upcoming week, trying to figure out just how this was going to go as he leaned back a little too far and his chair tipped out from under him. Midoriya lay on the floor of his school's crafting club room, taking slow breaths as he rubbed his face. He raised his head slightly, looking at the table and the phone resting atop it. He'd just gotten off the phone with Nezu, principal of UA High School and a member of the Hero Association board. He just hung up on Nezu. one of the board members of the Hero Association, an international organization that had shaped heroism into what it was today. He was going to meet Nezu, the biggest wild card he'd ever had to deal with, in 1 week. Midoriya let his head fall to the floor again, wincing slightly as his skull bounced off the ground again. Shit. She glanced down at her phone as she climbed the apartment steps, checking the address one last time. Apartment 425, Building 2. It hadn't changed since the last time she looked at it, but she still kept reading and rereading it like the numbers would slide around if she didn't pay attention. She was almost to the top floor when she stopped, checking the room numbers before getting off the stairwell and moving down the open hall. The day was young but hot already, and it felt great. She could never get enough warmth, and it put some real oomph in her step. Whatever that meant, she picked that one up from her dad. She pointed towards each of the doors as she moved down the hall before doubling back, having gone the wrong way. The numbers were supposed to go up, not down. This was the right floor, right? She didn't want to knock on a stranger's door and have to talk to someone she never met. The large woman stopped herself and took a deep breath, then checked the address on her phone one last time. Google Maps might not know where his apartment was, but it did know the number. She was just going to go up and say hi. There was nothing to be worried about. Right. She looked over at one of the doors, then down at her phone and back again. That was the door. Apparently, it said 425, and there was no reason to doubt it. A plain brown door, just like the rest in the row. Simple and undetailed, save for the numbers she was looking for. And it still looked really, really scary. And big. And scary. One last deep breath before Aiko straightened up, clutching her phone with white knuckles. Then, tap tap. Midoriya had been trying to relax, but after his call with Nezu that was pretty much impossible. Just thinking about meeting that furry effer set his nerves on edge. There was no way he could enjoy himself now. But that wasn't a good reason to stop working. If anything, the fact that he had to meet Nezu was a good reason to double down on his work. He had to fix his suit in time now. He had to be prepared. If he wasn't prepared and things went wrong, that was on him. Revenant didn't have a clue what Nezu was planning. He could never get into that rodent's head, never quite see where it was all going. He didn't know why Nezu hadn't turned him in. He didn't know why Nezu wanted to speak to him in person, and there was nothing that could change that. It was too late to wish for something else, so now it was time to act while he still had the chance. Damn it. Midoriya rose off the ground, scowling as he rubbed the back of his head. He knew this day was probably coming, the first time he went out on the streets with just a stupid pipe, the first time he acted as a vigilante to save people. But now that the day was here, he picked his chair off the ground and set it in front of the table again, then sat down. He surveyed the table, eyeing the work he had left. He was still disassembling his gauntlets. He didn't even have any fixed tech yet. He had days of work, maybe weeks before his gear would be back in working shape. Damn it. Midoriya hit the table in annoyance before pulling forward and picking up the unfinished gauntlet, beginning to work immediately. He had a lot of work to do, so he needed to start quickly. There was no substitute for putting in the time, but that was time he didn't have. For just the gauntlets, he still needed to create the new models. He had to plan it out in his notebook. He had to make the prototype from normal leather. He had to make the real version. And then he had to configure the wiring and test it out. Who knew if it'd even work correctly before then? Damn it. He had to focus on the work in front of him, but he also needed to think ahead. He needed time to work, but he needed to get this done quickly. It was a whole bunch of effing paradoxes that went nowhere, just another pain in his ass. He breathed in and out slowly as he took apart the gauntlet stitch by stitch, grabbing thread, then pulling thread, grabbing the next thread, pulling the next thread, grabbing thread, pulling thread, grabbing, pulling, grabbing, pulling. Damn it, Midoriya spoke through clenched teeth as his head pounded from falling out of his chair. His pulse was rapid, his breathing was oddly off, he was sweating and he didn't know why. Damn it. Midoriya slammed his hand into the table in agitation, taking in deep breaths to try and calm himself down. Damn it. Midoriya stood suddenly and kicked at his chair, hitting his shin and launching the chair across the room as he made a fool of himself over nothing. There was nothing to do. This accomplished nothing, but, God damn it, Midoriya screamed as he punted the table, barely moving it while he reeled back with his now hurt foot. He pushed through the pain to stand, practically snarling as he ran his hands through his hair. He paced the room for a minute, just trying fruitlessly to ease the pounding in his head and the worries in his heart. Slow but deep breaths echoed through the empty school as Midoriya came back down, slumping in the middle of the room. He fell on his ass and grabbed his head, still taking those slow deep breaths that didn't seem to do a thing to his rapid pulse or pulsing headache. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, fighting against the mess in his head before he looked around the room. His tantrum barely did anything. A knocked-over chair, a slightly scooted table, and an aching in his leg were the only signs of Midoriya's outburst. It really was pathetic. He looked back at the desk, back at the phone, and back at his unfinished gauntlet. He was just wasting time, putting off the work he needed to do. He was supposed to be relaxing, but instead he was hurting more than when he came in. He really was pathetic. He took one last deep breath, then winced as he leaned forward and put weight on his now sore leg. He couldn't just sit back. He couldn't just mope. There was work to do, and someone had to do it. Damn it. Midoriya was back in the chair, back at the table, and back at it again as he continued to pull apart the gauntlet. His usual focus was shaken by something he couldn't understand, like there was a nagging in the back of his head. Did Nezu really get to him that much? Nezu called him, so that meant Nezu knew who they really were. But that much was obvious. Someone had taken them to the hospital and given them a cover story, so someone had figured out who they really were. Someone powerful if they could cover everything up. It just turned out that someone was Nezu. There were worse people to find out than Nezu. Probably. He couldn't think of any. But he guessed most of the Hero Association didn't like him. They'd arrest him on the spot, probably for vigilantism, even if he technically never committed anything legally considered modern vigilantism. No, that was just semantics. While modern vigilantism was classified as using your quirk, that point barely mattered. He had real problems with Nezu. Namely, he couldn't understand what Nezu wanted to do with him. He was repeating himself. He listed that problem at least 3 times, and it wasn't changing. He didn't know why Nezu let him go. He didn't know why Nezu called him in. He just didn't get Nezu. Theorizing would do nothing, so it was best instead to focus on their work. Didn't he say that once to someone? Yeah, he was pretty sure he said that to somebody. Was it Kaminari? It was probably Kaminari. This didn't matter either. Midoriya leaned back, rubbing his face. His attention was all over the place today. His usual level of focus was in as bad a shape as his gauntlets. Work was difficult, and getting any relaxation in today was out of the question. Maybe he should get something to eat. Take a minute to cool his head. Get something to eat, then come back and get some more work done. Yeah, that could work. What time was it? Midoriya picked up his phone, turning it on to check the time. 10:51, too late for breakfast and too early for lunch. Top that with the queasiness in his stomach, and he wouldn't be eating for a while. But he could still pick something up to eat. But what to get? He didn't want anything greasy, so a burger was out. He needed to get this to go, so nothing that was dine-in only. A sandwich could work. It was cheap, filling, and it could be eaten cold. Yeah, a sandwich sounded just fine. Now where to get it from? Subday, Jeffrey's Deli, Johnny Jim's. They all sold practically the same thing. The only difference was how many times they'd make him repeat his order, and maybe how close they were. Midoriya never actually ate around here, so he didn't know which would be the closest. Goggle did, though, so that was just one quick search. Midoriya's food fiasco was put on pause as he noticed that he had several unread messages. Someone must have sent them after Nezu called. So was it just more stuff from the furry effer or someone else? Was it his mom this time? Midoriya debated between leaving the messages unread and finding out who wanted him, and settled on checking the messages. Even if it was from Nezu, it would probably be best to just see what the furry effer wanted instead of letting that Ronin thing get into his head more. He opened up the line to see over 30 new messages, all from one person, but not Nezu. Thank God. All the messages were instead from Izuku for some reason. Midoriya furrowed his brow, flipping through the messages with one hand as he began to put his vigilante equipment away. Hi Mido. Hello M. Salutatio. There were 10 more messages like that. It was like someone kept hitting send instead of backspace or whatever the equivalent was on a phone. Back arrow, technically. Whatever. Midoriya put down the phone to shut all his equipment into one box, sealing it up and shoving it into his hiding spot before he went for the door and picked his phone back up along the way. Midoriya scrolled past the weird messages to check if the later stuff made more sense. How do I unsend a message? Then he scrolled past the technical problems, trying to stifle the slightly mean-spirited smirk on his face. Hey Midoriya, I got your message. Where are we meeting up? My message. Midoriya blinked, rereading the text just to make sure he got that right. Izuku got his message. What message? He didn't send any message. He was busy having an existential crisis about his identity getting leaked. Should he send a response? The message was about 40 minutes old, but did he want to respond? He had stuff to do. He probably should respond and just tell her he was busy. Midoriya tapped his phone to start writing the message with one hand as he reached the door, pulling it open. Oh. As he opened the door to leave, Izuku stood on the other side, arms still extended as she reached to open the same door. She stood there surprised for a second before breaking into a small smile and giving him a little wave. Hey Midoriya. Oh yeah, he forgot. God hated him. Midoriya was mad, but not at Izuku. They walked out of the school, scarcely talking since they bumped into each other at the crafting club room. It was a nice day out. Yes, a very nice day out. Midoriya was mad at the world, with so many frustrations piling up and so many things getting in his way. He felt like he'd need the patience of Buddha to stay calm. First his injuries, then repairs for his suits, add in the call with Nezu, and now Izuku. Today was just not going his way. Did you see the forecast today, Midoriya? Izuku called out from behind him, her joy evident. She wore a plain pair of cargo shorts, a soft pink jacket, and a blue shirt. It was the least amount of layers he could recall her ever wearing. Her hair was pulled back, covering most of her face still while a bit of her mouth peeked through to show a small smile. Midoriya wasn't mad at Aiko, but he definitely didn't want her here. He wanted to be alone so he could keep grinding away on fixing his mess of a costume. He needed to get it done before he met Nezu, no matter how confused and disorientated he was. But he didn't want to work on the suit around Aiko. Yes, something like a high of 37 degrees, correct? Maybe even 38. Do you prefer Fahrenheit? Revenant kept the small talk going and replied with a mirror of her smile. Midoriya was preoccupied with other things, so it looked like he'd be taking charge of this. Annoying but doable. Aiko might have been the daughter of Mao, criminal superstar extraordinaire or whatever, but Aiko seemed as invested and into the villain lifestyle as Endeavor was in filling anyone with hope. Not his snappiest line, but it got the point across. Doesn't matter, I checked the weather too. Aiko beamed again, walking slowly behind him as she inspected the streets. The streets were lively this time of day in spite of the heat as the pair slipped further from the rundown section of the school and into a better part of town with stores. Aiko wasn't a part of that world and held no interest in it, and that was fine. Hell, that was a way better decision overall, but it meant he couldn't really do vigilante stuff while he was with her. He wanted to turn her offer to hang out or whatever down back at the school, but thanks again for coming with me. Aiko herself cut to the core of the issue as she moved a little faster to catch up to him, still staying tucked firmly behind him. He seemed to have a very hard time telling people off these days, and given her expression at the time, he found it very difficult to say no. This ability could be useful. He should try to learn and replicate it quickly. Of course, I needed a break anyway, so you came just at the right time. He had given in for spending time Maruko. He'd given in for training Kaminari, and now he'd given in for whatever this was with Aiko. He really was a softie. He checked his phone once again as he headed towards the sandwich shop Aiko recommended. Aiko lived pretty close to the school and this shopping district, so it wasn't surprising she knew the area and had a few favorites. Midoriya still wondered about a few things, though, and they weren't related to food. Aiko said she got his message, but Midoriya never sent any messages, so what was she talking about? Thank goodness. Aiko pulled a few stray hairs from her face, then took another sudden step, hiding behind Midoriya as some large gruff men passed by. She picked up where she left off only after they passed, still fiddling with her hair. I was kind of worried my dad was just pulling my leg when he said you wanted to meet up today. ... And just like that, with just the slightest nudge in the right place, the pieces began to tumble into place. I see. Yeah, he kept repeating something about relaxation. I didn't get it. Aiko was a little less self-conscious as she tried to remember what her father, Mao, had told her, and then jumped when she realized she stopped dead in the middle of an intersection, hurrying quickly across to keep out of trouble. I'm sorry. Midoriya took a deep breath as he got his head on straight and followed the now running Aiko. Hearing the backstory on this was going to be fun. So your dad delivered my message, right? Did any details crop up? Any problems? Midoriya threw a line straight out there after Aiko slowed down, just fishing for some juicy details. Anything so he could get an idea of what Mao had done or said would have been great. But he wasn't expecting much. Oh, Dad forgot to tell me about your message until this morning at breakfast. Oh, was I late? I'm so sorry if I was late. Aiko worked herself into a frenzy as her anxiety took hold, already apologizing over what was, quite literally, absolutely nothing. You weren't late, Aiko, slow down. You had plenty of time. I was just showed up early and was killing some time. Midoriya gave a half-hearted wave and a vague statement to try and ease her nerves. Plus, the statement doubled as a cover story for what he'd been doing in the club room. Oh, thank goodness. So what were you doing in the crafting room, Midoriya? Oh, did you want to do some club activities over the weekend? Aiko pressed straight into the weakest point of his argument in defense, clapping her hands together in excitement while turning to face him. She really had a knack for poking holes in his stories. This was almost impressive. He'd been doing something in the room to pass time for waiting for her, but what had he been doing? And if he called Aiko to meet him in the club room, that obviously meant he had something he wanted to do in the club room with her, right? They were a crafting club after all. How did he answer that question without mentioning exactly what he'd been working on? It was a pretty reasonable question since she thought Midoriya wanted to hang out with her. Better though, it was a pretty safe question to answer. Best of all, he could easily mix a little truth into it. Not all of the truth, of course, but enough to keep it believable and keep his conscience in check. Just putting some extra hours into a project. It's pretty big and really complicated, but I need it to get done soon. I don't have a lot of time left, but there's so much work to do. Midoriya rubbed his head, thinking momentarily about the things he still had to do. He still had to finish dismantling that second gauntlet before he could even work on making a new gauntlet. And when he finished that, he had to start planning the new one. From there he had to build the prototype. So your big problem is you want to make something, but you're having trouble? Aiko's question surprised Midoriya almost as much as her sudden appearance at the door just 20 minutes ago, especially paired with how genuine her expression was. I suppose so, yeah. I've got a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. Alright, I'll help you. Ho. Midoriya felt like he was lagging behind with how often he was getting surprised these days. It didn't seem to take much to throw him off his game, it seemed. You'll help me? Why yeah. Aiko's first interjection was fresh with confidence, but now she was sounding more like her usual self. Well, I'll try my best. 'Cause that's the point of the club. We help each other and we make stuff together. Alright. Aiko rubbed her head, growing more unsure and nervous with every word. Almost all confidence gone by the end. She shot him a sidelong glance to try and find a little confirmation, then began to backpedal at Midoriya's silent reaction, both literally and metaphorically. I mean if I'm not getting in the way. I don't want to cause you trouble. He didn't react at all visibly to her words, stopping dead on the sidewalk so they didn't get further apart. Hey, Aiko. Why ye? Aiko squirmed as he quietly turned towards her, her gaze flitting around the room as she played with her hair. Yes? A few words flitted through his head as he contemplated what to say, but Revenant settled on the simplest answer, locking eyes to be a bit more genuine with his friend. Thanks, from both of us. Oh, no problem. Aiko rubbed the back of her head as they walked down the street, almost missing a step from her nerves. It's nothing, really. Not to me. But this has been pretty heavy for just a walk. Come on, Midoriya said as they rounded the corner, finally reaching the sandwich shop. Let's get something to eat. Just 15 minutes later and the two friends were back at their club room. Midoriya closed the door behind them, thoughts still lingering on his project and how much he was going to say. He didn't want to tell or show Aiko everything, so what should they work on together? The boots, the gauntlets. They stole their jacket from Mao, her dad, so that was out. They just couldn't fix the helmet, so that was out. No weapons either, so this is what you were working on. This stuff's pretty detailed. Aiko called out to him, cutting his dilemma down as he was pulled from his thoughts. What he was working on. Midoriya's gaze snapped up, taking in the whole room quickly to make sure he didn't leave any of his costume parts out like an idiot. But no, it was all tucked away out of sight. The table was empty save for a few things he brought in himself, like his leatherworking tools and some empty plastic bottles. So what was Aiko talking about? The design's pretty complex. I don't think we can do all of this today. Aiko was examining something on the table, but what? Midoriya walked over and put his sandwich down. He was a goddamn moron. Sitting out in the open on the table, clear as day, was hero analysis for the future number 14, still turned open to their page on Ronin. Welp, that settled it. He was losing his edge. Of all the stuff he forgot to put away. No way we can do all that today. Midoriya tossed his sandwich onto the table and moved over to the cabinets. If she already saw that there was no point in hiding the actual clothes, but if he played this right, those drawings are old. They don't matter anymore here. Midoriya opened the bottom of the cabinet, then slid the false bottom over, picking up a large box that he put there just an hour ago. He brought the box slowly over to the table, dropping it roughly on the table in reach of Aiko so she could see what was in it. He then opened the box as Aiko put down her sandwich, giving him her full attention as he began to pull out his costume piece by piece. Aiko examined the clothes slowly and carefully, being extra careful with how torn up they were and comparing them to the drawings. The jacket, the boots, the pants. How long did it take to make all of this? Aiko was amazed by the level of detail, holding up a belt to see it better in the dim light. She had great vision in the dark, but it was still impressive just to see how much effort had gone into something as small as a belt. About a month, but that was after a lot of revisions. Midoriya answered absent-mindedly as he placed a second box on the table and flipped it open, then pulled out a strange chunk of metal. It's been a while. Maybe half a year for this one in total. Wow, she thought back on the longest project she'd done, a stuffed octopus that she greatly underestimated. Those tentacles were way more complicated than she thought. She brought that one in and Midoriya gave her a hand with it too. Now she focused on the entire thing as it was assembled on the table, tracing the strange scratches and tears with a finger. They didn't seem to be a part of the design since they weren't in the drawing. Accident. There. Midoriya didn't seem too concerned as he sat down and began to unwrap his sandwich. That camping stuff that made me miss the first few days of school. Ooh, I remember that. Aiko nodded, then turned back to the clothing. She inspected the jacket, running her thumb along the leather as it became burned, scorched, and then torn apart. Scary bear. It wasn't just a bear, but, yeah, pretty scary bear. Midoriya explained it a bit, doing a weird spinning hand motion like he was trying to go on, then gave up halfway through and focused again on his food. We should have gotten drinks. What did I do with the water? So what did you want to do? Aiko glanced at Midoriya as he got up again. grabbing his bag and rummaging through it while Aiko held up the tangled mess of that had once been some kind of coat. I don't think anyone could fix this. Well, maybe best Jeanist could. Yup, fixing that mess is a waste. Midoriya placed a large water bottle beside her, put his own water bottle down, then sat down again. That stuff's too damaged, so not gonna try. Gotta make a whole new one from scratch. Oh, that makes sense. Aiko nodded, playing with the water bottle Midoriya had given her. How do we do that though? I mean, there's so much stuff, where do we even start? Simple. Midoriya cut her rambling short and took her by surprise with the strength in his voice. She turned to look at him and was met by a small yet confident smile as he played with his own water bottle before setting it down, tapping his partially wrapped sandwich. First, we eat. Oh, right. Then, Midoriya finished unwrapping his sandwich and flicked his gaze knowingly towards the notebook on the table, covered with intricate drawings and measurements. We plan. Aiko nodded along and went to take a bite of her own sandwich alongside him, instead chewing on the wax paper covering it. Goofiba. The pair spent the next hour eating and talking about the clothing, trying to settle on what to start with. Aiko wanted to start with one article of clothing at a time while Midoriya wanted to try everything at once. In the end they took Aiko's way, if just because everything had to start with something. Midoriya didn't have any jackets right now. He made one from possessed material, but that was the shredded one currently lying on the table in front of them. Mao's jacket, for once, was gone. He'd brought it to fight all for one, so it was part of the clothing that went missing. Even though it was missing, Midoriya had the idea that a certain fur, who may or may not be furry, knew where it was. He could try to get Mao's jacket when he swung by, so no reason to try and make a new one. Yet, he could face that problem in a week. He already started the gauntlets, but those were a little complicated, so it was better to skip those and work on their matching set, the boots. Boots didn't have little finger things to cover, wrist mobility, or... No, that was it. Only 2 reasons made them better than the rest. But 2 reasons were good reasons to start with them. Now they were on their phones, trying to pick a design for the boots based on Midoriya's scribbles and his own bad description of tall boots, whatever that meant. Tall boots. Have you worn a lot of tall boots, Midoriya? I think I had some tall rain boots in elementary school, but that was it. Oh, and the ones on the table. Oh, what got you into them? Mobility. Midoriya didn't really get to explain his costume much. He never needed to. But if they were working together to try and design a new set of boots, he probably should give a little more detail than that. And him wearing tall boots with no explanations might send a few signals. The boots themselves went slightly above the knee and came equipped with several straps to tie them to his body. The long body of the boot and the straps. These straps help the boot stay in place while moving. It also keeps water out, keeps my pants out of the way, and gives good support to my ankle and knee. Oh, and it's pretty warm. He offered the boot to Aiko and pointed to each part as he spoke, explaining what it was for. Aiko nodded along as he talked, following along in her head. That's a lot of stuff for just one boot. Well, I suppose that's why boots come in pairs. Besides, that's just why I want my boots to be tall. There were a few other intricacies about the boots he wanted, but he wasn't sure how many of those he was going to knock out right now. He would just settle for something that worked before he got picky. Aiko decided to be the bigger woman and focus on his words, only snickering at his stupid pear joke. You want mobility, so no big heels. I don't think we're going to find a boot like that on the internet, Midoriya. Most of these are for models and stuff. Oh, I like those. One sec, gonna save that. Yeah, we don't have the stuff to make the bottom of a shoe either, so I'll probably just buy some regular boots and steal the soles from them. Midoriya took a second to look at the current sketch they had. A blob in the shape of a leg that went up to the thigh. It was pretty rough. He took this time to add in the straps that would secure the boot to the belt, then added the belt that these boots were supposed to get strapped to. That might be a little important to remember. You're gonna be camping with these, right? Aiko was right beside him, taking this chance to lose herself in her work as she brushed some hair out of her face to better see the scribbles. You might want a military harness belt to strap them into. My dad has a few that wouldn't fit, but we can get some rough ideas with them. I'll ask to borrow a few. Thanks. Midoriya was grateful both for her help and the fact that she basically gave him an alibi for free of what he was doing with this stuff. I'm gonna try to do some climbing with them, so the belt will be used for a lot of stuff. A military belt would be pretty useful. Climbing? Aiko cut him off quickly, tapping the soles on the paper. We better be careful when we pick the soles then. They'll have to be a little flexible, so you better try some hiking ones, but why wouldn't you? After all, you've been hiking before. Aiko trailed off. It was strange how casually she said how easy it was to say. A few hours ago he'd been ripping his hair out, trying to get to grips with what he'd have to do and how he was going to do. Now time was flying by without a single concern as they thought about how to make a pair of really stupid looking shoes. So the plan's coming out pretty well. I'll refine it later when I got the time. Midoriya said as he cast an appraising eye over their scribblings. Thanks again for the help. I'm glad I could help. Aiko stopped playing with her water bottle and straightened out, nodding a few times before she cooled off and relaxed a touch. I mean, it's pretty fun. I think I like this stuff, even if I'm not great at it. Revenant looked at the stick figures they used for people and blobs for boots, shrugging. Well, you're trying, so that's better than most. Yeah, Aiko smiled again, setting the water bottle down. Midoriya wondered if she always smiled this much and he just didn't notice it. Midoriya started to pack things up and checked the time. 4:53. He had plenty of time to get more work done at his own home. Midoriya paused, putting the boxes in the cabinet for a second, glancing back. Hey, Aiko. She glanced up from the table, still smiling. She helped them so much, so it only made sense to pay her back, right? You need to be anywhere. Oh, I need to be home by 7. My mom's out, so my dad's buying dinner tonight. Aiko seemed very excited about it, her smile growing a step as she stood up. Why? Oh, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Just, Midoriya shoved the boxes into the cabinet and dropped the false bottom over top, standing and wiping his hands off on his pants. You helped a lot, and I wanted to pay you back a little. Wanna go hit a mall or something on the way home? Really? Aiko's head snapped over, her excitement evident and on full display again. Seemed she did smile a lot. Wanna go back to the park with the ducks? That one was really fun. Oh, and we can go to the fabric store for the boots too. Do you have time for both? Midoriya glanced at the cabinet with his equipment one last time, peering at a certain broken mask that he rested atop the false bottom because he hadn't brought it out so Aiko couldn't see it. His gaze lingered on it for just a moment. Should be pretty fun. Let's do it. He gently shut the doors and turned away, picking up his stuff before the two walked out of the room. Maybe just for one day vigilantism could wait, just for a bit, while Midoriya learned to smile like Aiko. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.